kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win,
Win.
on the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.
I'm
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita, semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita, semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita, semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita, semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita, semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita, semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita, semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win,
Win.
on the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita, semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita, semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9, minggu yang kedua. Anda bersama saya Adin dan juga Jas Uzran. Tapi jangan risau, kita ada lagi 2 orang yang kita ingin perkenalkan kepada anda semua. Namun begitu, jangan lupa MPL Malaysia musim ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita, dan kita haruslah raikan bersama Nescafe. Namun begitu, kita bukan berdua je pada hari ini.
Hari ini betul Adin, apa yang awak cakap. Hari ini kita tidak berdua. Hari ini kita ada Gideon, kita ada juga Syamilo sebagai kita punya analis.
Yeah, analis.
Tapi sebelum kita mulakan apa-apa, right, boleh tak saya nak cakap yang awak bertiga look sangat kacak.
Kembang pula tiba-tiba. Tak muat kan blazer ni nanti.
Abeja punya kata-kata kan, semua dia akan puji dulu tau.
Lepas tu baru dia kutuk.
Baru dia kutuk.
Tapi kalau kita perasan kita punya talent roster ni asyik bertukar-tukar macam tim juga.
Betul, macam tim.
Tapi Abeja nak tanya macam satu soalan before kita pergi dengan lebih lanjut. Ini biasa.
Okay.
Host, caster, analis. Okay, tiga-tiga ni yang mana yang paling susah bagi pendapat awak?
Apa kita tanya Gideon sebab dia pernah buat semua sekarang ni.
All three, you know, I think all of them is pretty difficult, but personally for me, the hardest one has to be casting for sure, because I think that's the most amount of time you're going to be on air for the longest period of time. Hosting, I feel it's difficult. It's a different set of skills, and analyzing requires a different set of skills, but casting for me is number one on the list.
Yeah, I mean sekarang ni saya risau satu benda je sebab selalunya orang nampak Lafel kat sini. Hari ni saya kat sini. So saya takut ada orang kecam saya macam Lafel tu macam Ciku, saya mungkin macam Ajik dekat sini. Tapi tak apa, kita cuba sedaya. Kita cuba sedaya upaya lah untuk continuean our show kita pada hari ini. Yang kita tahu ada banyak match yang kita harus discuss, ada banyak match yang harus kita lihat. Tapi kalau kita sempat imbau kembali hari semalam, terkejut ke tak? MLBB menang begitu besar sekali.
12-0 kot. Itu satu kejutan yang sangat menarik. Dan untuk jadual kita pada hari ini, match kita yang pertama, Caracal menentang Red Esports, TODAK menentang GEEK FAM, HOMEBOIS menentang SMG.
Kita tanya analis kita Syamilo, dalam match semua ni apa yang awak anticipate sekarang ni?
Okay, kalau yang paling best sekali, kita nak throwback TODAK lawan dengan GEEK FAM, di mana season lepas mereka bertemu 5 game mereka main.
Betul.
Dan game yang terakhir 40 minit waktu perlawanan. Jadi adakah hari ini perkara yang sama akan berulang? Saya cakap banyak kali, adakah perkara ini akan berulang?
Saya tengok muka Gideon, dia dah melitik dekat dia untuk buat Gideon. Apa opinion you sekarang ni?
It's true. I'm sweating a little bit about the TODAK versus GEEK FAM matchup, but I'm most excited to see something along the lines of HOMEBOIS versus Team SMG. HOMEBOIS were looking really, really great during the C qualifiers. Team SMG had a great week 1, but the question is, who's better? And that's the perfect game.
Ya, ini minggu yang sangat-sangat dinantikan oleh orang ramai. Antaranya match yang kedua dan juga match yang ketiga. Namun begitu, match yang pertama, All-Star Team Caracal bertemu dengan Red Esports. Tim yang boleh dikatakan permulaan yang baik sekarang ini. Tak kita sangka sebab dengan kemasukan Zaid, rookie pada season kali ini, nampak macam ada olah-olah MVP ataupun rookie MVP season kali ini, Abeja.
Jadi, apa yang saya tengok tadi, awak tanya tadi tu kan? Awak tanya apa tadi?
Kita punya anticipation lah untuk match hari ini.
Okay, Abeja sejujurnya sebab kita pun baru nak tengok. I mean, kita dah lama, kita baru nak tengok lah masuk Abeja. Dia nampak Abeja dah lost tadi. So, Abeja sebenarnya tengah nak tunggu match di antara TODAK dengan GEEK FAM sebab sama sebab kita pun tahu juga sedikit sebanyak tentang kedua-dua tim, tapi dua-dua ni macam seperti kita cakap tadi, kehilangan macam top player. Tapi tim manakah yang macam agak akan bangkit dulu? Sebab macam nak tahu kat benda-benda macam gitu kan.
star player sekarang ni tak ada untuk kedua-dua pasukan Bilo. Kita tengok macam mana. TODAK tanpa Chico nampak kurang sikit, manakala GEEK tanpa Zon I still think okay, tapi macam ada lubang sedikit kat tim diorang.
Tapi kalau ikutkan prestasi mereka pada minggu yang lepas, boleh dikatakan GEEK FAM mampu untuk memenangi game ni sebab prestasi TODAK agak sedikit kurang dan dibandingkan dengan jungler Ajik tusuk walaupun telah pun lama di dalam scene tapi nampaknya Berpi lebih menyelah.
Okey, tiada mengapa. Itu match yang kedua. Kalau kita balik match yang pertama ni, kita nak lihat terlebih dahulu tim Caracal dan juga Red Esports. Namun, kita ada video yang ingin kami tunjukkan kepada anda semua, DNA pasukan Caracal. Ayo, sama-sama kita saksikan.
IGN Kuja dan peranan saya dalam tim Caracal adalah coach.
Nama saya Muhammad Nuradim bin Yusuf. Saya jungler dan umur saya 17 tahun ni.
IGN saya ialah Aim. Saya bermain mid laner untuk tim Caracal. Nama saya Herwin bin Barudin. IGN saya Ciwing dan peranan dalam Caracal saya akan jadi tukang tengok lah.
Jalan cerita permulaannya join Caracal ni memang dah lama dibincangkan dan baru season ni kita orang bergerak.
Dan sekarang baru kita orang dapat untuk capai maklumat sendirilah untuk kita orang join daripada bawah qualifier dan kita dapat main MPL. Memang dah lama plan.
Kedua yang layak ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-9.
Ni spesies-spesies macam Caracal. Caracal 1, Caracal 2. Ini Caracal biasa punya lagi. Alright, jom kita check. Lok Zaraki cari. Macam mana saya untuk describe tim ni? Okay, untuk Caracal ni boleh dikatakan semua player kurang cakap besar.
Bersyukur sebab tak ada masalah ego ataupun star syndrome yang dalam tim Caracal ni tak ada so far.
Okay, kenapa Caracal?
Sebab saya suka sifat dia. Dia macam kucing hutan kan. Kucing hutan yang sangat garang lah. So bila garang ni kita pun nak garang. Lepas tu dia boleh survive. Kita ambil sifat-sifat dia untuk kita contohi lah.
Sebelum kita orang jumpanya nama Caracal ni, kita orang nak pakai nama Black Widow. Kita orang nak pakai nama Labah-Labah. Dia sebab apa Black Widow tu dia punya konsep color tu lawa, dia hitam merah. Tapi bila kita orang cuba search dekat Google, dia keluar Black Widow yang superhero tu. So jadi macam tak nak lah.
Kalau tim yang dulu disebabkan semua baru je, kita ada satu leader je. Tapi disebabkan semua ni, 5 player ni semua yang orang cakap bagus lah. Semua ada minda sendiri dan banyak pilihan sendiri. So susahlah nak communicate.
Ini bukan saya yang cakap, ini majority netizen atau orang-orang luar atau pro player cakap. Diorang kata tim ni tim all star. Diorang kata every player yang ada dalam ni player-player yang berbakat. Tapi kekuatan dekat sini adalah bila kita kumpulkan semua all-star dalam satu tempat, problem dia akan timbul satu je benda. Bila semua menganggap diri ni hebat, diorang akan ada naik satu perasaan ego. So benda tu yang paling susah untuk kita orang kontrol sekarang, untuk turunkan semua ego dan semua orang kata apa, saling bekerjasama.
Bagi aku masih kurang sikit lah sebab apa? Sebab kurang chemistry, baru tukar line up. Tapi saya rasa bolehlah kita dapat fight yang terbaik di MPL Season 9 ni.
Bila dalam environment tu ramai yang matang berfikir, matang untuk bercakap, secara tak langsung Lieza dia akan turut join kematangan bila bercakap, kematangan untuk berfikir. So rasanya tak susah untuk handle Link Eza even though dia punya umur 17.
Caracal! Miau!
Describe playstyle tim ni.
Lebih pasif daripada yang lain. So kita orang main apa je lah.
Sebab setiap game, setiap draft different. Jadi kita kena menyesuaikan diri, bawa setiap draft yang ada lah. So tak ada macam spesifik. Kita kuatkan ni, kuatkan tak.
Mati weh. Wow! Halo.
Everyone yang dalam tim ni, diorang ada task diorang sendiri dan diorang ada perspektif diorang punya role. Setiap momen tu diorang ada perspektif diorang masing-masing. So di mana kat sini kita perlukan trust each other untuk buat shot call. So tak kisahlah siapa pun yang buat shot call, kalau diorang tak ada kepercayaan, benda tu akan susah nak buat.
Sometimes banyak juga macam
terlagah mulut dengan dia, bergaduh dengan dia. Apa yang kadang-kadang player macam tak boleh bawa apa yang dalam kepala otak dia. Tapi sebenarnya benda tu kalau player boleh executekan benda yang dia nak tu, sebenarnya benda tu bagus. Jadi saya rasa sekarang pun dengan cara training pun mungkin ada juga bawa benda-benda yang aneh-aneh tu. Dan saya rasa benda tu continue kot.
Untuk player-player Caracal bersama-sama berjuanglah untuk MPL Season 9 ni. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah lah sebab masing-masing dah berjaya untuk first step kita layak ke MPL. Tu first step yang sangat berharga lah untuk kita orang yang mengharapkan slot ni. Dan kita teruskan, kalau boleh kita teruskan sampai kita champion. Lepas tu kita wakil Malaysia. So kita sama-sama berjuang lah.
Itulah dia pasukan All-Star, pasukan Caracal. Tapi kita tak nak lengahkan masa, kita nak terus dive into the big problem sekarang ni. Gideon, kita tahu All-Star punya team memang ada firepower yang besar, tetapi ego juga dipertaruhkan dalam team tu. How do you think team Caracal nak selesaikan isu ego antara satu sama lain ni?
I think it's an interesting question because I think a lot of it comes down to who thinks that they are correct in certain situations. And at the end of the day, this is a fairly new team. A lot of these players have played with each other one way or another, but they haven't played for an entire year, so they are developing and understanding each other's habits as time goes by. I think the important thing here is that communication is going to be really, really key. At the end of the day, some people are going to have to compromise to make some of the plays happen, but it's important that they all kind of stay on the same page and speak the same language.
Yeah, I agree dengan apa yang kita kata, kena faham ada kesefahaman antara satu sama lain, which comes to another point sekarang ni. Kesemua pemain daripada tim Caracal ni, Milo, diorang pernah main antara satu sama lain, tapi you sendiri pun pernah juga handle beberapa tim. Chemistry antara satu sama lain ni, nak dapatkan chemistry tu macam mana? How do you think diorang kena usaha ataupun this is because diorang dah pernah main antara satu sama lain, so chemistry tu macam tak ada isu pun sebenarnya?
Chemistry lah benda yang paling susah nak cari kalau kita buat satu tim. Jadi untuk tim Caracal, kelebihan mereka adalah di mana player-player mereka pernah bermain sekali dan mereka juga boleh dikatakan ramai juga player daripada negeri yang sama. Jadi dengan itu komunikasi mereka dengan lebih mantap. Dalam masa yang sama, kita tahu mekanik masing-masing dalam pasukan Caracal ni semua power-power. Ling Eza, Lawless, Aim, Neo, Zaraki player yang lama dan tak dilupakan juga dengan Kaiser.
Ya, betul.
Cerita pasal chemistry Abang nak tanya kan.
Dia macam kat sekolah pula ni.
Abang nak tanya tadi. Okay, cerita pasal chemistry. Okay, bila kita ada team yang baru, memang susah untuk dapatkan chemistry on the spot.
Sangat susah sebab apa? Playstyle masing-masing berbeza. Jadi nak sesuaikan dengan semua punya chemistry, semua punya game style agak sedikit sukar. Sebab tu kalau coach dia nak cari player, dia akan tengok game style player tu sesuai tak ni bawa masuk dengan dia punya strategi, dengan dia punya formasi. Sebab tu lah nak cari player, kena cari game style yang betul. Dan kalau player tersebut ada game style yang berbeza, mungkin ambil banyak sedikit masa untuk improve benda tu.
Macam kita lah kat sini, roster berbeza, tapi kita kena cari chemistry juga.
Nak tak nak, kita ada chemistry sebab chemistry boleh saya katakan merupakan satu kunci utama kejayaan sebuah pasukan. Nampak tak?
Mantap.
Mantap lah.
Dia lepas ni ada gambar Abang Jam, tak ada quote.
Jadi sekarang kita akan tengok key to success untuk pasukan tim Caracal. Okay.
Kita ada 4 key to success. The first one, kita ada secure or ban untuk Beatrix, hero Beatrix. Respect and target Zaid. Assist Lawless dekat goal lane. Beware of Moms punya initiation. Gideon, antara 4 key to success ni, apa yang paling penting sekarang ni?
I think one of the most important things is beware of Mom's initiations, because I think what makes Red really, really difficult to deal with is the fact that Mom can be a little unpredictable, because the timings and his behaviors of which he engages are a little bit out of the ordinary. Sometimes he does it just to condition you to think, yeah, I'm looking for an engage, when really he's just trying to harass, and he keeps that mental pressure on you all the time. So that's something that Team Caracal has to stay on top of. Another thing is securing or banning Beatrix. It seems to be the big key hero that everybody seems to want.
Betul. I think Beatrix sekarang ni, hari semalam pun kalau tak silap saya, mana-mana tim yang dapatkan Beatrix kebanyakannya menang game tersebut ataupun menang match series tersebut. And seperti mana Gideon ada cakap, Mons punya initiation. Bukan itu saja, hero pool dia antara salah satu tim saja yang bawa Glue sebagai Roma and diletakkan di bahagian tengah and main dengan begitu baik sekali. So hopefully pasukan Caracal boleh adaptasi dengan kemasukan Mom tersebut. Namun begitu, kalau Red Esports pula, kita ada 4 di sini, iaitu prioritize smart control, take fight good lane, rank QT must win his lane, meet game objective. Rank QT ni sangat-sangat harus dijagai, Milo. Pendapat tentang performance rank sekarang ni?
Okay, untuk Ren QT pula, kita tahu bagaimana Aaron sebelum ni dia bermain di bahagian jungle, dia juga bermain di bahagian gold lane. Jadi untuk Aaron bermain di bahagian EXP lane, boleh dikatakan hero pool dia agak kecil, tapi dalam masa yang sama mekanik dia mampu untuk menyaingi player-player yang role EXP dia dah agak lama. Tak dilupakan juga dengan adanya Zaid, walaupun player yang baru, tapi mampu untuk memberikan impak yang besar kepada tim Red Esports.
Jadi keempat-empat poin yang Abjad tengok kat sini kan, bagi pendapat Syamilul sendiri, okey, poin yang mana yang patut mereka capai terlebih dahulu?
Prioritize map control hero, di mana mereka perlu apply banyak hero yang ada crowd control, yang boleh burst dan juga boleh zoning dengan sangat pantas. Sebab tu kalau perasan di bahagian mid, banyak mereka mengambil hero yang cepat untuk clearkan minion dan melakukan rotasi.
Ya, untuk saya kalau yang take fight dekat gold lane tu yang sangat menarik, sebab kita tahu gold lane untuk Red Esports adalah Mal, manakala untuk Caracal kita ada Lolia. So battle of dua very good gold laner yang saya tak sabar untuk saksikan untuk kita lihat game yang kedua, game yang pertama berlangsung sebentar nanti. Namun begitu banyak yang kita dah bincangkan. Kita nak segue sedikit lah prediction Gideon. 2-0 ke 2-1?
I think in this particular situation, I'm going to say that it's going to be a 2-0 here. I think Team Caracal, of course, because Team Caracal, I feel like they have a lot more polish and a lot just raw mechanics that's a step above Red Esports at this point of time. It doesn't mean that Red could have evolved in this short period of time. We don't know just yet, but Team Caracal for me.
Okey, Team Caracal for ni. Tak apa, nanti saya tanya awak. Mungkin sebalik tapi dia tidak begitu. Kepada anda semua yang sedang menonton, kalau terasa lapar pada waktu tengah hari ni, jangan risau. Kita ada McDelivery, di mana kalau anda spend RM50 saja minimum, anda boleh mendapatkan 6 ketul chicken McNugget secara percuma. Tapi Abijah, apa kod dia? Apa kod yang kita kena masukkan?
Okey, ni Abijah nak pesan dekat semua sekali.
Dengar.
Okay, tolong dengar. Kalau nak order tu, semasa check out tu, pastikan letak kod MPL Rewards. Sebab kalau tak letak kod, ibarat kata pakai fan ni tak ada buff. Nampak tak?
Pandai dah Abjad sekarang.
Nampak Abjad dah pandai.
Bijak.
Dapat bijak
Bijak
kan?
tu go.
Ya.
Dia dapat 6 pieces free chicken McNugget dan juga skin.
Chance,
Skin istimewa, chances untuk dapat. Selalunya saya dapat skin. Nugget tu macam lambat sikit kadang-kadang. Tapi kadang-kadang nugget sampai dulu, skin pun kemungkinan kemudian. Tapi yang paling penting sekali, jangan lupa guna kod tersebut. Sekarang ini kita nak lihat coin toss terlebih dahulu. Siapa first pick, siapa second pick, Abizah.
Baik, sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan kita, macam biasa kita akan jemput kita punya Head of League Ops dan juga kedua-dua ketua pasukan untuk datang ke hadapan stage untuk kita melakukan coin toss. Jadi seperti kita lihat sekarang ini adalah untuk menjaga kita punya integriti. Dan sekarang ini jom kita, seperti yang kita dapat lihat kat skrin sekarang ini, Caracal memilih heads manakala Red Esports memilih tail. Dan sekarang jom kita tengok keputusannya adalah
nervous lah kan.
Nervous kan? Heads. Dan sekarang ini kita tengok tim Caracal akan memilih untuk first pick. Terlebih dahulu terima kasih kepada kedua-dua ketua pasukan dan juga kita punya Head of League Ops. Dan sekarang ini tim Caracal dan juga Red Esports. Macam kita tengok Red Esports, kita tak boleh jangka tau. Sebab kita tengok diorang punya performance baru-baru ini.
Betul.
Memang sangat-sangat orang cakap apa, tak expect.
Nakjubkan.
Menakjubkan persembahan yang cukup. Boleh pula macam tu.
So persoalan dia boleh ke tidak mereka nak teruskan lagi persembahan yang baik seperti mana Abijah dah cakap minggu yang pertama. Dengan dapatkan first pick ni, hopefully mereka boleh kejutkan kita semua macam Milo.
Dengan adanya first pick, mungkin ada satu hero yang ingin dibawa masuk oleh pasukan Caracal sendiri, ataupun mereka dah sedia untuk kunci hero tersebut dan memberikan kemenangan kepada pasukan Caracal, ataupun mungkin planning mereka adalah untuk simpankan terlebih dahulu taktik.
Ya, okey guys, tanpa kita melengahkan masa, apa kata kita masuk ke dalam game yang pertama. Jadi caster BM, caster English, guys, please take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a day of spicy and explosive MLBB gameplay up ahead with an incredible lineup of matches to look forward to. And here on the English caster desk, we are here to bring the games to you. My name is Stafa. With me once again is going to be Gideon, here to once again inform you that this would not be possible without our sponsors, the official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and of course our co-organizers, ESI.
Oh boy, I'm excited to see how today's games are actually going to play out here at the offline venue. If you look behind us, it's a beautiful venue thanks to our sponsors, and hopefully we're going to see some good bit of action, because once again, we are getting two very loud teams here. Team and Caracal, oh my goodness, they love to make that noise. But just in case that you guys don't know about it just yet, we hit it yesterday. Let's do it again once more. It's going to be the share milestones. If you look down on your screen, every single time you guys are share, it accumulates each and every time, and it resets every single day. 500, 800, 1,000. Every single time we hit those milestones, you guys get rewarded, whether it be the codes or even the lucky draws at the end of the show.
Yep, I do believe we managed to hit the 1K share milestone yesterday, so there were a lot of prizes to give out. So if you guys want to continue being on the receiving end of some nice goodies, make sure you guys click on that share button below, because I'm pretty sure anyone who is an enjoyer of MLBB does not want to miss a single moment of today.
Well, that being said, I'm excited to announce that the teams are ready to get this game on the road, but it's time to introduce our two teams. It's going to be Team Caracal up against Red Esports. It's time to bring him out.
Team Caracal.
With Team Caracal newly to the roster, this team of superstars ready to bring in Zaraki or Neo. Who's going to be playing with two different styles of play? Team Caracal looks to be on fire this week.
Indeed, this is a team that has certainly bared their fangs against all of the other teams in the MPL, and now they have their sights set on Red Esports. Red is their blood, but Team Caracal look to be the ones that will be drawing it today.
Now, indeed, Kai has been an extremely annoying EXP laner, and his matchup today is not going to be very easy. But let's bring him out. It's Red Esports this time, who is going to be challenging them on the first game of Week 2, day number 2. With the Coach Sora biome, Red looks a little bit more steadily when it comes down to the mental and as well as the draft, but even on the stage right now, they're looking confident.
Yep, there's some combinations coming out of Red Esports. First, we have Mom and Ash, two very aggressive players that can be incredibly scary when they click together. And of course, we can't forget the stars of the team, Mal as well as Zayed, who have consistently been carrying their team to victory and bringing Red Esports to the next level. Will it be enough against Team Caracal?
Well, let's find out. That 1-2 punch of Mal and Zayed is honestly exactly what Red needs, and it's definitely something Team Caracal are going to have to get ready to push back against. Let's have a look at the players' stats here, just in case you guys don't know. It's going to be Neo, Aim, Lolios, Link Azan, as well as Kai. Neo going to be the roamer for the team.
Indeed, looks like it's gonna be Neo this time instead of Zaraki. We've already seen that although Neo, traditionally known to be an EXP lane player, has already demonstrated his capacity for playing in the roaming position, playing more tankier heroes that can frontline for his team and set up kills. And that's certainly something that Team Caracal overall want to look for. After all, many of their players, Lolios, Link, Eza, Aim, are all players that are hungry to snowball and pick off enemy players.
Yeah, and I think, speaking of the EXP laners, Kai has been an especially stable one. Knowing how to snowball his lane, but also knowing how to brick wall. He's got the tools of a very good EXP laner, whether it be, I know what I need to do right now, or I need to press my lead in towards the enemy jungle. Kai is the guy you can rely on to do exactly that.
Indeed, these players are called All-Stars for a reason, but will they be able to stand up to the might of Red Esports? We can see their stats up right now. These are players that we all know and love, but we do have to point out the new addition to the team, Zayed, with a 6.0 average kill count in the second week, an absolutely ridiculous number.
Yep, it's looking good, but remember, this is early in the season, right? If you're doing well in the first week, you're going to be looking like you're doing well in the second. However, as time goes by, these stats will slowly even out, and we'll really see their true colors later in the season. But for now, let's enjoy the fact that the debut coming in from Zayed, as you can see, an absolute behemoth of a man, literally standing tall compared to the rest of his competitors.
Yep, but if there's any point for Zayed to really prove that he stands a chance as the rookie of the season, it's going to be up against Link Eza from Team Caracal, who, after we all know, had an incredibly strong debut last season.
Yep. Oh boy, this is going to be super interesting. And funnily enough, both of these junglers are extremely young here. But let's look at talent predictions so far, and it looks like it's almost split down the middle against Team Caracal, with Adin, Arta, and you as well, Stuff, believing that Red Esports is going to take it away from Team Caracal. Explain why.
Well, this was a very, very difficult decision. Both these teams are incredibly strong, but in terms of just sheer consistency, I feel like Red Esports has proven that they are a little bit more capable. Sure, during the real highs of the team, Team Caracal appear a bit stronger, but I'm betting on the fact that Red Esports, their newfound aggression is enough to shake up the meta for Team Caracal.
Well, speaking of, let's see whether the audience agrees with you here. Is it Red or Team Caracal? It looks like the superstar team and their stardom is definitely going to get a majority of the votes here. So the odds are stacked against Red right now. I do agree with you. I do think that Red has the newfound aggression, but I don't feel like it's as polished yet. And I think Team Caracal, that's where they have the advantage, where some of their games, when they look bad, it's like, you know, it came down to 1 or 2 mistakes. But when they look good, it seems so overwhelming that a lot of teams can't seem to persist against the offense.
Well, the same thing could actually be said for how Red Esports has been performing so far. But before we continue on to that, if you guys are interested in picking up a brand new device that'll allow you to bring your MLBB to the next level, look no further than the brand new Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G.
With the A52 5G, guys, you can be having an awesome gaming experience like no other. So make sure you cop one today. Cop one today as Mobile Legends Bang continues to increase and you want to have an edge over your opponents. With that being said, 9 more seconds until the draft is about to start. Let's talk about both coaches on either side, right? Kujin as well as Sora Payong. And Sora Payong is so far one of the best counterpick drafters in the MPL right now.
Indeed, but if we were to look at Kuja as well, he's known to be a coach that can bring up some pretty curious drafts from time to time. So perhaps that sort of unpredictability is what Caracal needs to deal with this aggression coming out of Red Esports. After all, they're a team that wants to be able to farm early on in the jungle.
I mean, that's the thing, right? It's about that early aggression that we're expecting out of either side. And let's see whether the draft is going to reflect that one way or another. Team Caracal is banning out the Lilian as well as the Ling, as Red Esports instantly having to get rid of Valentina and as well as Fanny.
Yep, so far pretty default bans with the exception of the Ling perhaps. They do know Zayed, if he's able to get this signature hero, he can really start making things happen. So far, this rookie player for Red Esports has shown a penchant for being able to play assassin junglers incredibly well. Though, on the counter side, when he's playing more of fighter junglers, he does seem to be a little bit more lackluster. So perhaps that's what Team Caracal are hoping to do by banning out the Ling.
I suppose, but it feels like, you know, it's all about these assassin-style junglers that both teams really like going for most of the time. And even Selena getting banned out for the side of Team Caracal is understandable, as Ashe has been having stellar performances on this extremely meta hero. Red now with the final ban. Let's see their flexibility here. What are they going to be looking for? They're going to get rid of the Lancelot as well, so that just leaves Hayabusa being the only other assassin jungler available.
The question is, do Team Caracal prioritize the Hayabusa enough to go for a first pick? We do still have to remember, the glue is still open in the pool. While the hero was just recently nerfed, I get the feeling that players like Mom are still going to very heavily want to go for this hero. So since Team Caracal have the first pick, will they decide to grab it just to deny it away from the roamer on the side of Red Esports?
But the question is whether or not Kai wants to play glue, right? Like, yes, Kai has played a lot of glue in Season 8 as well as Season 7, both of which he did a decent performance, but is that the style that Caracal want to go for now? Do they want Kai to slow down the lane, especially not knowing what's on the enemy side? Cho going to be the pick for Team Caracal, instead locking in a support for Neo, potentially EXP lane for Kai.
I do think this is most likely going to be Neo's pick here. I don't feel like Cho is a hero we've seen Kai play very much in the past, though. It is a new season, so these players could certainly surprise us. I think them locking in the Cho at this point as well is also a slight counter pick towards Red Esports, because they know that this is another hero that Mom likes to play. So they're just kind of removing the pool that Red Esports are more comfortable with having.
I feel like at this point, Red's going to go for Edith, Glue, arguably. They can go for a number of picks at this point in time, but it seems like Glue seems to be the top of their list based on their previous drafts in week number 1. We don't know. With Sora Payong, he likes to go a little bit more responsive. Hayabusa going to be the lock-in, as well as Kadita this time. We're not seeing any of the fighters or the tanks just yet.
An interesting choice from Red Esports. I was definitely expecting the Hayabusa, considering that Ling and Lancelot have already been banned out. If they want to make sure Zayed has an assassin hero, this is the best choice for Red Esports right now. I was expecting them to follow it up with the glue, but instead they're prioritizing the Kadita here. So either they're thinking of another hero for Mom to play, or they're thinking after the nerf, glue is no longer as prioritized as before.
Yeah, and also not to mention that they're taking Kadita away from AIM specifically, and I mean that's what we're considering here when it comes down to these drafting coaches. The style in which they draft, and Red Esports just denying the picks, and it seems like Huja is doing the exact same thing on Caracal's side. They're gonna get the Popo Koopa this time, as well as the Matilda. So now, really, we are running out of supports for the side of Red Esports unless they decide to go for a hard tank. Nope, Esmeralda.
On the opposite side, Red Esports lock in the Esmeralda. This is most likely to pick a more safe EXP laner that they won't have too much problem fielding against whatever Team Caracal comes out with. We do have to remember, on the opposite side, EXP laner Kai, he doesn't usually play super aggressive side lanes, and even when he does, having a hero like Esmeralda would help ensure that the lane doesn't go in his way, thereby keeping him in lane long enough to allow the rest of the team to make moves against Caracal.
Let's see how the next part of the draft is going to go as Khalid gets banned out for the side of Team Caracal. They will not be able to pick that up, and that's a little sad because they want something that can actually push and also dominate the lane against someone like Esmeralda. So it's very understandable, but it does kind of tell me that Red Esports probably want to get an artillery, some form of artillery mage, maybe something that wants to stand still, and they don't want Khalid to jump into the backline specifically.
That is possible, but considering they've already locked in the Kadita, I don't really feel like they're going to get an artillery mage on top of that. I guess we'll find out what Red Esports is thinking, but Team Caracal, they're going to continue the bans, getting rid of the Clint, which is certainly a good choice. They've already locked in the Popol and Koopa, so they don't need to care about the other gold laners. Better to just pick off the heroes that would stand a chance against this very annoying two-man hero.
Yeah. Got to make sure that they have a lot of options. I think Beatrix is probably going to be the next ban for the side of Team Caracal. Red, on the other hand here, they could look to get rid of more supports, or at the very least get rid of mages so that Team Caracal doesn't have a lot of options. I think at this point banning out Lilia might be the way to go. Get rid of the black shoes at the very least. Oh no, Karina instead. They don't want the tank build from Karina, where it's just it's already difficult to kill a Karina in the Shadow Dance form, but it's harder when she has tank items.
Yep, Team Caracal do indeed ban out another marksman, but instead going for the 1-1. So they are worried about that Mal pocket pick and will respect it enough to get rid of it from the hero pool. Now that the bans have concluded from both sides, Red Esports will have first pick in this second phase. They are still looking for a gold laner as well as a potential roamer. Edith still open in the pool, as well as Beatrix if they decide to go for those.
Edith seems pretty good here, but I think they will just go for their gold laner, I guess? I don't know. It's a little tough to say because we don't know exactly what Red Esports wants Mom to play as of right now, and I think they're waiting for like a silver lining. So they're going to lock in the Brody first, which is not exactly the best matchup for Popo and Koopa, especially in lane. So I'm guessing they're going to need a support that helps everybody out. So I'm guessing Raf is going to be the last pick for Red Esports. Either way, looking back at Caracal, they still need technically a mage at this point in time, unless they want to dedicate Matilda to that role, which would be a little weird. They could get Edith as their general support and throw Cho to give Cho over to Kai.
That's a possibility. I do actually think Caracal are going to put Matilda as the dedicated mage, because I don't think this is a hero that Neo would play in the roam position. It feels more like Aim's hero, so that's what I'm assuming. There are still options. The Yu Zong still in the pool. We've seen Kai play it before. Wouldn't be a bad choice, but oh ho ho! We're gonna be seeing the glue finally, and guess what? It is the Alucard appearing in the Land of Dawn.
Interesting choice here. They want to go for Alucard, even though the majority of Red Esports' member has a lot of strong ways to dodge his abilities or slow him down. Oh, Johnson for the side of Red Esports. It looks like they're taking inspiration coming in from MPL Indonesia as well as Cambodia. Love it, love it.
Gideon, do you know what we are looking at here? Red Esports is playing the Johnson Kadita combo. He is going to drive around with Ash the entire game, and the moment that rapid touchdown collides with someone, Rough Waves is going to one-hit KO.
Ooh, this is going to be brutal here. Teams now have to be extremely wary of the map. As soon as the rapid touchdown is deployed, they have to start predetermining what paths he's going to take and what directions he's going to be coming from. Hopefully, they know how to play around it. It's been a long time since we've seen a Johnson here at the MPL MY.
Yep, having a look at the lineups one more time. Both teams playing something a little bit unusual. Link Eza's classic signature Alucard, and Red Esports bringing a bit of that pub meta into the MPL stage. Johnson, Kadita, will it be enough to counteract the Wildcats that are Team Caracal? Only the land of dawn shall be witness to the answer.
Let's find out here with both teams ready to duke it out. It's going to be Caracal on the blue side with Red Esports traditionally on the red side.
I do like that Mom has the Optimus Prime skin as well. That's always something that's a little bit strange to see in the land of Dawn, but I'm sure people who have these special skins would want to flex them. And now with the first match underway, Neo already jumping in with the help of AIM to see if they can stop Zayed from taking the purple.
Absolutely not. There's no way they're going to be stealing that away from him, but they do force him to use that retribution early on, which does give Link Eza a potential opportunity to jump for the little water, but there's just way too many people. He gives it up, and now the rest of the team is forced to back away. 4 members already dedicated to the top side of the map.
That was a nice Jikundo from Neo, actually landing on 3 people. That's actually dishing out a fair bit of damage, and now they're completely zoning down. Link Eza joining them too. Level 2 already. First blood takes out Neo. Meanwhile, Kai still buying time. Will be able to take out Mom. Ash dropping real low, but V is able to retreat to the safety of his tower. A 4v4 fight in the first minute.
Woo! Both sides already losing a single member in the process, and it's going to be Kai who picks up that kill, and Zayed who picks up a kill for the individual teams. Oh my goodness, first blood bounty already achieved. The question is, how are they going to play off of this? Are they going to continue the assaults on either side pre-level 4? And it looks like they're going to do exactly that.
Yep, Team Caracal are very comfortable with this. They know that Link... Oh, did he? Okay, no, he did actually get it. For a moment, I was wondering if Neo managed to get the steal, but Zayed was able to secure it. This is very smart play by Team Caracal. They know that Link Eza will have no problem soloing the jungle by himself, so going with the Cho and the Matilda to try and stop the Hayabusa as much as possible.
Speaking of which, looking down on towards bot side, Loliel's going up against Mal in this lane. It really is a question of mechanics here. Mal has to make sure that he's able to harass and minimize the damage, as Loliel's generally has the better hero when it comes down to just absolutely bullying a lot of the marksmen in the meta early on. But here we go. If we look down on bot side, we can see that Mal is taking some very good trades against Loliel's. It hits on level 4 early, almost securing that kill. Mal playing his lane matchup very, very well. But here comes AIM to make the difference here. Flickers on top of Loliel's, but Loliel's was ready for it. He already pops on over, but there goes the next person. It's going to be Neo dying once again as he tries to invade.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, but that definitely favors Team Caracal. They're fine with losing Neo for Mal, and now Mom is down here. He wants to get the pick up on Loliel's, but the flicker gets him out of trouble, and he turns it around for a kill onto the Johnson, but Zayed not about to let him go. Jumps in with the quad shadow. Loliel's still alive, but not for long. AIM, unfortunately, not able to protect his gold laner.
Oh, that's so sad. AIM still has the guiding winds on cooldown and could not get the initial pull, but here comes the first rapid touchdown of the game. Let's see who Mom is going to be looking for. He sees Link Eza, but Kadita is not along with him. He's by himself. He's just gathering information for the team.
Yep, that is good information though, and it also creates a threat for Team Caracal. They're not too certain if anyone is going to be coming along with Mom, and by the time they do see whether or not that is the case, it's already too late to decide if they want to engage or not. The speed of the rapid touchdown creates a constant threat on the land of Dawn that Team Caracal have to be prepared to deal with.
Let's see how else they're going to do this, right? With the next turtle coming up in about 84 seconds, this gives plenty of time for Team Caracal to play on the bottom side of the map. You can see all 4 of their members just waiting for somebody to make the first move on the side of Red Esports, because once they know where they are, they can set up for potential dives, play on the opposite side of the map, invade the jungle like they are doing right now.
Yep, Neo jumps in, already being annoying to Zayed. I don't think he'll have too much problem securing this, but a nice way of the dragon catches him with the quad shadow return, and that allows them to take the purple. Going over to aim, rapid touchdown does not connect, and Team Caracal managed to steal the buff away from the enemy Hayabusa.
Actually, the rapid touchdown did connect, but AIM was able to purify just in time and hop on out of there. That's some quick fingers coming out of AIM, making it look so easy.
Yep, and not to mention, he does have the purple buff now, so I'm pretty sure he's gonna want to play active with it. Exactly what is going on here? Shadow Kill has to be used to clear up the wave, and they will successfully defend against the 3 members of Caracal.
Well, once again, Team Caracal now done with that pulse play on the bottom side. They got the purple. They can't set up that dive. And most importantly, Turtle's coming back up in about 16 seconds or so. And that's going to be their new next objective. And you can tell that Red Esports are not willing to give this up. They really need the EXP and the levels to make the difference here. First, they have to bully Ren QT.
Yep, and now he's in a bit of trouble. Circling Eagle gonna push him backwards. Ren still alive though. Link Eza coming a little bit late to join the party, and that'll allow the Esmeralda to escape. Neo trying to jump in behind the tower, but runs into Zayed, which is able to stop him. However, Team Caracal immediately rotate to start taking the turtle.
Rapid touchdown, it gets on towards Link Eza here. However, nobody was inside of the Johnson at that point of time, so that's going to be an unfortunate turtle going over to Caracal, and Johnson going to pay the price for it. But Ashley's looking at the rough waves, doesn't exactly get the full combo off when he gets locked down by Kai with a petrify. Nicely done as Team Caracal continue to dominate.
Have just too many members of Team Caracal there at once. Mom attempted to engage, but the rest of his team was not there to follow up. And now they're immediately swapping their sights over to Maul, the easiest side laner for Team Caracal to bully, considering that he is already in a disadvantageous position, Brody versus Popol and Koopa.
Well, here we go. Rapid touchdown with Ash inside of him this time, but doesn't find the opportunity. Well played coming in from Neo. He should pose just in time and quickly flickers on out of there to increase the amount of distance. They find Zayed here. They do want to go straight, but that just means he falls right into the trap. Aim goes down even with the Purify. It's not going to be enough. The pincers land and also the Breath of the Ocean. You can't protect yourself from both.
Yeah, Red Esports immediately bites back. For a moment, Zayed looked to be in trouble, but it turns out that they were able to use that as bait to turn around and grab a kill for themselves. Currently, the net worth lead is still in the favor of Team Caracal, but it is not by too much, so if Red Esports can continue farming, they should be in no spread situation at all.
Here we go, rapid touchdown once again, looking for Lolios, who flickers out of the way. Red Esports can almost guarantee the lockdowns. Mom is going to get hit, but Kai is here to turn the different split to turn them around. And here comes Neo and as well as AIM to look for more. They find Mal, they go for it, but they can't seem to take him out in time as AIM so close to getting torn apart by the memories of Mal. He manages to use the rejuvenate just in time, the regenerate just in time to keep himself alive and away from lethal. Well played for Team Caracal, but Red Esports, you can see that they are just pumping up the pace.
That was actually really good disengage there. I'm surprised that Mal and Ash managed to escape from that when it was almost a perfect pincer from Team Caracal. The fact that they survived and Ren QT was able to get a tower on the opposite side of the map actually made that go in their favor.
Yep, here we go. Mal once again going to get locked down this time by Kai, but the rest of the team is going to get blown up by the combination of Johnson and as well as Kadita. The full combo is done, and Kai can only do so much as he goes into split form. Link Eza is here to join the fight, but that's when Red Esports decides to disengage. That's the combo you were talking about. The one-shot combo, managing to find both Loliels and as well as Neo in one fell swoop.
Yeah, that's going to be in favor of Red Esports. Unfortunately, they do end up losing Mal, and the Brody right now in a little bit of trouble. He's behind Loliels in terms of farm because of the fact that he is the first one targeted in many of these fights and therefore not getting as much EXP as he should.
Yeah, I mean, what more can you do at this point, right? However, if you look at the junglers, Link Eza is going pretty even against Zayed, and I think Zayed has slightly more gold at him at this point of time, as he has 3 kills to Link Eza's 1. Alucard, he's going to take a little bit of time before he can start that snowball.
Yep, in the top lane though, they're ganking Ren QT, and in the mid lane, Circling Eagle going to be able to find 2. Way of the Dragon onto Mom, kicks him right into the Popol and Koopa trap, and he is now trapped between every member of Team Caracal. Ren QT jumps in, but it's a little bit too late as he sets himself up to be completely immediately ganged on by Team Caracal. This, however, creates space for Hayabusa, who is pushing down bottom lane. Rough waves being used to clear the way, but guess what? Ash sets himself up, gets the kill, but torn apart memory does pick up aim in return.
Well, let's see how far they're going to go with this one, as Linkeza is going to jump right into the middle of the jungle, and Red Esports is going to be losing out their purple buff. Linkeza is at a point where he can farm extremely efficiently, hopping from one camp to another and taking out faster than Hayabusa can. But here comes another rapid touchdown, this time with nobody. This is going to be a scouting rapid touchdown to get some information on where the enemy team is, and most importantly, pushing them out with his pressure.
Yep, again, the ability of rapid touchdown to just create this constant presence across the map can be very annoying. The problem for Mom right now is that Team Caracal actually has a lot of ways to deal with it. For example, Kai is tanky enough to tank it. Cho has the Shinpo. You can also use Koopa to tank the rapid touchdown. So there's a lot of answers from Team Caracal.
Speaking of which, you can see that Mom isn't taking any crazy fights here. He's not looking for big initiations. He is just making sure that he gets enough so that he can get Ash. He goes on, the convoy begins, and now they're looking for opportunities to take somebody out.
Yep, but they were spotted by Neo, so he knows that Mom is currently carrying Ash around the map. He's going to be able to communicate that to the rest of his team, but will they respond in time?
Oh, here we go. They jump right on top of it. Immediately, they're looking to get on top of all, and unfortunately, they do find Ash instead. He goes down. Loliel so low on HP, but manages to survive with the help of aim. Red QT is on the run right now, but it's going to be too late. The damage has been done. Caracal has felt them. Linkeza now in some trouble. Fishing way to try and survive the damage coming in with Red QT. Vision waves to bring him back up just alive as we see Zai get kicked by the way of the dragon. Here comes the rest of Maul trying to hit him with a corrosive strike to buy that extra bit of time. Torn apart memories does not kill Neo, and it's all Kai by himself. Corrosive strike once again with the abyssal damage coming all the way through. The abyssal impact does more than enough, but Kai holds strong.
You gotta be kidding me there. Now they're turning it around, gonna get the stun on Zayed. He's able to escape, but in that last skirmish, almost every... Oh, hold on! There's the combo right there! Finally landing onto Loliel. The rough waves bursting the Popple and Koopa down from 100 to nothing.
This is the keys to victory here. Team Caracal need to be extremely careful of where Mom is and really call out the rapid touchdowns as soon as they are deployed. Hopefully they keep that in mind because Mom likes to use it right off of cooldown. So let's see. It looks like they might be doing it again. Rapid touchdown has been deployed.
Looks like they're coming in. Ash is riding. Looks like he's not going for the turn. Wants to see if he can catch them off guard from behind instead. Neo will spot them out, however, which means that Mom probably has to take a roundabout way to ensure he is not cut out behind enemy lines.
Yep, you can see on Mom's face, he's really enjoying this. This must be quite therapeutic for him, just going around the map for now, waiting for Red Esports to be in position. And as you can see, even Ash, he's just having the time of his life, you know? Might as well spam the recalls. It's not like he's got anything better to do at this point.
I actually did not know you could even do that while you were riding on Johnson. So Red Esports are definitely enjoying themselves right now, but they do have to worry whether or not this is giving time to Team Caracal.
Well, I think the important part is that the rest of the team members can't really do much, right? If, let's say, Mom engages with Ash on his back in the middle of Team Caracal, where the rest of his team can't really follow up, it's pretty much a waste of time. They're trading what? Unless they trade 2 for 2, then I guess it's pretty good. But then again, most of the members from Team Caracal are pretty difficult to handle. Like Kai, for an example, still does a pretty good job against Mal. Oh, here we go. They're trying to get on top of Mal here so far. They already used the circling eagle, but Linkeza finds it. Here we go, the combination. Rapid touchdown hits into the back, but Ash doesn't find anybody just yet. Gets taken out by Linkeza. It's too late. The counter engagement was too strong for the side of Team Caracal.
An instant turnaround, not only managing to pick off Maul, but getting the triple kill with Mom and Ash on top of that. That's going over to Linkeza, which is going to really bolster this Alucard right now. He's sitting on a 6-0 KDA, and with the Lord just arriving in the Land of Dawn, this sets up perfectly for Team Caracal to go and grab a free objective.
Well, let's see. Now Caracal will be going for their free objective here, but as you notice, Zayed, he's got something to say about it. He's already used the Yoki Shadow Kill, and I think that means Red Esports is just going to have to give it up. Rapid touchdown is deployed, but I don't think they're going to choose a fight now at any point of time. Team Caracal is just way too far ahead.
Yep, and they have the perfect response to this Johnson combination coming out of Red Esports. Every time they jump in, there's instant response. They instantly know, okay, we have to stun Ash. And before he can even use the rough waves, Link Eza has built up enough damage that the Kadita basically can't do anything before dying in the fight.
Oh boy, I mean, at this point, Ash, he's got the 2 core items that he needs. He needs 1 more, and I think does he want to rush the whole the glaive? If he gets the glaive, the only person he can really punish at this point in time is going to be Neo. We see Kai as well going for some MR for himself, so I guess it's pretty important here. But here we go once again, rapid touchdown deployed. Luminous Lord going to be walking up.
Yeah, they're gonna have to defend quite a lot. Neo finds a nice way of the dragon, instantly executes Zayed, giving the godlike streak over to Link Eza, who's now jumping into the mid lane, finds Maul straight away, double kill going over the Alucard. Kai jumps on top of Renkuti, but a triple kill going over to Link Eza very, very quickly. Now chasing down Renkuti, but Link Eza will get his immortality taken out. It doesn't matter, however, because the Lord is just shoving in, and the game ends with a victory in the corner of Team Caracal.
Woo! Good game coming out from Team Caracal, and a great adaptation after the first few mistakes of getting punished by Mom and Ash with that Johnson and Kadita combo. Really nasty to see, but you can see how effective it can be. But however, there is counterplay to it. You just gotta be aware.
Yep, unfortunately, when you play combinations like this, it's very easy for the enemy team to figure out what you are doing. And when they are aware of that, they're able to set themselves up and prepare whenever they are engaged on. That's exactly what Team Caracal did. And unfortunately, Red Esports just couldn't find any room to be able to engage using the strategy they were fielding.
Yep, it's a little unfortunate to say the least, but hey, you know, it's good to see that teams are willing to try out these wacky tactics, and you know, it's becoming more and more popular these days, considering that the meta is very open rather than limited to the top 4 heroes that you have to pick or ban.
Yep, I personally love this meta right now. The fact that teams can bring so many different heroes, so many different strategies, and we're seeing so much more interesting gameplay at the MPL is something that I live on, something that I thrive on, and I hope to see more of it, even though there will be times where it doesn't quite work out like we just saw.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. It's tough. It's really, really tough here. Kai is able to, absorb so much of that damage, and I think Neo played an especially good job looking to body block it with the Shunpo as soon as possible. So, well done to Team Caracal for this very first matchup so far. I think we need to consider game number 2 is going to be happening very shortly. What's the redo of the strategy? What's the way around this?
I think firstly, they need to be able to set up the draft a bit more comfortably for themselves. Zayed was playing on an assassin hero, yes, but I feel like he could play a lot less aggressive on a Hayabusa as compared to something like a Ling or a Lancelot. And we already know that Caracal doesn't want to give that over. So if Red Esports can manipulate the draft to allow that to go into their hands, they should have a better time.
Hopefully they can. I mean, looking at the item builds here so far, there's nothing too out of the ordinary from either side. We do notice that AIM decides to go for an extremely aggressive build instead of, looking to play for late game. Knowing that he doesn't scale well to the late game, he's going to bank it on early to mid. So he goes for the Necklace of Durance on top of the fact that he also goes for a Genius Wand to ensure, with the extra magic penetration from the boots on top of it all, he's really looking to make sure, hey, I hit hard and I hurt.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the way to go in if you were in AIM's shoes. Considering you already have Neo and Kai to form the front line, if you build another tanky support, you're not going to have enough damage if Lolils and Link Eza don't have a good time. Of course, that wasn't the case when we look at Link Eza on his signature Alucard, still tearing up enemy teams, a 905 KDA.
Yeah, a perfect score from him, a perfect game as well for Link Eza. He knows his capabilities. Once he gets that full build, he's ready to rush people down, and there's nothing much you can really do about that unless you can make sure that your counter engage is 0.5 seconds away from when Link Eza decides to activate the pursuit. However, you gotta give it to Lolils as well, because he was taking the full brunt of the damage down on the bottom side with a lot of priority and a lot of attention being drawn towards him. Mid-game to late game, his Popo and Koopa, he is really fast on that stun. Zayed and as well as Mal really felt the brunt of that damage. Every single time they tried to go for a play, a corrosive strike coming in from Mal instantly gets locks down as soon as he bounced out from the backflip.
Yep, that's another con of having the Johnson. Not a lot of team play capability. However, having a look at the MVP of game number 1, it is gonna go over to Link Eza from Team Caracal. And I don't think anyone can argue that the perfect KDA on the Alucard. Every time Link Eza is able to bring out this pocket pick, he once again demonstrates why he is the definitive MPL Alucard player.
Yeah, definitive indeed. The only other person who has played this is going to be Mom, and Mom's right now, he's currently only playing the support position, so I don't think support Alucard is a thing. We'll have to wait until they shuffle up the roster a bit.
Yep. Either way, though, Team Caracal are going to be looking very, very strong after that game, and I think a lot of it has to do with the draft. I feel like they did that draft incredibly well. Locking out the Assassins is one thing, but then locking in the Popol and Koopa in their first phase was very, very smart because they knew that a lot of other marksmen remaining in the pool would not be able to put up a good fight.
Yeah, it's all about whether you can gain control of the gold lane, and honestly, Team Caracal, they were fighting hard, and their mid-game was just a little better. Let's look at the highlights here in case you guys are just tuning in and you didn't get to catch the action. We got you covered with the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
We can see in the very first few minutes of the game, there was already intense aggression coming out of Team Caracal. They recognized that they had the advantage in the early game and weren't about to give it up, constantly rotating with Name, Aim, as well as Neo into the enemy jungle, constantly making moves down into the bottom lane, and perfect responses to the rapid touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the way that they're holding strong. Like, Kai is making sure he can pull people out of position, making it easy for Lolios, but when the combo lands, it really does do a lot of damage. Like, this mid-game was really rough for the side of Team Caracal as they're looking for opportunities, but Red Esports kept on hurting them with this combo. But eventually, Team Caracal figured it out. They figured out the general behavior, and they wait for Mom to actually use the rapid touchdown off of cooldown before looking to make a choice on which objective or what's their next battle plan.
Now, that one particular fight during the mid-game as well was really sad for Red Esports because literally every member of Team Caracal escaped from the fight with like 5% HP and they weren't able to get any kills. Instead, getting turned around on all the time, and once you hit these final few moments, Link Eza was already so fed that he could just jump in, get the triple kill, doesn't even care.
Oh, he really didn't. He really didn't. That's the Alucard we all know and love here at the MPL MY. Now, adaptations here. Both teams are going to be thinking about rethinking their strategies, and I think, you know, especially for Red Esports, now that they're going to choose on which side of the map they're going to be on, I'm guessing they're going to be on blue side?
I would think so. I feel like a lot of the teams are now realizing the benefits of being able to get that first draft, because even though the meta right now is very balanced, still a lot of heroes that are viable. There are still certain very strong heroes in the pool or pocket picks that teams want to be able to snatch up firsthand.
I mean, what stresses me out is being on the red side, the fact that you always have to ban out the Valentina as well as the Fanny. You kind of don't have a choice on that matter. If so, one of these two picks are going to be given away over to the blue side on their first pick, and it's frustrating, and I think that a lot of teams should be prioritizing more on blue side rather than red.
That is true, but there are also ways that the red side can turn things around. One option is to just choose not to ban them at all. Blue side only gets the first pick. So if you just open things up, allow a bunch of the more OP heroes to go through the draft, you're the ones that are going to be able to lock down two of them first.
That's also true. That is also true. Hopefully, we get to see that for this upcoming game here, because I love seeing Fanny or even Valentina really show off what they've got. Valentina especially, it's very funny having multiple of the same heroes looking back at each other and double ults flying by.
Yep, and we have to note that the first player to play Valentina on the MPL stage was Ash from Red Esports. So if he's able to reprise that role, we already saw exactly how terrifying his gameplay can be.
You know, speaking of which, let's see whether or not we are going to see Link Eza go for a different style of jungler once again. I don't know. We haven't seen too many marksmen here so far, other than Roger, but even Roger is arguably, you know, a hybrid of other bunch of things. But quick shout out to Nescafe here. Celebrate your moments with Nescafe while you still can. And they're even giving you guys a little bit of a discount if you scan the QR code down below and get yourselves some today.
Yep, make sure to use the promo code if you guys want some discounts. And of course, if you guys are fans of Nescafe, make sure you guys don't miss out on this. Well, so far, if you've been watching MPL actively, you know that we give out a lot of special deals thanks to our sponsors. This wouldn't be possible without them. So make sure to show them some love for the entertainment, for the Mobile Legends action that we get to witness.
Oh boy, speaking of Mobile Legends action here, I want to know whether or not they're going to be bringing out Alucard again. I'm interested to see what the thought process is, because they could have gone for things like Aulus for an example, but they wanted specifically Alucard for the extra mobility. They could have gone for Hayabusa as their first pick if they really wanted to as well.
Okay, here's what I think. They are not going to play the Alucard again.
Really?
The entire reason they picked Alucard in the first game, because normally you'd expect this hero to come out in game number 3 as sort of a secret backup, right?
Okay.
The reason they drafted is to make Red Esports aware we can still bring out the Alucard. You have to ban the Alucard. If you don't ban the Alucard, you always have to be thinking, will they draft the Alucard?
I suppose this could be early conditioning for the rest of the season here, and I think it's a statement to other teams as well. It's like, hey, by the way, we still play Alucard, and we see some teams actually respecting them, banning out Alucard against them. Last week, we did see that before, so let's keep in mind that Team Caracal is still a force to be reckoned with here.
Yeah, and besides Linkeza, a lot of the other players in Caracal did a stellar job as well. We've already seen the way that Neo is capable of playing that show. A really good transition from EXP laner to roamer. Probably one of the best I've seen of a player swapping roles at this point. We'll see if he can continue that once we have a look at the recap here of game number 1.
Game number 1, in case you guys haven't watched it yet, in favor of Caracal, who was able to win that 1-0 against Red Esports. As you can see, Linkeza, he's doing Linkeza things. 47,000 damage in that attack. My goodness. I'm surprised Ash only has 31 compared to Rank QT's 36,000. I thought Ash was doing a lot more than that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Ash was constantly getting caught out in the fights. He would be the one to die first, not really able to cast his abilities. And the fact that they were completely dependent on being able to secure kills with a rapid touchdown meant that Ash wasn't actively looking around the map and setting up ambushes by himself. That is one thing. It sets up a mental state for the team that I have to combo with Mom instead of playing alone and finding pickoffs as a Kadita by myself, which we normally see a lot of other teams doing, setting themselves up in a very telegraphed playstyle.
So they have to be a little bit more unpredictable. They have to have less spearhead strategies.
Yep.
Is that what you're trying to get at?
I think so. Part of the reason why I think Red Esports ended up losing that was because they fell into the hands of Team Caracal's drafting plans. And when they tried to vary it out by picking up the Johnson, I don't think Team Caracal were expecting that. I feel like they kind of bit themselves in the foot a little bit because, again, they locked themselves into a very particular style of playing.
I mean, to be fair, like, I don't think anybody was expecting Johnson to show up out of nowhere. I think a lot of fans had given up on seeing Johnson, even though they're like, please show us Johnson from the earlier stages of MPL. And now, after 9 seasons, it's just like, oh, we finally get to see him.
Yep, unfortunately, I don't think it went the way that a lot of Johnson fans would have hoped. But
okay, like maybe like 1 time, to be fair.
Yeah,
like 2 times.
Here's hoping, right? Now that we've seen that the teams on MPL are starting to experiment more, bring out new heroes more, maybe we will get to see Johnson again.
Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Hard to tell with these teams these days, and especially during Season 9. Like, Season 8 we thought was pretty crazy, with a lot of teams trying, quote-unquote, new things. But it feels like this season, everyone is coming in with a pretty open mind.
Yeah, and I am a big fan. For the longest time, the last 2 seasons I've casted of MPL, I've just been thinking, sure, teams are going to draft the most meta heroes, but for those of us watching, it's a little bit uninteresting, you know? It starts to get boring when you see the same 10, 15 heroes in every single match. So this season so far has been a real breath of fresh air.
Yeah, it has, and I think, you know, even though 10 to 12 same heroes, I didn't think that was too bad. At least, you know, there were different combinations, there were different benefits to each of them, who could execute it better. At the end of the day, people figure out what the meta is. But with MLBB, patches come constantly. Like, we're expected to adapt so fast.
Yep, and adapt is what Red Esports are going to need to do with the last few seconds ticking down before we enter into game number 2. Red Esports now, the ball is in their court. They've already lost the draft in game number 1. Will they be the ones in control this time, since they will be drafting on the blue side?
Well, let's find out here with Red Esports on the blue side, Caracal on the red side, Fanny getting banned out for the side of Red Esports, and Valentina getting banned out for the side of Team Caracal.
Okay, pretty default ban so far. What we highlighted earlier is that usually the team that's on the red side will be the ones that are in charge of banning out the Valentina and the Fanny, because the blue side obviously wants to have the ability to snatch them up first. The fact that Red Esports bans out the Fanny first themselves is indicative of the fact that Zayed probably cannot play this hero.
Yeah,
Your team is banning.
I don't think
Really?
that's the case. I feel like, especially when it comes down to junglers, especially here at MPL MY, I feel like all junglers at some point have had their hand at playing Fanny at some point of time here.
Sure, they've played it at some point of time, but you do need to have a certain level of skill to really be able to pull it off on the MPL stage. Who knows? I'm just assuming based on what facts I have. Maybe one day we will see exactly how Zayed plays Fanny on the Land of Dawn, but for now, that game is not this one.
Well, let's see. Caracal does ban out the Ling as Red Esports have gotten rid of the Lancelot on top of the Matilda as well. Selena naturally going to get banned out here. A lot of teams hate dealing with Selena. It feels super oppressive when the arrow actually lands and you're just stuck there for so long.
It really, really is. But now that the first phase of bans are done, Red Esports has this all-important first pick. Will they go for the glue now that they're on the blue side? No, this time they're going to be the ones snatching up the show.
Which begs the question, does Caracal actually want to go for something like Ruby potentially, something that kind of fits that fighter role on top of that EXP lane role at the same time, just to kind of have that flex?
That is the question, isn't it? I do think Ruby would be a pretty good response. Overall, when it comes down to these crowd control type heroes, these two names will always stand out. The Cho and the Ruby. If you don't have them on the same side, you typically want to try and have them on opposite sides to be able to counteract in terms of crowd control. However, there are certainly many other ways to be able to deal with it, such as having enough tanky heroes that having the Way of the Dragon cast on one of them does not really matter.
Yeah, and looks like Team Caracal is going to be banning out the Clint as well, picking the Clint as well as the Hayabusa for themselves. Hayabusa, it's going to be a great tank to have, but the Way of the Dragon is just really powerful too, and like we saw in the previous game, that when Neo was able to catch out either the big two, either the Brody or the Hayabusa, Mal or Zayed at that point of time, they basically get a free kill. It's important to know when he has his ultimate up.
Yep, and that is what makes this first two picks from Team Caracal very interesting. I feel like this is a very risky way to draft right now. Picking up the Hayabusa at this point is understandable since the Ling and Lancelot are already banned, but I'm surprised they go for the Clint here. I would have thought that Popol and Koopa would be safer if they really wanted to lock down their gold lane at this point in time.
To be fair, I do think that is Red Esports going to do it again? Are they going to force out the Johnson at the very end here? We're not sure, but the draft is looking rather similar. The only difference is going to be Cho. He could be thrown inside the EXP lane if they really wanted to.
Yep. In the meantime, Team Caracal are going to be able to lock in the Khalid. This was banned by Red Esports in the second phase in game number 1, which means that now Kai will be able to play it very comfortably, and this is a pretty solid matchup against the Esmeralda lane as well.
Oh, interesting, interesting. I mean, this is good to see because he does, as you mentioned, does have an advantage against Esmeralda in lane, but doesn't really scale too well towards the later stages. But now we move into the second ban phase here. Caracal will be getting rid of Brody, very understandable. I wouldn't be too surprised if they decide to get rid of something as efficient as Beatrix, for an example, just to minimize how effective Beatrix can be once she's out of lane. lane.
I'm wondering if they're still going to ban out Mal's 1-1. Personally, I would prefer banning out something like a Popol and Koopa, but knowing that 1-1 is a pocket pick might lead Caracal to go for that instead, because after all, they want to make sure that the gold lane can win without any issues, because if Mal gets fed, that is a player you never want to be in that situation if you're playing against him.
Popple and Koopa are the
Popo
best
and Koopa,
team
like
in
they
the
heard
world.
you in their dreams or something. Ban out the Popo and Koopa. They don't want to deal with it, which just leaves 2 marksmen left. Oh wait, Clint's already getting taken down, which leaves Beatrix up for grabs. They could go for Claude or 1-1 if they really, really wanted to. Unfortunately, Melissa is not going to be played this week or the week after. We're going to have to wait a little bit of time before Melissa comes into play, because I really do want to see how she impacts the meta. Now, I'm curious to see whether either one of these teams actually, and especially for Red, do they want to pick up Yin Jungle at some point?
Your team
Oh,
is
the
next.
Yin Jungle, that is true. We haven't gotten a chance to see the hero here yet, but it is now available for teams to pick up if they decide to go for it. That would be very interesting to see, but since a lot of the junglers in MPL right now prefer playing assassins, I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing Yin just yet.
Yeah. Oh, yikes. Doesn't look like Yin is going to be played for Red. Even for Caracal, I'm looking at what their lineup is. Too many of them have ways of getting out or buying time once Yin does get close enough to use his ultimate. And it's not going to be easy, especially with this raw sustain through from most of them. Like, even with the Sandstorm Guard coming in from Khalid alone being just a major problem for people like Yin, I think Red Esports is more likely to pick up something like a... I want to say Roger at this point in time. Decently squishy heroes on the side of Team Caracal, plenty enough to get them low. The fact that Red Esports has plenty of sustained damage, and more importantly, being able to blow them up, yep, with Beatrix as well, makes sense. Oh, Paquito instead of Roger.
An interesting choice. I do like that Red Esports are leaning away from the marksman, because considering the amount of damage in CC Caracal have, a marksman would be way too squishy, but I'm not sure if Paquito jungle is still going to be the answer to that, especially since we've seen Zayed playing on jungle. Paquito is not quite as good as his performance on heroes like Ling.
Well, let's see. Caracal with their final pick is going to be Kagura, and now we have both lineups here. Which are you liking more? I know some of your thoughts. I know some of your thoughts about Red Esports with the Paquito pick. But does Kagura change anything for you?
I think Kagura is a solid hero here. The main difference between these two teams is that Red Esports has slightly more bulk in Esmeralda and Cho as compared to Khalid and Ruby, but it is not by too much. So in terms of consistent damage, I do actually like Team Caracal's draft a little bit more.
Team Caracal's draft over Reds. All right, that's a fair yander here. Ooh, I'm a little 50-50 on either side. I think both sides have some really good matchups here and there when it comes down to like who has the pressure. I think it's really going to boil down to which support is able to create that space in the mid lane so they can start these early rotations.
Yep, well, as we prepare to enter the land of Dawn, let's have a look at the hero lineups one more time. Red Esports, a solid draft, good bulk, good burst, good pickoff, and they're relying on the Beatrix for consistent damage. But on the opposite side, they have even more consistent scaling damage and a good amount of CC and lifesteal. Will it be enough? Game number 2, Team Caracal currently sitting at a 1-0 score. Can Red Esports even it up?
Well, let's see how even it's going to get with Kai already standing in front of Mom, making sure, hey, I don't need to be in lane, I just need to show presence, as Mom instantly, and he know that he loves doing this, invading the jungle early.
Yeah, both these teams prioritizing the choke because they know that he can be very aggressive to deal a bit of damage over to the enemy jungler. For that reason, we can see that Neo is playing defensively this time on the Ruby because he knows he needs to counteract it instead of going straight to try and disrupt Zayed's farm.
Speaking of disruption, Neo is right in the middle of this. Mom goes straight for, but Zayed's going to be the one who takes away the Little Wanderer, sacrificing Mom's life in the middle. When it comes down to positioning, luckily Kai had first rotation down on bottom side to help with that kill.
I'm actually impressed at how quickly the Khalid rotated over, and he's actually not going to miss any of the EXP from the creep wave as well. Very good wave management down there in the EXP lane.
It's the beauty of Khalid. He clears fast, he's early domination, and most importantly, his passive allows him to roam pretty quickly.
Yep, and that is what allowed them to get that first blood over on Mom. This isn't too big of a blow here, only about 400 gold difference in favor of Team Caracal now, but Mom needs to start making more things happen. He cannot allow Team Caracal to start snowballing.
Oh, speaking of which, oh no, Caracal is going to get the snowball, and Mom does not have a chance, and Mom is just a little too late to get in and defend his gold laner. Even Neo was in position way earlier to keep an eye on where Mom is going to be exactly, so that's going to be another kill going over to Team Caracal, and the snowball has begun as Kai is going to go into a 2v1 situation, one which he is going to hold out for as long as possible. I think he actually wins this. He walks away. He can actually turn to kill if he wanted to with the execute, but he doesn't want to trade 1-for-1. He is not going to give up the EXP. Here comes Mom to get on top of Neo so far. He doesn't have enough to kill. The concussive blast doesn't even connect, but that just means that Turtle is going to fall into the hands of Red Esports.
Yep, unfortunately, Linkeza getting caught out in the mid lane means that Zaid will have no problem securing this, and there's not too much that Team Caracal can do. The fact that Kai was able to survive a 1v2 is very good, but if Linkeza had survived their attempt in the mid lane as well, that would have translated into a huge lead for Team Caracal, so it's good that Red Esports was able to put a stop to that.
Yeah, but now you can see all the members are hitting up that level 4. Even Neo, unfortunately, hasn't hit his level 4 yet. You can see how powerful Turtle is, giving that extra bit of EXP to everybody on the side of Red Esports, allowing Mom to kind of catch up and stay ahead of the curve.
Yep, you can see both Mom and Neo dancing around each other right now. Both these players are actually quite similar in the way that they play in the roaming position, so we can see that their rotations are overall pretty close as well. But Ash looking to set up an ambush here. I wonder if he'll go on Neo.
No, Mom doesn't have... I don't think Mom really wants to waste 2 ultimates just to try and one-shot Neo at this point in the game, especially since there's nothing they can really capitalize on. Oh, no! But they do end up finding Kai, who aggressively rotates on over to the mid lane. However, we're seeing another kill up on the top side of the map. Mal ends up dying too.
This is very uncharacteristic of Mal here, but no one can really blame him considering he's constantly getting ganked by 3 members of Team Caracal. Add that to the fact that Clint does have a slight edge on Beatrix. It's a really rough time for him to be able to get his farm.
Speaking of which, oh no, Zaid is trying to get on out of there. Kai does miss the initial engage, but it's not going to be enough. RNQT is going to be in the middle of everybody. They find the kill and going to back away as both Mom as well as Ash will not get there in time, but Mom finds the initial pick onto Linkeza. I don't think Linkeza thought it was going to connect like that.
That was a beautiful setup there and lots of trust from Ash. He actually already set up the combo before the Way of the Dragon even came out. He knew that was what Mom was attempting. That is communication right there, folks. Setting up and basically not allowing him any chance to be able to escape.
That was sick. That was really, really sick there. I guess Mom was saying, I guarantee he can hit him with his third hit of G-Kundo. Having to expand the flicker as well really caught Linkeza off guard.
Yep, and now they're gonna go over and start taking the Turtle. Neo in position, aim as well, but not enough. The Turtle will go over to Red Esports, but the I'm Offended going to catch the Cho as he gets bursted down. Rough Wave has to be used by Ash to allow him to escape. Zayed jumping in, not quite able to finish off aim. He's trying to get out with the knockout strike, but there's just too many enemies here, and he will get taken out.
Oh, this is so sad for Red Esports. So many of the members from Team Caracal are so low, but they can't capitalize on this. And if they break that mid lane, that's going to be so bad. Neo, so low! Mal doesn't get the initial kill. He doesn't have the right weapons for it. Renner is going to be more than enough, but they do find Kai instead. They lose the mid lane, but they do manage to pick up Kai.
That was a slight overextension by Kai there. I think he was too confident in his ability to be able to survive any damage done, but ended up getting kicked back into the rest of Red Esports. The fact that Neo was able to survive that, though, is ridiculous. The number of times that Team Caracal have escaped from Red in this series with that kind of HP, it must be infuriating for Red.
Yeah, it is. And now here comes RenQT once again. He sees 3 members of the side of Caracal and decides to back away. Doesn't want to get too deep into the enemy lines. But most importantly, Mal, he needs to get babysit by Mom at this point in time.
Three-man gank by Team Caracal down here. It's gonna be a little bit difficult though, considering that these two heroes from Red are fairly durable. In the meantime though, an attempt onto Mal. Shadow kill, not enough. Mom comes in to be able to provide a bit of backup. But an interesting choice by Mal, deciding not to escape. I guess he figured that he wouldn't be able to run and tried to do enough damage on Kai.
Really deadly stuff here, but you can see all four members of Red want to pick up both Kai and Linkeza, and Kai knows that it's his time to die. He gives himself up to make sure. Oh no! He wanted to get Linkeza out of there, but Ash still catches him off with the Petrify, and as well as a full combination. Oh no, that's going to be 2-0 in favor of Red Esports.
A very good distribution of resources by Red there, leaving just enough people and trusting that Ash would be able to pick off Linkeza by himself. Gives off 2 free kills over the Red, and once again sets up just in time for them to take the turtle. Although Team Caracal have been coming out on top in terms of fighting, Red Esports has been keeping good control over the objectives.
Mal gonna fall down once again as Neo and Loliels have made his life a walking nightmare. Mal 1 and 4. This has been a really rough performance on his part, and even Mom this time is forced to move backwards. Zayed, he wants to go back for his orange buff at this point in time, but Team Caracal, they know what's going on, but they themselves are just gonna back away from this fight.
So far from what I've seen, Team Caracal's rotations are very effective. Their communications are on point. They know exactly where they want to move and are moving just enough around it. In the meantime, Red Esports, though, going to be able to get a nice rough waves onto Neo, but he should be able to escape.
Yep, really not sweating at all. Ash, again, he's just limit testing to see how much he can actually do in terms of damage. Aim getting chunked out here by Mom as well as Rank QT. He's got to be careful. But so far, Rank QT has been farming really hard this entire time. I think he's going to come to a point where he might actually be able to sustain through all the damage that Team Caracal has to offer.
Well, hopefully that is going to be the case, because that is the win condition for Red Esports right now. To have enough of a front line to tank the DPS coming out from Team Caracal to allow Zayed and Mal to have their way during team fights. It's going to be quite difficult though, as Team Caracal already starting to rotate again.
Once again, yep, as you mentioned before, Caracal are rotating really. Oh, Neo! He finds a huge catch onto 2 members, and now Red QT is going to be the next to fall here. The Linkeza Zayed is so low. Bennett's the Beer's Passion comes on out in chunks. 2 of their members down to 50% HP, but that's going to be 2 Ash and Red QT getting picked off just like that. Great engagement coming in from Neo.
That's a dirty combo right there. The 2-man I'm offended right into the Raging Sandstorm, just setting up for the rest of Team Caracal. Not much Red is going to be able to do about that. And now finally, Team Caracal are in a good spot to be able to take an objective, the very first Lord of the game.
Yep, that's going to be Lord falling into the hands of Team Caracal for now, as once again Mom, with the help of his jungler, Zayed, going to be clearing up the mid lane here. Mal can only do so much about this. He's fallen quite far behind it when it comes to gold. He's not getting the item power spikes that you usually would typically get for a gold laner at this stage of the game, but this is as much as he can do. He's getting hard targeted by Team Caracal, and if we look at the gold lane, Team Caracal aren't that far ahead.
Yeah, all things considered, Red Esports has been doing a good job of keeping up, but constantly losing these fights and getting picked off by the superior firepower of Team Caracal is really going to build up, especially now that the Lord is pushing down the bottom lane.
Speaking of which, Lord pushing down, and you can see that Team Caracal is going to be able to have the waves kind of collide. Oh, Neo looking for another engage. He finds Mal once again, but now instant punish coming in from Red Esports is looking to get some kind of clap back against Team Caracal, but Aim still manages to get out, forcing out 2 flickers from the side of Team Caracal.
This is not the usual performance you'd expect out of Mal. He's so out of his element here. Team Caracal have focused down on getting rid of this player on the enemy team, and now they're diving into the backline. Neo, unfortunately, doesn't land the I am offended. Kai jumps in a little bit of trouble, but he is still fine. He's so durable and just continuously healing up with the quicksand guard. They take the inhibitor tower for nothing.
Yep. Red Esports. Oh, Mom, he finds it again, and this time it's going to be on Neo. He seems to have a vendetta against him. He can't be the only one who's getting picks here, so Mom makes his own statement. Neo going to be back up in about 20 more seconds or so. 11 minutes into this game with the next Lord coming up in 75. Red has to clear their waves. They need to figure out a way to get back into a situation where they can actually claim more lives from Team Caracal.
I think at this point, Red Esports does need to bite the bullet a little bit and admit that they will be losing team fights and just dedicate their resources to split pushing. They know that Team Caracal wants to take big team fights, so as long as they stick together, they should be able to get more farm by playing on the opposite sides of the map.
Yup, and now they're going to be taking their time as they're walking across the river here. Neo sees two, he finds Mom, he's going to get kicked back, but here comes the Sandstorm. And as he goes backwards, Kai gets absolutely chunked out by the rough waves, and Mal has done more than enough damage, but Linkesa finds a kill of his own. 2 for 2, Lolios has to get out of there. He's a little weak against Paquito, he cannot take any more damage.
A 2 for 2 trade for both teams. Unfortunately, Kai kind of underestimated the amount of damage coming out of the rough waves, tried to jump in to save Neo, but ended up losing his life in return. Otherwise, that would have definitely been a win for his team.
Yep, and Red Esports 9-13 so far with Team Caracal with a 2K goal lead, but that could easily change here. If Red Esports plays their cards right and takes away this next Luminous Lord, it's going to be tough. It means that they're going to even out the score against Team Caracal and push this in towards the ultra late game.
Well, I guess we'll find out. The Lord already starting to get taken. Neo gonna take some damage from the sniping out of Maul, but Mom gonna jump in into all 5 members. Didn't see exactly what hit him. A mega kill going over to Team Caracal.
They're going to be taking Lord now. That's going to be huge as Team Caracal don't have to worry about Red Esports' biggest threat here for the next 18 seconds, and that's going to be Lord falling into the hands of Team Caracal.
That was really nice ambushing from Caracal there. Mom going for the face checks, which is what you would expect him to do. You would think that up against like even 3 members of Team Caracal, he has a pretty good chance of making it out, but he definitely did not expect all 5 of them to be waiting in the bush for someone to come in. Without their roamer, Red Esports aren't going to make any attempt towards their Lord.
I mean, that's the keys to victory that we were talking about earlier. Team Caracal are very wary of Mom's engages. Oh no, Neo, he finds all 3 but gets 2, pulls in for a big combo, but no, the Yin Yang overturn as well as a Sandstorm didn't necessarily hit. That's a little unfortunate.
Yep, the Red Esports were able to escape just in time. Otherwise, that would have been disastrous. That would have actually just ended the game for them if they weren't able to get out of that situation. So they've managed to keep themselves alive for now, but with Team Caracal pushing down all 3 lanes, they've got quite a bit of a defense to mount.
We go. Bennett's Rage going to be clearing up this wave. High ground defense for Red Esports is just a lot better for them compared to Team Caracal for now, and it's going to be a tough battle without the help of Lord. 100 more seconds until the next Lord is back up. It's going to be a slow roll here, but Red Esports, the important thing is that they survive.
Yep, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're still behind in terms of net worth, but now they want to take the action towards the enemy team, using the conceal to start an engagement, but the enemy team doing the exact same thing as they now jump in. Raging Sandstorm not quite able to hit, but the fight has begun. Rough Waves is going to be used to allow them to take out Neo from the fight straight away. A shutdown onto Lolios as well as the Yogi Shadow kill isn't enough. Killing spree going over to Ash. They pick off 3 members of Caracal straight away.
Patiently enough, Red Esports are now back in this game, reducing that gold lead, and now we'll start taking some important structures from Team Caracal. They're going to start off with the mid lane for now, but it's not going to be enough as Team Caracal have to wait the full 20 seconds until they're back up. Mid tier 2 is next to fall, and even AIM himself has to give up this mid inhibitor. Bottom side is wide open, but I don't think Red Esports can look to end this game, not with only 1 siege minion.
Yeah, but that was a huge turnaround by Red Esports from a situation where they looked like they would lose the game after any pickoff. They've turned things around and removed 1 inhibitor from Team Caracal's base, which is just goes to show anything can happen. And now the net worth lead is in their favor.
Oh boy, oh boy. Team Caracal. That should have been the end for Red Esports, but unfortunately Red Esports clapped back real well here. If you look at the items so far, we're seeing that Kai, he doesn't have any defensive mechanisms against these one-shots that he's been receiving from Ash, who's decided to go straight for the Holy Glaive, making sure that nobody can withstand this raw damage, and he wants to be able to punish people like Neo now.
Yep, the scaling from Red Esports is really starting to kick in, and heroes such as the Khalid are starting to become less and less effective as the game goes on. He's not nearly as durable as he was 3 minutes ago.
Where is Red Esports going this time? But Caracal actually looking for Zion to take him out in his own jungle. What is he doing there? Kai, he ends up getting kicked back into the middle of the team, but Neo tries to save him, can't do much about that. They end up losing aim at the same time. This is huge for Red Esports. They might be able to get this, and now they can look to end this game on Team Caracal by looking straight for the Lord.
And that's exactly what they're doing. Red Esports, against all the odds, despite the fact that Zion got picked off first, is able to make use of their late game damage. Right now, Ren Cutie is an absolute threat on this Esmeralda because there's just no way you can kill him without investing enough resources, and that is the chance that Red Esports are looking for. They do still have to defend their base though. They're taking some damage there.
Oh, they don't have a choice. They always have to keep clearing this bottom side, and that's why you can't afford to let your inhibitors fall. But this could be it for Red Esports. They could even out the score 1-1 against Team Caracal if they successfully get this push off. Team Caracal, their combos have been good, but unfortunately, I think they are falling behind at this point, as Mao now able to play the game, having the items, and Ren QT pretty much invincible when it comes down. Nobody can really burst him down effectively.
Yeah, this is going to be a big fight here. Mom looking for a pickup, gets the way of the dragon. Actually does not, but Kai gets bursted down straight away, and they get the mega kill right onto the Kagura. Aim gets taken now. Neo still trying to delay for as long as possible, and they're able to pick off Ren Cutie as Linkeza jumps in, gets the shutdown onto the Kadita, but he himself is picked off by the beat.
Oh!
He gets shut down by Lolios. Neo is still fine. He's able to come up with the immortality, but Team Caracal are able to defend and take out 3 members of Red Esports.
What a fight that was! Oh my goodness! Ren Cutie tried his absolute best, but Linkeza managed to get the most important kill onto the best target possible. The moment Maul fell, the rest of Team Caracal starts knocking back Linkeza, quickly going for the Sky Guardian's helmet to heal back up to full. They're trying to end this while they still can. Ash is coming back up in about 7 seconds or so, but this could be it. They're trying to hold on forward as Zion as well as Mom looking to clear that wave here as Kai pushes forward. They see Ren QT and they're calling it quits. No more. Can they push? And you can see Aim himself as well. Going to be clearing up that lane. Mom, he wants to go for the engage. This might be dangerous. They need Aim now more than ever. Kai on the run. Zion as well. They're going to call it quits here halfway across the map. It's anybody's game, and even Linkeza continuing to put pressure. There's nothing more that they can do. Both teams go back to neutral zones.
My goodness, what we are witnessing right now is perhaps one of the most intense back and forths we'd had the opportunity to witness in MPL so far. Literally a single one fight is going to tilt the game in either team's favor right now. For a moment, it looked pretty dicey for Team Caracal because if they overextended just a little bit, Red Esports would have turned that fight around, but they were able to escape, and now it is truly anybody's game.
Oh boy, Kai, he is feeling himself being weaker and weaker with each passing minute here. Both teams at full build at this point in time, so Kai really needs to be able to protect himself from that damage, and unfortunately so, he's been getting one-shot pretty often by Ash.
Unfortunately, we're at the point in the game where Kai basically doesn't do anything other than soak a little bit of damage from his team. His damage now is inconsequential, and the only thing he can really contribute if he lands a really good Raging Sandstorm. So what I think Kai needs to do now is to extend his presence. He knows he's not going to be able to do too much in fights, so go for the split pushes and allow the rest of his team to try and distract Red.
Oh, wait, conceal play here. Neo is already revealed straight away, and Red just instantly backs off. but look at Mom. He's in a really awkward spot. He knows that he can get into the flank, but the question is whether or not Team Caracal is going to check that brush. Knowing that it's 2 inhibitors down for the side of Red Esports compared to Team Caracal's 1, as long as they maintain control over mid lane, they still have 1 up on Red Esports.
Neo almost gets caught there, but is able to stun Mom before the Way of the Dragon is able to connect. They retreat to their purple buff, but now Red Esports can start taking the Lord. They know that the Khalid and Hayabusa are up in top lane, but now that Esmeralda has been forced to respawn, they're rotating over to try and take a fight.
Here we go. Fights edging ever so slowly here. They're just dancing around this Lord here. Nobody really wants to go further than this. And even Zide playing on towards the south side of the map, waiting for an opportunity to get in and waiting for Team Caracal, most importantly, to get out of position to get on top of Loliel's or aim at the very least. Those are his main priority targets. But notice where Link Eza is going. He's going straight for the bottom side of the map. He does see Ren QT matching up, and even Kai is going to reveal himself very early on. Raging Sandstorm connects, but it's going to be a quick Purify to walk on out of there. Red Esports straight away respond by getting on top of the Lord.
Mom looking for a pickoff, isn't quite able to land the Way of the Dragon. Once again, Neo dancing around the show. Both of these teams are teetering on a knife's edge. They want to engage, but it has to be perfect. Neo looking for the arm offender, flickers forward, but forces Maul to use the flicker in return. Mom gets the Way of the Dragon.
No!
But guess what? Maul gets jumped on. He does have the Wind of Nature, but it's not enough to protect him. Maul has been taken out. Kai in the background looking for it, but he's the one that gets caught. He gets his immortality pop. Rough waves. Climbing onto the Lakai as Legeza gets caught out. He goes back at the wrong time. Neo now in trouble. They're looking for Aim. Aim jumps in. Doesn't have the yin yang overturn. Neo still delaying them. Zayed in the backline. Ren QT jumps in. Falling Star Moon doesn't quite connect. Aim is still in trouble. Neo gonna get picked off. He still has immortality. Lolia's an Aim.
Yang overturn.
Right back up as they catch him. Aim gonna get picked off. The Kagura going to get eliminated, but they're still not in a state that they can push and end the game.
Oh my goodness, the number of immortalities broke in that interaction alone. I think everybody has lost their immortalities at this point in time, and even Ash recently purchasing one for himself. He manages to survive a lot longer than you would have expected here, but Red finally in position to actually take the Lord. It's going to be 10 more seconds until Kai is going to be back up, and it takes another 8 more seconds for him to actually reach anywhere near the Lord side. But Loliel's with the Berserker's Fury. Hopefully he has enough damage to actually threaten this. Oh no, he hops on over, trapping recoil to get on out of there. But I think at this point, they just have to give this up. Neo gonna go with a conceal. They could stop the recalls, but at this point, the fight is over, and they have to wait for a full team fight next time.
Yep, Team Caracal aren't going to take the risk of going in to get a pickoff at this point. They need to ensure all of their members are alive to be able to defend against the next push from Red Esports, which is going to be supported by the Luminous Lord. We can expect that they're going to start shoving in every single lane to ensure that this is the push that ends the game in their favor.
Well, Linkeza is going to be cleaning up the lane. His mom is looking for opportunities, but he's not going to fall for that same mistake. The majority of the team is here, but you can tell the pressure coming in from Mom. He shows himself up, and the rest of the Caracal is going to have to respect it. They don't want to start a fight too early on, and more importantly, they don't know where the rest of the members of Red Esports is.
There is a lot of anxiety going in the air right now. How is this going to go? The Lord is now pushing in. Neo gonna be able to delay them. Top inhibitor gonna get taken out. Mom gets the Way of the Dragon, but Neo flickers backwards. Aim instantly taken out. Raging Sandstorm gonna land on 2 people. Gravity gets picked off by himself. The Jikundo gonna land, sets up the kill at the Linkeza. He gets a kill in return, but he's already down. Double kill going over. Loli is gonna get picked off. Immortality still alive, but not for long, as the Lord now pushes straight in. They get the team wipe. They get the victory. Red Esports evens it up 1-1.
They pull it back one more time. What a game that was. Well done to Red Esports for turning that around. Mal finally able to play that game, and most importantly, Ash making the play for the team. Catches 3 with a breath of the ocean, and that's all he needed to make sure his team stands on top. Well done to Red Esports. GG, well played.
That is an insane turnaround for a comeback victory against Team Caracal, who unfortunately were not able to end the game soon enough to to prevent the scaling to be achieved by the members of Red Esports. And once those items were in their pockets, all it took was to ensure that they could pick off key members and wait for Team Caracal to get impatient.
Yeah, I mean, even when they are impatient, it's just what could you really do when some of their key members went down? Like, they needed some extra time, but AIM decides to make a very ballsy play, throwing in the yin-yang overturn, goes straight in, but instantly Ash puts the Breath of the Ocean on top of himself to get that knock-up. Well done to Red Esports.
It's just incredible the kind of things these players can come up with in the heat of battle, and just goes to show the difference between these professional players up on stage and typical scrubs like us here on the desk. But really, what an incredible game to witness. Really well played to both sides until the very end. I think all of us were on the edge of our seats, and no one could have known exactly how this game would turn out.
Yeah, I think it was way too difficult, but let's look at the item build and we can have a better idea of how these teams were switching things up to make sure that they had enough to deal the damage. Dish it out. Ash, traditional mage build, of course, still an effective way of getting themselves across. No lightning truncheon though, but more than enough magic penetration to make the difference.
Yeah, looking at the items overall on both sides, this was a 24-minute game. So basically everyone was already maxed out on their items. And in the end, it came down to Red Esports having a little bit better scaling overall, because towards the end of the game, RenQt could tank a lot of damage for his team, whereas on the opposite side, Neo and Kai would just get bursted down by Ash straight away.
Yeah, they're not the tankiest. I mean, Neo was doing his very, very best, but I think he needed an Oracle at some point of time, or maybe at least having a Haas's Claw to ensure his durability and heal up. But at this point, why do you even need those items? So many people have anti-healing with their Dominance Ices coming in from both RenQt as well as Mom, and it's just difficult. Mal had a good game. It just took him a while to get to this point.
Yeah, Team Caracal did a very good job by targeting Maul in the early game. They knew that they would be able to put themselves in a very good position if they could just prevent the Beatrix from coming online. And for most of the early game, Maul was just having the worst time of his life. But once the rest of his team was able to start coming online, start providing a bit more frontline for the Beatrix, Maul could actually play the game again. And once he could, well, the rest is that.
Yeah, well done. Well done for either side. Close game for Team Caracal, but let's look at our MVP of this game. It's going to go over to Red Esports as Ash on his Kadita with his 8-3 and 10 match KDA and a 75 KP.
Yeah, I certainly can't argue with this. I think Ash made some incredible pickoffs in that game. Once he really started scaling up with his damage, once he got maxed out on his items, even the tankier members of Team Caracal would not be able to handle the one-hit KO. And once he was able to secure these kills on more important core members of their lineup, Red Esports had the space they needed to really start steamrolling over them.
Yeah, it's so well played. Like, with the Ash on this Kadita just feels really reliable when it comes down to dishing out the damage and almost confirms surviving it with the rough waves. It just buys that extra bit of time. The added bit of passive healing that you get from Kadita's passive just makes it so valuable. And you can see the huge difference between something like Kadita and as well as something like the Kagura. Kagura's great. Yes, she's got the consistent damage, but being able to buy that time and be that extra durable, that's where Kadita really shines.
Yep, and I think this again kind of backs up my argument of the Johnson being a bit more of a limiter towards Ash on this Kadita, but we can relive the intense moments of game number 2 in these highlights here brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Yep, looking at the highlights, you can tell. Honestly, Zaid, he was doing a pretty good job. His main objectives were to take down the squishier targets like AIM, like Loliels whenever they came through. Kai, obviously, is definitely a key target as well, but he didn't have to worry too much about it as the rest of his team made sure that he goes down pretty quickly and only has to waste like a jab or maybe even one KO strike at best.
Team Caracal definitely got a little overconfident towards the later stages of the game. They were still jumping in, they were still taking fights the exact same way that they were doing earlier on, because after all, it worked for them before, why wouldn't it work now? But factors have changed and Red Esports have become a lot stronger, more durable, more damage, and that is what allowed them to turn things around. Once that scaling came into play, some of the members of Team Caracal just couldn't quite match up.
Yeah, and I mean, in the last moments, that's when you get to see it, right? The ult coming in from Link Eza was great. He manages to kill Ashe perfectly here, especially when he has the immortality, but Mal manages to survive a lot longer than what Team Caracal would have expected. Like, look at the amount of resources they have to waste and expand just to take out Mal, and then they have to somehow buy enough time to get their ult back to re-engage in the fights. It's just a little too much, and Red Esports, consistently with more effective abilities, are able to utilize it better.
Red Esports as a team has been traditionally known to be very, very effective at taking these late game 5v5 team fights. So once the game drags on long enough for them to reach that point, they are the masters of the battlefield. They know exactly how they want to control fights, how they want to play the front to back, who they need to pick off first. And I think that was the ticket to Red Esports' victory.
Woo! Ticket indeed. Now the score is 1-1. And I'm surprised. I'm really, really surprised that this is going to be the outcome of the game, especially since Red Esports didn't really look like they have that much control. But well done to them regardless. That just means we got one more game for this best of 3 series. It's going to be Red Esports up against Caracal. In a little bit, they're going to go back, rest, re-strategize, rethink their strategies before coming back one more time. In the meantime, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's more MLBB action.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl. Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Mission completed! Valkyrie power reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down. Forge a lock-on! Nice job, girl.
Legendary!
A sweet adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, I mean, Bex, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. Finding more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
I'm a rock star.
Red Esports up against Team Caracal. Nobody's backing down here with the score being 1-1. Each team is looking to claim that win. Welcome back to the MPL MY Season 9. Once again with me, getting Kieran as well as Sadafa here at the caster's desk of the English broadcast. We'd like to shout out to our sponsors for making all of this happen here with the 6th stage behind us. You know it, you're loving the official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and not to mention our co-organizer ESI for making it all happen.
Yep, we are glad that you are back to join us for what might be one of the most intense games we will yet to see on the MPL stage. As Gideon mentioned, 1-1. Red Esports versus Team Caracal. Neither side intending to back down from this fight.
Yep, and I want to see how this is going to change things up because Team Caracal and as well as Red Esports have dragged this on towards the later stages of the game. Team Caracal taking it very early on, but they've dragged long enough. Red Esports, they know what they're doing to the ultra stages of the game.
Yep, and once we hit those late stages, we can certainly see that there's gonna be a lot of damage flying around. Looking at this previous match recap, I think we just have to highlight the fact that we have a 6-digit damage total here on the field, and that came from Maul on the Beatrix.
That's ridiculous. He was able to get 1,000, oh my god. 105,000 damage in comparison to Lolios, who only got 85, who's only lacking literally 30,000 damage at this point in time. Sorry, 25,000 damage. Oh my god. That's a lot.
Yep.
That's a lot of damage.
And you have to consider the fact that during the early game, Maul was getting bullied out of lane, constantly getting picked off first in fights. So the fact that he was still able to do 100,000 damage in this game, imagine if he was having a good time.
Yeah, I think the mid game would have gone a little bit better. Yeah, with 20,000 damage difference, I guess it kind of makes sense. But not to mention even Ash's damage numbers. He was one-shotting the right targets, despite the fact that AIM only has 69,000 in comparison to Ash with only 65. Zayed, on the other hand, does really compare in terms of damage, but Link Aza, as you can tell, he doesn't have strong AoE, and if Zai catches more than one person, that just multiplies his numbers.
Yeah, once you get to that late game, Hayabusa becomes a lot less effective as a hero because while yes, he still has pretty consistent damage when his ult is up, when it's not available, he doesn't really have much to contribute to the fights. Plus, you do have to count on the RNG factor a little bit to actually be able to land that damage on someone that matters instead of letting the more durable members just soak it all up.
Well, I mean, speaking of durable members, let's talk about Mamen as well as Neo. I think both of them have been playing extremely consistently in Game 1 and as well as Game number 2. Game number 3, let's see whether their stamina and consistency is going to persist.
Yeah, it's gonna be very curious to see what both these teams come up with now that we have reached this point. And since now we are at game number 3, I think it's a good time to highlight exactly how similar these two teams really are. When you consider the sort of matchups in every single lane, I feel like the players are actually a lot more similar than many people might think. There's first the Mom-Neo comparison that we've already seen, two very aggressive early game tank style roamers. Then you have Maul and Lolios, two very flashy late game carries, and the list goes on. I feel like all of the players from both sides are actually mirror images of one another in terms of their gameplay style.
I mean, I suppose to a certain degree as well, but eventually somebody's gonna have to win out this game, and I feel like Red, the fact is they are really good, and especially when it comes down to having heroes that help with that high ground defense, that just adds on. As we mentioned before in the keys to victory, I think Team Caracal has got to get rid of Beatrix for the side of Red Esports. It just helps them defend for way too long.
And that is definitely the case. So we'll see whether or not the teams decide to take this into account now that we enter the final draft of our first series of the day. Team Caracal will be returning to the blue side, Red Esports on the red side.
Oh, one more time. Let's get this over with both of these teams. Only one of them is going to be able to stand on top and earn themselves 2 points for this series. Link as well as Kadena getting banned out for the side of Team Caracal, and Red Esports already banning out the Lancelot.
Yeah, now that we've seen these bans, I feel like Red Esports has been put in a bit of a tight spot. They actually have to ban the Valentina and the Fanny, which will not allow them to lock in other pocket picks from the side of Caracal. This is again the advantage of having the blue side draft.
Blue side seems to be the good side at this point in time, and Caracal gonna get one more ban here. I think they're also gonna ban out the Selena, considering what their previous... I mean, Selena has been banned consistently in the past Game 1 and Game 2, so wouldn't be too surprised to see it get banned out in Game 3. Now, Valentina, is Red Esports gonna let it through? I doubt it, but you never really know.
You might consider that letting the Valentina through now that we're in game number 3 is a bit too risky, but I feel like Red Esports are in a position where you do have to take some slight risk. Could they let the Valentina through and pick up something else for themselves, considering both teams seem to be heavily prioritizing the Cho as well?
Well, let's find out. I mean, Cho has been really, really good, and I think at this point in time, they might be whipping out the Edith at some point for Ren QT here. So let's keep an eye out for that in game number 3, because as we know, a lot of teams, and especially with players who have momentum, once they feel like they're backed up in a corner, that's when they really start to consider, hey, we need to start going back to our comfort picks, we need to start bringing out things that we're used to. Matilda gets banned out, and straight away Valentina gets picked up by Caracal. No hesitation.
Oh, Red Esports, they're taking the risk. I mentioned this earlier, that they might let it through to do something different, but this is going to be very risky. There is a reason why Valentina as a hero so far has a near 100% ban rate. This is going to limit the options for Red Esports now. Even if they do decide to lock in the Cho at this point, it can be quite risky because any strong ultimate can be stolen by the enemy team.
Absolutely. Starting things off with getting Popo as well as Koopa as well as Cho. Very good ultimate coming in from Cho, which can be stolen. Let's keep in mind that every pick coming in from Red Esports, their ultimate is going to be in a huge variable that can work against their team. Popo and Koopa, not so much at the very least. So that's one ultimate that we have to negate here.
Yep, but that means that Caracal will have access to the Way of the Dragon, and that's very scary. Though we do have to note, part of the reason why Red Esports might be comfortable with doing this is that since AIM will most likely be playing on the Valentina, perhaps they're hoping that his skills in using these abilities from non-mage heroes might not be as effective.
Getting the Esmeralda lock-in coming in from the side of Team Caracal, which does tell me that Red Esports might want to go with the Edith pick this time round. At the very least, Edith does wave clear relatively fast. Glue, also a pretty good pick for Red Esports as well. It's really up to them.
Yeah, but the question is, what are they going to do now? The Hayabusa is still open for Red Esports, but I wonder if they'll go for it. If not, they could still rely back on the Paquito jungle. Zayed actually didn't do too bad of a job there in the last game. But we'll see what Red Esports decides they want to do, especially since, again, you do still have to consider, is the ultimate too dangerous to be stolen?
Your team is banning.
Kagura gonna get picked up here for the side of Red Esports. Another very, very strong ult, but cannot be utilized by Valentina as she has no way to send out an umbrella.
Yep, so I think that's a pretty safe pick coming out from Red Esports here. And now that we're going into the second phase of bans, interestingly enough, they are banning out the Hayabusa. This leads me to believe that Red Esports does want to play the jungle Paquito again. Will this be a problem for Team Caracal? Is this enough of an issue that they would decide to go for a ban on the Paquito? I don't really think so.
I think at this point in time, Caracal should honestly just ban out... they ban out the Edith. Okay, sure. I think that's all right, but I was thinking more along the lines of getting rid of the traditional junglers, like arguably Roger, and as well... Do they want to get rid of the Paquito? I'm not 100% sure, but I think getting rid of both Roger and as well as Paquito might have been the play to really show what else Zayed has in his pockets.
I guess we will find out, though. There is a respect ban coming out from Red Esports, finally getting rid of that Alucard. They understand that this is game number 3. There's a possibility that Team Caracal will pull out the pocket pick, and they simply don't want to take chances with that.
Yeah, I feel like gold lane Beatrix is pretty evident for the side of Team Caracal, and they know for a fact that they've almost guaranteed to get it. However, it's a Popo and Coupon matchup, and that's not exactly the easiest matchup to win in the world. They could go back and fall back into Clint if they wanted to. Brody's not too bad too, but getting rid of Paquito here, I think it's a pretty good option. That does mean that Red Esports most likely going to be picking up something along the lines of Roger, arguably even Ollis. I would say Ollis might be a bit dangerous.
Ollis is definitely a little bit dangerous, but they do have to consider that that's also a hero that Link Eza likes to play. Personally, I wouldn't be a big fan of it if Team Caracal went for the Ollis now, considering that most of the heroes we've seen out of them need a little bit of time to come online. So they need more defensive options to ensure that Link Eza doesn't get his farm halted in the early stages of the game.
It's about priority then. It's about how well you can control that priority. And I think for Team Caracal, Link Eza, if he does decide to go for all this, he just AFKs farm for a good amount of time. Oh, Red Esports, they decide to go ultra defensive here. They're going to go with the Uranus pick for themselves. It's going to be annoying for Esmeralda in the earlier stages of the game, and as the game continues to progress, we'll outscale her as long as Esmeralda does not build damage.
Something I'm considering here, is there a chance of Red Esports pulling out the jungle deer off?
Possible? I think it's doable. I definitely think it's doable in a situation like this. You have like things like Uranus where you can actually shred the armor, Cho as well. And I think with the executional power should be enough to take out Popo and Coupon, but the big issue is that Popo and Coupon really punish melee heroes. So
I mean, Red Esports played the deer.
Oh, Red Esports played the deer. Yeah, I think that would be pretty sick.
Well, I guess we'll find out what it's going to be. Team Caracal do indeed lock in the Link Eza Ollis, but interestingly enough, are going to be grabbing the Eve as well. What is going on here?
Is Lolios the one who's going to be playing Eve? Are they giving Neo? Is Neo or is AIM the one?
Oh wait, okay. This is what I'm thinking. AIM is gonna play Eve. He's comfortable with that. They're going to give the Valentina to Lolios, I think. And then have Kai play on the Esmeralda, because out of all of these members, Lolios is the one that would most likely be able to play a hero that utilizes multiple ultimates.
I suppose, but also let's not forget that, you know, Valentina naturally wants to be in the mid lane to rotate across the map. I feel like at this... Okay, all right. So we're going to see a carry jungle. We haven't seen one of these in an ultra long time. The last time I think we've seen carry as a jungler was, what, Season 3? At that point in time?
I don't even know, but this is going to be a breath of fresh air here. Now that both teams have locked in their heroes, I can see my predictions were correct for Team Caracal. This is a Lolios gold lane Valentina. I wonder if he's gonna have a good time against the Popo and Koopa.
Ooh, that's a tough one because Valentina doesn't have as much range, and especially with her abilities, it's a little hard to harass until she hits level 2. And I guess it's really important that Mal gets that early harass level 1.
Well, I guess we will find out. This is game number 3. Everything is now on the line for both of these teams. On the side of Team Caracal, we're gonna be having the Valentina in the side lane, and Link is reprising his classic Awless jungle. On the opposite, Red Esports once again bringing something new to the land of Dawn, but something old as well, the carry jungle. Will it be enough to carry them to victory? We will find out.
Let the games begin. Game number 3 here to kick things off after the break. It's going to be Caracal on the blue side, as well as Red Esports traditionally once again on the red side.
All right, a double mage comp coming out of Team Caracal. This on top of the fact they have Esmeralda means there's a lot of magic damage that's going to be coming out of them towards the late game. Team Caracal overall are going to be a very late game focused team. Red Esports a little less in comparison, but they have a solid amount of scaling themselves.
Neo getting some really good trades against Mom so far. If he can stop his heal, it's going to force him to recall very early on into the game, which is not great because the rest of Caracal, they're going to clear up this mid wave and immediately look to invade on the purple side.
Yep, the thing that Team Caracal noticed is that carry jungle obviously is going to be quite weak towards the early game. It's going to depend very heavily on Mom to protect him. So if they can zone out Mom, force him to go back to base, it allows them to have a better time harassing Zayed.
Speaking of which, looking back down on towards the gold lane side, Valentina hits the level 2 and instantly looks to trade against Popo and Koopa. And unfortunately for Popo and Koopa, he's got to be very careful with how he uses his abilities, as a large majority of Team Caracal is going to be playing on the bottom side of the map. Mom taking so much damage here, even the Unyielding Fury being escalated as well. Mom able to flicker on out of there. Ooh, tough luck.
It's never ideal for a Cho player to have to use the flicker defensively, but I think Mom is in a situation where he does have to do that because his carries are simply not fed enough yet to be able to start doing damage. I'm expecting both these teams are actually going to be playing a bit more on the passive side until we hit the late game, where both sides are going to really start coming online.
Yep, and there we go. Well, let's see how Lolios is going to take a bit of a trade, but unfortunately, it's not a lot of damage here, and most importantly so, the fact is Valentina is able to kind of dash outwards so he doesn't get both the damage from Popo and Koopa. Oh, here we go. They're going to start with the Unyielding Fury as well. Zai goes down straight away, and they find, Mom as well at the same time. There's nothing they can really do. Ash is forced to kind of just juke around, buy a little bit more time for the team, as Turtle does fall into his hands, but it just wasn't enough to really say that this was profitable for Red Esports.
Yeah, that's the first blood bounty right there, and honestly, I don't think there's much that Red Esports could have done. Carry as a hero lacks mobility, quite notably, so since he was caught inside the real-world manipulation, plus Kai had a really nice two-man falling Star Moon setting up the kills, I really don't think Red could have done anything in that situation. That was free for Team Caracal.
Pretty much, and this is the problem with carry jungle, right? You need these powerful battle spells to get you out of tough situations, like a Purify. Arguably also getting a Flicker even is also useful. But as you can see, Ren QT versus Kai in this matchup, it's not really going in anybody's favor, to be fair. And there's a lot more utility to be had with Kai instead of this Uranus. However, but this is the overall job of Uranus, just to keep Kai in lane.
Yeah, as long as he can succeed in that, the rest of the team should have a pretty alright time. I'm just a little bit worried because towards the later game, Kai is going to scale up much harder compared to Ren QT.
Yep, Loyal's going to clear up the lane and then quickly recall to get his mana back in time, but it looks like they're setting up for a potential dive on the bottom side of the map as Linkeza is on the top side, just hard farming.
Caracal once again targeting Maul. Neo gonna get stunned under tower, but the I'm Offended turnaround. He's taking the tower aggro though, so he's gonna get chunked out. Way of the Dragon onto Mom himself. Lolios gets the steal, but he gets chased down. They know he's already used his abilities, and now they focus on Ash. They're gonna be able to get aim as well. The triple kill going over to Red Esports.
Oh boy, some bad coordination coming out from Team Caracal. Looks like they all had different priorities. Some people want to commit to the dive, while the rest didn't realize that Mom had already made his move and already with the counter engage turned it around for the side of Red Esports, and now they're going to be starting to fall behind here. A slight lead and even a turtle for the side of Red Esports is really going to make the difference.
Red Esports took a big risk in their draft, giving over to Valentina, hoping that they would be able to gain victory over this hero just by the fact that Team Caracal may not have as much experience on it as they would like, and so far it has worked out for them, but they do still have to watch out. Team Caracal still keeping up in terms of farm.
Yep, Linkeza still farming as hard as he can. He is a level up onto Zaid right now. He's got more EXP, but now he wants to stick around for these fights. Looks like Red Esports have made some really good calls, and they understand that Team Caracal want to punish Mal. So they have set up every single time looking for these big counter engages, and even Mom once again looking for it. He finds Neo straight away. The counter engages here as Aim drops down the real world manipulation, Unyielding Fury as well, but they don't find any return kills on Mom.
Really well played by Red Esports. As you highlighted, they knew that Team Caracal wants to make moves on Maul. So already setting up for the ambush, Mom jumping in, gets the way of the dragon, and the real world manipulation, while was able to combo really well with the Undying Fury, just wasn't enough as all of them were under their tower and Team Caracal cannot take the risk of diving.
Red Esports continuing to rotate across the map, looking for some information on what Team Caracal's next move is going to be, leaving the island of Ren QT as well as Kai. And you can definitely see the frustration with Guy. There's nothing much you can do, but mid lane, something else is happening. Aim is so very low as Ash and Mom together, utilizing both their ults, almost getting the one-shot, but just not enough.
Yeah, that was really well played by Neo, getting the two-man I'm offended to defend his mid laner and allow Aim to walk away with his life intact. I like that Zayed is still trying to play aggressive, stealing the enemy buff, even though he knows that he is playing a much squishier hero than usual. Unfortunately, not successful, but these are the kind of risks that we expect teams to be able to start taking if they want to turn things in their favor.
Exactly, and now with Turtle up once again, Red Esports has been able to claim every single Turtle in this game so far, but they've also broken topside. It looks like Kai is not winning his matchup against the Uranus, and Uranus is really starting to outscale him at this point of time. They do find the... Oh, and Neo, he's in trouble! He's going to be going down, but Neo manages to survive just in time as Linkeza is able to finish off Mom. They crack open the bottom side as Red Esports trying to force their way open in towards mid-tier 1. They're on top of Zayed so far, but Kai is sustaining through that damage as Ren QT does not care, will refuse him the position as he kites away.
You can see Loliel's attempted to go on Maul as well, but wasn't quite able to get the kill. So well played again by Red Esports, able to take another important objective, the mid-tier 1 tower, and this is going to massively open up the map in their favor.
See how far they're going to get away with this, because as of yet, we're coming into the mid game and it's looking really good for Red Esports. They've got the EXP, they've got the gold as well, but Linkeza, he's so close to getting that next level where he gets the extra upgrades on his axe. Unyielding Fury comes out as Ren QT gets out of the way. It's going to be the real world manipulation to finish them off as Neo does find Mal underneath and he's going to chase him down. Linkeza isn't able to get there in time, but they pull on backwards and the rest of the members of Red Esports down on the bottom side to look to punish this Valentina.
Red Esports are playing this very smart right now. They know that Team Caracal likes to rotate together as a full 5-man, so they're forcing the side lane pushes, but the way of the dragon by Loliels himself onto Mom, giving him a taste of his own medicine.
That was some poor moves. I think, oh no, Zayed is in trouble. He's on the way out, but Ash saves his life with the help of the Yin Yang overturn topside, ends up losing. Red Esports lose out on the trade, and now Team Caracal slowly claim the goal lead.
This is the risk of going for a split push. If you don't plan your moves correctly, it gives the enemy a chance to do the same. You can put out, pulls Maul back, but the Alpha Wolf knocks them all back up. Maul loses his life. They're gonna take out Ash as well. They find Linkeza on the opposite side. Mom gets the flicker, but is unable to get the way of the dragon. Aim is able to flicker out in time, and now they're getting feared by Loliels. Loliels is jumping in, gets the kill onto the Joe. Red QT in trouble now, stuck under real world manipulation as Neo flickers forward, gets the stun, gives the kill over to Loliels, and they secure it.
What a coin flip that was. Absolute 50-50. Team Caracal win it out in the end and earn themselves a hefty 2.4k goal lead here. Zayed is going to try his best to claim as much gold as possible, but you can hear that the arena is erupting with the shouts of these players. Nobody is going to back down.
Yep, the Lord is now up on the field. Team Caracal in position to take it, but Red Esports not going to give it away for free. Kai does see that Zayed is in the area, but will he be able to contest against all the members of Caracal?
Yep, and now we've seen Kai buying some time so that Lord goes. He's willing to sacrifice his life, but he manages to get out of there scot-free. Pulls in Ren QT and as well as Papol as they drop down the real world manipulation to punish, but they can't do any more than this. Caracal back away. No more. They cannot afford to take any more damage than this.
Yep, in an instant surgical strike, Team Caracal are now the ones in control of the game. A 3k net worth lead, and Red Esports now find themselves in a tough spot. They cannot afford to allow Team Caracal to be ahead of them towards the late game because both sides are late game scalers and they need to maintain equal net worth in order to put up a fight.
And to be fair, I'm gonna be honest with you here. I do do think that Red Esports will outscale them at the end of the day. Link Asa, with the extra bit of range, it's going to be great and all, but it's going to be Zaid, and as well as the fact that Mal is a part of the team with Weaponsmith as his emblem, it's going to deal way more damage. 2 marksmen are better than 1 super fighter here from the side of Team Caracal.
Yeah, but that's only if they have the net worth to back it up. They are way behind right now. Wave the Dragon by Mom onto Kai. An interesting choice. Forces him to flicker to get away to safety. Alpha Wolf going to be able to zone them out, but the Undying Fury secures the kill onto Zaid as Kai jumps into the back line. The Lord going to be doing a lot of damage to the tower. Link Asa does enough damage to instantly remove Ring QT from the elimination. Mom in trouble. The Lord is going to drop down real soon. They go back. An instant damage. Triple kill going over to Link Asa. He's absolutely fine. For the I'm offended. Maniac going over to Link Asa, and they end the game 2-1 in favor of Team Caracal.
There you have it, Team Caracal, an explosive victory for game number 3. They continue to make their statements. Another 2-1 in the bag for them. A new team of superstars are here.
Of Team Caracal making their mark on their debut on the MPL stage. And what a game that was. In an instant, a single mistaken play by Red Esports fully taken advantage of. Let's see what the team themselves had to say.
Makan dia punya ni, makan dia punya ni. Johnson, makan dia. Tim dia berjauhan.
Aku dapat smash.
Smash terapuri. Nice. Datang untuk mati, war. Johnson ada purify. Kenapa? Aku dapat. Johnson hati-hati Johnson. Mati dia. Aku block Johnson. Aku bantu. Nih, Johnson. Lagi. Mana boy? Atkarita hati-hati.
Mati.
Disiplin.
Jangan main Zek.
Aku tak boleh nak agresif sebab Ruby dia ni. Aku try touch dengan aku. Ruby dia dengan aku.
Ayo.
Mantap. Nice.
Kejar.
Ruby tak ada flick. Kagura.
Clean tu. Dapat. Ada TikTok.
Dapat. Red, kiting Red.
Mantap.
Aku jaga lah.
Jaga. Duduk.
Okay, go.
Red team hero
Ayo. Ya, mek gula.
Tengok kari dia. Zoni kari.
Respect Kagura.
Aku dapat carry.
Dapat carry.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Double kill.
Boleh main atas kah? Aku salah. Tolong dia aku ni.
Carry bro.
Jalan bawah, psycho. Aku jalan bawah.
Cow hilang.
Dah level? Pop.
Marksman di bos.
Gila. Aku dengan Poci boleh kah?
Boleh.
Jangan. Kita boleh all out satu lane.
Let's go.
Dengar aku pula.
Let's go. All satu lane.
Perlawanan yang cukup mantap di antara tim Caracal dan juga Red Esports sebentar tadi, dan tahniah buat untuk pasukan tim Caracal. Dan sekarang berjumpa bersama dengan Link Eza. Apa khabar, sihat ni? Apa khabar, sehat?
Semangat.
Okey, apa je nak tanya? Apakah perasaan Link Eza sendiri tentang prestasi tim Caracal yang menang 3 kemenangan tanpa kalah? So, apa perasaan awak?
Saya rasa bahagialah dengan prestasi sekarang. Walaupun kita orang memang macam kadang-kadang tak bagus, tapi lepas tu kita orang boleh jadi comeback lah.
Jadi berbalik kepada perlawanan tadi, apa yang terjadi untuk match yang kedua sebentar tadi? Boleh ceritakan sikit?
Yang match kedua? Yang match kedua tu kita orang tak sengaja lah. Mula-mula cuma nak ambil push tapi kena pick off.
Okey. So kalau kita tengok kan, Abang nak tanya tentang suasana orang kata team chemistry. Masalah ego dalam team ada tak? Ataupun dah selesai benda tu?
Tak ada.
So far so good?
Semua okey.
Mantap. Jadi last but not least, jadi Abang nak tanya, mungkin Link Eza sendiri ada ucapan nak bagi kepada peminat-peminat tim Caracal ataupun peminat Link Eza, silakan.
Apa?
Maksud ada tak apa-apa ucapan nak bagi kepada peminat-peminat tim Caracal?
Oh, peminat tim Caracal.
Gitu.
Nak ucap terima kasih lah.
Sama-sama. Okey. Jadi sekarang ini tahniah buat pasukan tim Caracal. Jadi kita untuk ulasan dengan lebih lanjut, kita akan bersama dengan Adin dan juga Syamilo. Please take it away.
Ada gini.
dan juga Gideon sebenarnya. Ya, kembali kita di segmen post show kita di mana Caracal. Seperti motor mereka, seperti maskot mereka, kucing yang sangat-sangat nakal menggunakan Aulus. Antara satu game yang cukup pantas sebentar tadi. Tapi okey, tak apa kita lengahkan masa Syamilo. Game pertama, game kedua, game yang ketiga. Tiga cerita yang berbeza. Tapi yang terakhir tadi, saya rasa saya macam tengah minum air, lepas tu tengok dah terus end. Apa yang berlaku sebenarnya tadi?
Okey, sebelum tu, kalau dulu kita ada TODAK 2-1, GEEK 2-1, sekarang ni Caracal pula. Semua game 2-1. Okey, ini merisaukan tapi tidak mengapa. Tim Caracal sebenarnya di game yang kedua tadi, mereka boleh menang.
Benar?
Actually mereka boleh menangkan game tersebut. Tapi seperti apa yang Link Eza katakan sebentar tadi, mereka cuba nak lakukan split pushing. Tapi Kadita Ash mengganggu perkara tersebut dan terus saja menebatkan pasukan Red Esports menang. Cuma game yang ketiga sebentar tadi, boleh question sikit daripada segi draft lagi.
From a draft perspective, honestly, I don't think game 2 was too bad overall. I just think overall Red just played better. There were just moments where they just executed, were able to get the stun 0.5 seconds earlier than their opponents, and it really came down to these very small crucial fights. Game 3, however, that blew me out of the... It blew me away. It's crazy how quick these games can actually go. And more importantly, so you see how aggressive Aulus can be when necessary, especially when they understand like, hey, my hero is actually for once stronger than the opposing jungler.
Ya, bang sangat-sangat benar apa yang dikatakan oleh Gideon. Tapi apa kata kita tengok itemization demi game yang ketiga ini. Kita fokus dekat siapa dulu? Caracal lah terlebih dahulu. Link Eza, Aulus sebentar tadi 7-1-4. Saya rasa kalau kita tengok highlighter player, awal tu kita tak nampak dia langsung. Sebab dia duduk kat jungle dia sendiri, jungle enemy, dapatkan farm, dapatkan item. One moment je dia keluar, dia terus habiskan game, dia terus dapatkan, I think Savage kot dia dapatkan sebentar tadi walaupun kita tak nampak. Namun begitu dengan item yang telah dilengkapkan. Adanya War Axe, adanya Berserker Fury, adanya Windtalker, adanya Malefic Rock. Fokus kepada penetration, fokus kepada sedikit sebanyak movement speed supaya dia boleh kejar enemy dengan lebih pantas. Tapi tadi saya dengan Syamila ada persoalan sedikit. Valentina, kenapa letak dekat gold lane instead of mungkin dekat mid ataupun dekat ESP? Tapi nampak dah terbukti kat sini di mana dia boleh dapatkan gold per minute yang lebih tinggi dan juga dengan lebih cepat.
Ya, betul tu. Bukan sahaja gold per minute dengan lebih cepat, tapi dia menggunakan emblem Mystery Shop di mana item yang boleh disiapkan lebih murah. Dan kalau kita lihat dari segi item untuk Lolias, dia dah ada Clock of Destiny, dia dah ada Enchanted Talisman dan juga Lightning Tranchon. Kalau siapkan Clock of Destiny dengan lebih awal, bermakna stack untuk Clock of Destiny akan ada lebih cepat. 12 stack dengan lebih cepat dan itu menyebabkan combo Clock of Destiny dan juga Lightning Tranchon di mana lebih banyak mana yang diberikan daripada item Clock of Destiny kepada Lightning Tranchon. Lebih banyak mana, lebih sakit damage Lolias akan berikan. Dan kemudian dia gunakan ultimate dia IMU untuk mengambil carry. Dan carry kita tahu kekuatan dia adalah basic attack. Setiap basic attack yang dikeluarkan oleh, kalau ditiru carry, bermakna ada passive carry kepada pasukan Red Esports.
Yeah,
it's true.
So pasal carry pun, I think jungler carry sekarang ni Gideon. I tadi pun persoalkan juga sebab lambat sedikit dia nak dapatkan farm pun dah terbukti sekarang ni. Itemization kalau nak dibandingkan Link Eza memang heaven and earth sekarang ni.
Yeah, I do think that it's a little crazy that he decided to go for something like carry. I would have preferred if he went for something like along the lines of Yishin Shin at the very least, or arguably even Claude might have been better in this particular situation. But like Samino said, yeah, it's absolutely correct. It's surprising to see that the lineups on either side, despite its weird factors, that Valentina was able to beat Popo and Koopa in lane. And I think a lot of it just comes down to the attribute of taking something along the lines of not Petrify, but Purify. The fact that he's able at level 2 instantly go and jump on top of Popo and Koopa. If you get stun, Purify out of it, win the trade, and then force out the flicker coming in from Popo and Koopa, really set the tone of the lane. And from then on out, Lolias just continues to dominate.
Yeah, Red Esports, I think identity diorang nak go for that late game, tapi tim Caracal tak benarkan benda tu langsung. Dengan post game stats sekarang ini kita lihat di mana Link Eza 48,000, Lolias dengan damage yang terbesar nombor 2 36,000 gol per minute. Petani yang berjaya kita iaitu Link Eza, Rich Guy, the carry kita akan berikan sama juga kepada beliau. Sama sandbag, kita lihat mana Mom absorb all the damage, cuba untuk lakukan setup yang baik, tetapi nampak tak ada kesinambungan di antara mereka. Manakala The Forgotten One kita akan berikan kepada Kai dengan 9 assist. Tapi overall, Syamilo, kita lihat daripada sudut statistik, damage dealt daripada Red Esports jauh beza nak dibandingkan dengan tim Caracal sekarang ni.
Ya, walaupun Link Eza dia menunggu level terlebih dahulu. Once dia dapat level 12 baru dia akan masuk dalam team fight. Tetapi dia memegang damage yang tinggi. Ini kerana apa yang Link Eza lakukan, kenapa dia merupakan antara jungler yang terbaik di Malaysia adalah dia berani farming di tempat lawan. Di mana bukan sahaja tempat sendiri untuk lakukan farming, apabila dia mengambil sedikit jungle di pasukan lawan, itu bukanlah kerugian untuk pasukan Caracal, tapi kerugian besar kepada pasukan Red. Dan kita tahu bagaimana Aulus sangat penting level. Jadi lebih cepat dia dapatkan level, lebih sakit Aulus akan jadi. Sebab tu kita nampak bagaimana minit yang ke-9 Aulus dah level 12 dan lebih banyak damage nak dibandingkan dengan Kiri yang perlu lebih banyak masa untuk dapatkan item. Dan kalau dia perlukan lebih banyak masa, maknanya dia perlu banyakkan farm. Tapi macam mana dia nak farm kalau Aulus mencuri farm dia?
Ya, benar sekali. And untuk tim Caracal, apa yang saya gemak adalah Link Eza boleh buat je apa yang dia nak buat, manakala 4 yang lain tu akan gerak bersama-sama, dapatkan team fight, dapatkan perlawanan yang baik. Tapi Gideon, untuk side of Red Esports, adakah kita nampak sekarang ni Zaid kelemahan sebenar dia tak boleh guna hero selain daripada assassin di sudut jungler tersebut?
Well, I think that could be one of his weaknesses here. I think he was extremely confident with his carry gameplay overall, which you can't necessarily blame him. It's not like he did a terrible job. It's just the limitations of the hero, and I can't blame him for that. But let's also remember that Red Esports has adapted over the past 2 games. Knowing that Mal was going to get punished down on the bottom side of the map, they had some really good counter engages on Team Caracal, who continue to put pressure down on that side of the map. However, even Caracal has been learning from their previous mistakes. They put a lot of pressure on bot side, so Link Eza goes into the enemy jungle, like Shamilo says.
Ya, dan sekarang ni untuk MVP game yang ketiga, kita akan berikan kepada the one and only Link Eza dengan Aulus beliau 714 KDA, kill participation 79%, gol per minit jaranglah kita nampak rendah lagi daripada 800. Kali ini 882 item yang kita dah bincangkan tadi. Bukan setakat jungler yang sebenar, akan tetapi petani yang sebenar sekarang ini.
Petani yang sebenar, Windtalker, War Axe dan ada Berserker Fury, kemudian Malefic Raw untuk menekan ataupun membunuh hero-hero kebal yang ada di dalam pasukan Red Esports. Secara jujurnya, Link Eza dengan dia punya fighter sangat-sangat mantap. Apatah lagi kalau dia menggunakan assassin. Yep, di season yang ke-8 kita nampak dia punya hero nampak seperti limited sikit. Betul? Macam Alucard, Aulus, Roger kan. Tapi season ni, Fanny, Link, Lancelot dia pun sangat berbahaya.
Macam mana lah nak prioritize banner against Link
Tak boleh.
Memang sangat-sangat suka. At one point kalau kita masuk kepada highlight nanti, ada satu point di mana Kagura Ash, dia cuba juga nak masuk. And dia kena shred by the hammer of Link Eza. 2-3 libasan terus hilang Kagura tersebut. And ini yang menunjukkan di mana kefahaman Link Eza terhadap apa segala hero pun yang dia guna. Dan sekarang ini kita akan berlari kepada sorotan perlawanan yang dibawakan khas oleh Samsung Galaxy A series. Again, pada awalnya kita lihat Link Eza communication sangat-sangat baik dengan rakan-rakan dia untuk dapatkan team fight. Dan that is the only team fight yang kita nampak Link Eza sertai. Selebihnya dia lebihkan kepada farming.
Yeah, I mean, yes, he is going to be very farm-oriented, and as you can see, like, with the moment he's level 10, he's already an absolute beast, but it's just the way that they decided to kind of take these fights, right? This is when Caracal decided, you know, bottom side, it's not working out, let's continue playing on the top side, and here it's just a huge mistake from Mom. He knows that his ultimate got taken away, and because of him kind of blundering down on bot side, it costed them 2 towers on top side, and even during mid-fight, that's when Team Caracal really took advantage of Red Esports. It's just continuous momentum being pressed upon, and it's just the right timing because Link Eza, after that play, he was level 11. As soon as it happened, he hit level 12, and from then on out, Red Esports had to de-escalate the situation.
Yeah.
Saya percaya kalau game ini berlangsung dengan lebih lama seperti apa yang berlaku di game yang kedua, Red Esports akan ada power spike yang mencukupi untuk menghukum tim Caracal. Itu apa yang dirancang oleh pasukan Red Esports. Tapi tim Caracal, experienced player dan juga boleh dikatakan bagaimana cara mereka bermain, chemistry yang mereka main, mereka tahu bagaimana cara nak counter late game, iaitu agresif pada awal game. Biarkan Link Eza lebih free ataupun lebih percuma untuk lakukan farming nak dibandingkan dengan carry.
Oh sorry, dia teruja, dia tengok hammer dia untuk bantai sebentar tadi. Tapi sekarang ni apa kata kita lihat kedudukan kumpulan untuk kumpulan B. Tim Caracal perfect win rate 100% dengan 6 poin telah dikutip oleh mereka. Red Esports walaupun tertewas pada hari ini tetapi masih lagi dalam kedudukan untuk mengejar di tangga yang kedua dengan 5 mata RSG, di tangga yang ketiga 4 mata GEEK FAM dan TODAK 2 mata dan juga 1 mata, di mana kita akan lihat perlawanan yang kedua GEEK FAM dan juga pasukan TODAK, dan kita akan ketahui siapakah kedudukan 5 yang sebenar, Gideon.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really tough to say with Group E. I think any one of these teams have a really good opportunity. We'll see how the rest of the week is going to go. We still have plenty of games, and this is only the first best of the 3 of today.
Yeah, I mean, yang menariknya bekas-bekas juara di tangga keempat, kelima. Wow. The newcomer, well, Red Esports bukanlah newcomer, tapi Caracal dengan Red Esports di tangga yang teratas. Tapi macam Gideon cakap, masih lagi awal untuk kita tentukan.
Dan kita tahu bagaimana TODAK pada awal regular season, mereka hanya mencuba-cuba sahaja. Mereka punya strategi, mereka punya line up. Tapi kita akan tahu di game yang kedua yang akan berlaku selepas ini, di mana GEEK FAM menentang pasukan TODAK, game yang paling ramai orang tunggu, saya boleh katakan, dan itu yang kita nak nampak. ampu ke tak pasukan GEEK FAM menewaskan pasukan TODAK mengambil advantage ataupun kelebihan yang mereka ada berdasarkan prestasi pasukan TODAK?
Ya, dan juga adakah sejarah akan berulang lagi di playoff musim yang ke-8? Sebagai seorang host, saya okey je, tak ada masalah. Tapi
Saya
kalau anda, kalau sesiapa caster pada hari ini, saya rasa agak sedih lah kan. Nasib baik awak pun ada dekat sini.
Yeah, of course.
Ya kan, I mean, kita tak risau sangat. Tapi ya, yang merisaukan adalah fans mereka. Sebab kita tahu dua-dua pasukan ini mempunyai fanbase yang sangat-sangat besar. Dan dengan ketiadaan Ciku, dengan ketiadaan Zon mungkin akan mengimpakkan mereka dengan sekuat-kuatnya. Namun begitu, saya pasti match yang seterusnya ni akan menjadi satu bukti kepada fan TODAK, fan GEEK FAM yang mereka masih lagi mampu untuk catch up di dalam regular season ini.
Yeah, no, I think it is really important, especially for TODAK, especially that they are in a position where it's like, yeah, you know, a lot of fans are considering doubting them, especially after the SEA game performance. People are just being extremely hateful, and I think at this point of time, it's a good time to actually bounce back from it now that they're feeling better and recovering from their COVID quarantine.
Ya, okay, Milo, match sebentar tadi. Red Esports baru merasai kekalahan mereka. Adakah ini momen yang patut mereka panik ataupun it's okay, we are expected kita akan lost 2-3 game. So apa pendapat awak ataupun momentum yang harus dilakukan untuk Red Esports?
Untuk pasukan Red Esports, apa yang perkara mereka boleh lakukan adalah untuk membiarkan Zaid terlebih dahulu menyelesaikan diri menggunakan hero-hero fighter. Kerana kita tahu bagaimana limitednya assassin yang akan dikeluarkan boleh katakan seluruh game, di mana Fanny takkan lepas, Lancelot dan juga Link. 3 hero assassin ni sememangnya sukar untuk dilepaskan. Jadi Zaid perlu bersedia dengan pengambilan hero-hero baru. Mungkin lepas ni dia perlu keluarkan Aulus, mungkin perlu keluarkan bermain Pakito dengan lebih baik. Sebab tadi kita nampak dia tidak boleh nak bermain agresif seperti apa kita nampak ataupun dengar di mic check. Ruby mengganggu Zaid ketika farming.
Dan ini menjadi satu persoalan juga. Bukan setakat assassin ataupun fighter yang kita boleh letak kat jungle. Mage pun boleh juga sebenarnya. Seperti Karina, kita dah lihat GEEK FAM kalau tidak silap saya membawa masuk hero tersebut. Jadi Gideon, adakah di implementation of jungler sekarang ini, kita tahu assassin dengan fighter memang jadi common. Mage sekarang ini bila ataupun it's not the right time untuk dibawa masuk?
Well, that's a difficult argument here because a lot of it has to do with whether or not you can get the snowball rolling, right? And I think a lot of the times there's a lot of counterplay when it comes down to things like Karina and as well as Harley even going inside the jungle. We don't get to see it that often these days because number one, it's not as strong as it used to be, and more importantly so, the fact is you can't really abuse the orange buff as effectively as marksmen and as fighters slash assassins at this point of time. Are there good situations? Are there situations where you can use these mages? Absolutely, yes. We saw last week actually that Karina was actually utilized, couldn't get bursted down, full tank build, really difficult to kill overall. Harley might have not been able to do the same, but has more dive capabilities. It's super dependent on the draft.
Ya, super dependent on, bergantung kepada draft, bergantung kepada coach mereka nak bawa strategi yang macam mana. Dan speaking of coach, Caracal, I think Kuja would be orang yang paling gembira sekarang ini dapat collect full points walaupun bukan 3 berbalas kosong, tetapi apa yang dia nak capai dah telah tercapai untuk minggu yang kedua. Persoalan dia, Caracal, boleh ke tak mereka continue this momentum winning streak tanpa kalah lagi?
Kalau begini prestasi untuk pasukan Caracal, saya percaya 100% win rate, tak kalah tu sebenarnya memang boleh kekal. Kerana dia berjaya untuk menewaskan pasukan Red Esports, yang di mana Red Esports menewaskan pasukan RSG, dan lepas ni dia akan bertemu GEEK FAM, TODAK dan juga RSG. Lagi GEEK FAM dan juga TODAK. Dia mampu ke tak dia nak menewaskan 2 hero berdasarkan prestasi? Sepertinya Caracal, ya, mereka boleh lakukan. Ya,
cakap pasal pasukan-pasukan tersebut adalah pasukan TODAK dan juga pasukan GEEK FAM yang kita akan saksikan sebentar nanti. Tapi kita ada sedikit sebanyak recap kepada anda semua, iaitu untuk pasukan Caracal, kita lihat bagaimana mereka menang dengan mendapatkan sedikit sebanyak key tu selesai. Kita nampak Beatrice tadi macam ada yang dapat, Red Esports yang dapatkan hero tersebut, yang dapatkan kemenangan, di mana yes, mereka respect and target Zahid, tapi Zahid walaupun dia di target still dapat main dengan begitu baik, di mana bila Hayabusa digunakan oleh beliau diberikan tekanan, tapi Zahid masih lagi mampu untuk comeback. Tapi yang ketiga tu paling penting, Lolias dapat securekan goal lane dia, tak pakai marksman tapi pakai Valentina tadi.
I mean, yes, I think number 3 is pretty important, but number 4 I think really encompasses the entire series here. They literally had to be careful of where Mom was. The first time they forgot about it, they're like, okay guys, we can't do this anymore, all right? We got to be careful control of where his mom is going to be, because as you can tell, mom immediately likes to initiate, and sometimes for no reason, just to make sure he applies that pressure, saying, hey, I could engage at any time. You don't know when, you don't know if my teammates are behind me or not. As long as I know that I have pressure, that's more than enough to make you make the wrong move.
Ya, satu initiation yang bagi saya doubtful adalah bila dia pakai Johnson di game yang pertama. It was flashy, nampak seronok, tapi efektif nampak kurang sedikit lah. Namun begitu, pasukan Caracal mereka tak kisah apa yang dihantar kat mereka, mereka akan balas satu demi satu tadi.
Sebenarnya key to success yang nombor 3 tadi tu untuk menjaga Lolias. Game kedua pun mereka lakukan benda yang sama. Mal 160.
Betul.
Tetapi kesilapan, boleh dikatakan dekat sini memfokuskan kepada disiplin semula untuk pasukan Caracal, kembali balik kepada bagaimana mereka perlu tamatkan game ni dengan lebih awal, kerana mereka tahu Red Esports juga mempunyai capability ataupun kemampuan untuk melakukan comeback.
Okey, saya ada dengar jeritan-jeritan ada orang nak dapatkan elite skin. Ada peluang untuk anda dapatkan elite skin sebentar sahaja lagi untuk match yang seterusnya. Kita ada pasukan TODAK bertemu dengan pasukan GEEK FAM. Boleh dikatakan dua pasukan yang belum lagi menunjukkan taring mereka, belum lagi menunjukkan keupayaan mereka. Untuk GEEK FAM, masih lagi kita belum lihat Saiyajin. Gideon, soalan yang kontroversi sedikit. Adakah Saiyajin sekadar muka sahaja sekarang ini?
Hard to say. Personally, I think that both teams haven't shown their true final form just yet. I think it's one of those situations where, both TODAK and as well as GEEK FAM are really starting to feel themselves up. They haven't hit their maximum potential, but they're also trying to adjust to what the MPL is requiring out of them. And I think for GEEK FAM especially, they are still trying to find the correct pieces to get this machine moving. TODAK, on the other hand, completely different story. We haven't seen the full potential of their players. They are recovering from COVID, and now that they're coming out of quarantine, they should be feeling better. They're not at their 100%, but maybe 60 or even 70% might be enough.
Itu yang kita nak. Pasukan TODAK, get well soon, dapatkan capai tahap maksima diorang supaya kita boleh nampak the true battle di antara kedua-dua pasukan ini. Dan inilah dia peluang untuk anda nak dapatkan random elite skin. Mudah sahaja. Kita ada soalan di sini. Siapakah MVP untuk minggu pertama? Hari yang kedua, kita ada Red Zaid, kita ada Caracal Link Eza, kita ada SMG Lexia. Anda perlu jawab soalan ini. Tulis jawapan anda, caps lock. Kalau anda rasa A jawapan dia, anda tulis A Red Zaid, supaya kalau betul jawapan anda tu, anda boleh dapatkan random skin sebanyak satu. Ya, ABC tu tak perlukan sebenarnya. Aduh, saya kan perlukan tadi. Manalah tahu perlukan. Tapi ya, sejujurnya ingatan saya tak kuat. So saya pun tak tahu apa jawapan dia sebenarnya.
Saya tak nak beritahu. Kalau tak, nanti dia tak surprise. Sebab
betul,
skin mahal sebenarnya boleh dapat tu. Skin epic. Dan juga kalau tak saya tadi ada selit dekat situ, ada skin Pakito yang Manny Pacquiao punya.
Oh, exclusive one as well.
Limited skin, right?
Yeah, limited.
Banyak skin yang anda boleh dapatkan. Tapi kalau rasanya nak dapatkan hadiah yang lagi lumayan, kita ada TikTok campaign di mana hashtag ini gaya kita berlangsung daripada 14 Februari sehingga 29 April 2022. Anda perlu buat video, mungkin gameplay anda, gunakan lagu tema iaitu hashtag ini gaya kita. Yang penting tu ini gaya kita kena ada di dalam anda punya description supaya anda boleh memenangi hadiah yang lumayan. Again, 14 Februari sehingga 29 April. So tunggu apa lagi guys? Anda boleh dapatkan skin, anda boleh mendapatkan diamond, mungkin gaming chair secret lab. Wow. Suka ke tak?
I've sat on that M3 secret lab chair before. It's great. Wait.
Hello? Huh? Kita dah capai 500 share milestone. Terima kasih kepada anda semua yang dah share. Apa lagi, teruskan share sebab ada lagi satu milestone yang kita kena capai. Tapi sekarang ini gunakan kod yang tertera di bawah. Ingat, satu tip yang saya boleh bagi anda, dia mesti ada nombor 22. Dekat mana-mana mesti ada nombor 22. Pergi dekat m.mobilelegends.com/en/code exchange untuk mendapatkan ganjaran lumayan anda. Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana menyokong MPL Malaysia dan terus menyokong MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9.
Ya, betul tu. Jadi jangan lupa untuk berikan lagi ataupun kongsi dengan lebih banyak. 800,000 share. 1000 share tu boleh menang skin epic 899 diamond tu. Banyak tu.
Dapat skin, dapat secret lab, and then McDelivery pun ada bagi nugget, free nugget. So pelbagai hadiah yang anda boleh mendapatkan daripada MPL Malaysia. Namun begitu, kita akan berehat seketika. Jangan ke mana-mana, teruskan bersama kami untuk menyaksikan perlawanan yang seterusnya di antara TODAK melawan pasukan GEEK FAM.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. First blood.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
A sweet adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play. This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Parent or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, I mean, Bex, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. I need more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Selamat kembali ke pre-show MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9. Anda masih lagi bersama kami untuk kita discuss, untuk kita bincang apa yang akan terjadi di match yang seterusnya. Sebelum saya memperkenalkan semua caster ataupun talent di sini, kita kena ingatkan MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery. Tidak dilupakan kepada telefon pintar rasmi kita iaitu Samsung dan raikan bersama Nescafe. Anda bersama saya Adin, kita ada Abeja, kita ada Gideon dan juga kita ada Syamilo. Guys, match sebentar tadi, apa perasaan Abeja?
Jadi macam biasalah.
Oh. Berlari. No, berlari. Berlari degupan jantung.
Jadi apa pendapat Syamilo pula?
Pendapat saya pula. Okey, pendapat saya
sebagai analis.
Sebagai analis. Tapi Abeja sendiri pun keluarkan kenyataan yang baik tadi. Banyak poin-poin Abeja sebenarnya betul. Jadi bermakna Abeja juga boleh jadi analis. Tapi di game yang sebentar tadi, game yang sangat best, especially game yang kedua. Wow, memang berpeluh kita tengok tadi sebenarnya.
Bukan
Betul
kita.
tak? Yang
Dia pun berpeluh juga ni.
Yeah, I was sweating the entire way. I was sitting at the caster's desk. I'm sweating already, and then it's like, oh, got a bot analyst. Oh, hey, I'm running here. I'm sweating some more. It's an exciting thing to see.
Ya, betul-betul. I mean, untuk kita recap sedikit apa yang telah berlaku, kita lihat pasukan Red Esports still ada kemampuan untuk lakukan comeback walaupun keadaan tak begitu baik untuk mereka, tapi Caracal dengan pengalaman, dengan coach mereka, dengan pemain-pemain all-star mereka menunjukkan kita, wow, if you ada firepower yang lebih besar, definitely you boleh bawa ke kemenangan. Tapi again, tak semestinya itu akan berlaku serta-merta. Di mana match yang seterusnya kita akan saksikan sebenarnya banyak lagi kejutan yang kita boleh tunggu-tunggu. Mungkin untuk GEEK FAM akan bawa hero-hero yang berbeza, dan pasukan TODAK, persoalan dia, adakah mereka dah capai tahap 100% untuk mereka bertanding dengan pasukan GEEK FAM. Dan sekarang ini kita lihat terlebih dahulu team head to head di antara pasukan TODAK dan juga pasukan GEEK FAM. Saya bincangkan sedikit, mungkin saya akan lontarkan kepada Syamilo sebentar nanti. Most pick hero untuk pasukan TODAK, kita lihat Clean Rafaela lebih kerap dipergunakan, manakala most ban untuk dua-dua pihak sekarang ini Fanny sama saja, di mana TODAK kita ada Lancelot dan di GEEK FAM kita ada Valentina di sini.
Dan kalau kita lihat pada hari semalam bagaimana GEEK FAM Nelby sering kali menggunakan Rafaela, dan untuk pasukan TODAK most pick hero untuk pasukan mereka adalah Rafaela juga. Jadi mungkin di draft yang kita akan nampak selepas ini adalah siapa yang akan mendapatkan Rafaela terlebih dahulu. Dan kalau kita lihat daripada total damage dia, dimenangi sedikit oleh GEEK FAM kerana mendahului sebanyak 1 game, dan win rate 33% untuk GEEK FAM. Tetapi objektif yang lebih baik untuk pasukan TODAK, di mana first tower rate mereka 20% dan first lord rate 40%.
Okey, daripada sudut objektif ni lebih berpihak kepada GEEK FAM. Gideon, awak rasa adakah ini sebab di mana pasukan TODAK tak ada proper shot caller, dan kerana itu mereka tak dapat nak securekan objektif-objektif yang penting di dalam setiap perlawanan ini?
No, I don't think it's because of the shot callers, because I feel like when it comes down to TODAK, when it comes down to shot calling more importantly, I feel like everybody needs to be vocal. Everybody needs to be on the same page, and everyone has this jaded idea, that one person, only one gets to call the shots. No, nobody is going to be a dictator in that sense. Everybody needs to speak the language of Mobile Legends. When someone says one word, tower, everybody knows what tower, what they're doing, and they need to be on that same page. My question that I'm curious about, does anybody know if SPM is still going on here?
Yes,
it's still going on here. Darn it. That means we are not going to see one of the support players coming in, and we're expecting to see, I'm guessing, Moy still playing?
Oh, you sound disappointed sedikit kalau Moy main ke macam mana, Gideon?
I am, because I do want to see, the M3 lineup once more. Maybe, without Chico this time, but we need to see their support come down and really hold that line.
Ya, betul-betul. I mean, sekarang ni kita tahu SPM masih lagi dijalankan, so mungkin Yoms tidak akan diturunkan. Pada namun begitu, saya pasti pasukan TODAK masih lagi ada keupayaan untuk memberikan yang terbaik kepada pasukan pihak lawan. Abizan, mungkin dalam pengalaman Abizan sendiri, kalau dalam sebuah pasukan lah kan, kita tahu mesti ada key impact player ataupun ayam tambatan. Bila tak ada player tersebut kan, Abang Rizal rasa dia rasa susah sikit tak nak main, nak menang lagi perlawanan tersebut.
Mengikut kira-kira yang telah Abeja punya pengalaman, betul ayat macam star player tak ada, tapi kita kena ingat, walaupun star player tak ada, mesti diorang dah prepare siap-siap. Kalau tak ada star player, apa yang diorang perlu lakukan? Latihan telah pun dibuat, dan diorang dah ada preparation diorang tersendiri. Macam Gideon cakap tadi, saya setuju. Everybody should be shot caller. Nampak tak? Orang kena speak up. Kena faham. Chemistry kena jaga. Cuba untuk kurangkan mistake.
Wow.
Dan ini yang akan membantu untuk sesebuah pasukan mendapatkan kemenangan. Syamilo.
You jaga-jaga. Aku tahu kan. Rasa you punya job kena ambil lepas.
I know, right? What am I doing here?
Dan sekarang jom kita tengok untuk key to success untuk pasukan TODAK.
Kita ada 4 seperti biasa. Avoid meaningless trades untuk yang pertama. Yang kedua, lane priority untuk Momo, seperti mana kita rising star untuk pasukan TODAK. Belum nampak lagi impact dia secara sepenuhnya. Harap di game kali ini boleh tunjukkan prestasi yang baik. GEEK harus main dengan lebih berkeyakinan tinggi, dan jangan overcommit di dalam fight yang tak perlu pun sebenarnya untuk overcommit.
Ya, untuk avoid meaningless trade tu, di mana mereka kalau melakukan rotasi, kalau mereka cuba untuk mengambil gold plating di bahagian bawah ataupun di bahagian gold, mereka perlu sedia satu kelepasan objektif, di mana kalau enemy start turtle, mana mereka perlu membalas mula kalau mereka nak contest turtle tersebut, ataupun mendapatkan objektif yang lain, mendapatkan gold plating ataupun mendapatkan turret. Itu bermaksud trade untuk dalam segi Mobile Legend. Dan lane priority untuk Momo Dan kita tahu bagaimana Momo bermain di bahagian gold lane. Dia bermain dengan sangat baik. Bukan sahaja dekat MPL kali ini, tapi di M3 menunjukkan prestasi yang sangat cemerlang. Betul tak, Gideon?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree here. And I think just to kind of summarize all these keys to success, the most important thing for TODAK as of right now, considering that this is their infancy stage with some of their newer players, and especially for Ajik to really find himself, I think they need a plan, a very stable, solid plan. Because TODAK, their legacy, and most importantly, their overall playstyle is just creating an open opportunities, and they're expecting Ajik just to know that rather than giving him one plan, making him confident and he can follow that plan through.
Ya, harapnya plan itu boleh dilaksanakan oleh Ajik. Plan untuk pasukan GEEK FAM pula kita lihat sekarang ini, di mana contest or band Matilda dekat yang key to victory game yang pertama adalah Beatrix. Kali ini Matilda pula yang harus diberikan fokus, manakala beware of wrap around yang selalu dilakukan oleh pasukan TODAK untuk tangkap pasukan pihak lawan, securekan mid lane mereka supaya lebih senang untuk rotate, untuk dapatkan farming dengan lebih mantap. Nombor 4 ni agak kelakar. Jangan kejar forbase. Apa-apa terjadi, jangan kejar forbase, sebab kita dah tahu ada satu pasukan di M3 dulu kejar forbase. Bukan kejar Fomis, dia kejar orang lain, tapi Fomis
Ruby
yang dapatkan kemenangan tersebut. So ini antara kepentingan untuk pasukan GEEK FAM nak dapatkan kemenangan. Persoalan dia sekarang ni, boleh ke tidak mereka melaksanakan perkara-perkara ini untuk securekan kemenangan mereka, sebab GEEK FAM pun ada kekurangan dia sendiri. Seperti yang paling mudah sekali saya boleh katakan adalah Dom, jangan tarik kupah.
Itu satu pelajaran yang kita patut tekankan. Jangan tarik kupah.
Jangan tarik kupah.
Dia ada satu lagi.
Dia dah cuba backup diri dia.
dia jangan tarik kupah satu. Lepas tu semalam dia bagi Kadita, dia nak terjun dalam air, dia nak buka ulti. Tak boleh buka-buka sebab kena tumbuk dengan Pagito. tak buka-buka ulti. Dia pun cakap dia pun pening kepala. Tapi untuk pasukan GEEK FAM, secure mid lane tu penting, kerana kita tahu bagaimana TODAK ia tak ada ciku untuk berikan command. Dan pasukan TODAK pula, game style mereka adalah di mana lakukan pick off dan ada follow up. Mereka suka team fight. Dan kalau pasukan GEEK FAM dapat mengunci terlebih dahulu di kawasan mid, bermakna pasukan GEEK FAM ada tinggi peluang untuk memenangkan game tersebut.
Saya setuju, dan saya nak tarik balik kepada pasukan TODAK sekarang ni. Tadi Gideon ada bawa satu point di mana Ajik kena main dengan lebih baik, kena step up lagi dia punya gameplay and mungkin revolve more around him, di mana ada satu sorotan video dah dilepaskan oleh pasukan TODAK di mana dia explain apakah kata latar belakang daripada persiapan pasukan TODAK untuk season kali ini dengan ketiadaan Chico, dan Ajik dia dapatkan peluang untuk luahkan perasaannya di mana dia rasa sedih, dia rasa agak tertekan di mana banyak kritik yang datang di dalam dirinya ataupun akaunnya sendiri, di mana hari-hari menerima DM yang negatif. Supaya kita tak bolehlah nak orang kata teruskan benda tu. Bagi kritikan yang membina tak ada masalah, tapi negativity ataupun toxicity itu tak harus diteruskan langsung.
Kita pasal toxicity ni Abang nak tekankan sebab kita dah ada dalam industri lebih kurang sama. Sebab bila kita terima kritikan yang cukup-cukup, orang cakap pun buat dia nampak macam biasa bagi orang yang mengkritik, tapi yang kena ni
impact dia sangat-sangat besar.
Mungkin itu salah satu sebab yang mana Ajik tak boleh nak main dengan confidence sebab terlalu banyak. Kalau dah hari-hari kena macam tu,
dia macam ni lah. Kalau nak kritik boleh, tapi kritik daripada segi gameplay untuk dia improvekan diri dia. Kritik daripada segi bagaimana apa yang dia perlu lakukan untuk terus menjadi jungler yang terbaik, dan dia sebenarnya menggalas tanggungjawab yang sangat besar. Dia menggantikan tempat Chico, dan Chico kita tahu jungler pertama di Malaysia.
Ya, di mana di sini pun Buntun sentiasa behind dia play, bagi sokongan kepada pemain-pemain mereka untuk tunjukkan prestasi yang baik, untuk tunjukkan prestasi yang cemerlang, di mana kita harapkan Ajik boleh perform sehabis baik untuk pasukan TODAK. Berbalik kepada match kali ini, boleh saya katakan Battle of Cousins ataupun pertalian saudara, di mana kita ada Moon pasukan TODAK bersaudara pula dengan Dominus penarik kupah.
Awak jangan ulang banyak kali kan.
Ada, saya memang anti untuk Dominus sekarang ni. Menarik kupah. But ya, Battle of Saudara, ya, di luar game mereka nampak baik antara satu sama lain, tapi di dalam game mereka kena ketepikan tali persaudaraan tu untuk betul-betul fokus di dalam perlawanan yang seterusnya, Gideon.
Mana kata ni tali letak tepi, fight.
Gaduh lah.
I mean, it depends who's got the bigger IQ at this point. Like in Dominus's favorite words, you know, truly a 200 IQ play, and the truth is whoever's got the bigger IQ is going to win the game. So in this case, we'll see how that's going to play out. But I do agree with you. It really depends on how the mages play overall. And still, the way that I see it, I don't think there's many winners in this particular perspective, and I'm still quite disappointed with the way that people have been reacting towards the junglers, and especially the players here at the MPL. Shame on you guys.
On you guys. guys. Okay.
Gideon dah marah, jarang nampak
Gideon dah marah dah. Jangan kalau Gideon marah lagi, dia buka vest dia nanti tapi tak berapa. Untuk kita, wah, baru nak bagi satu pengumuman tapi ada satu pengumuman yang saya nak berikan. 800 share milestone telah dicapai. Kita baru match yang kedua. Belum habis lagi. Saya baru nak buat shout out benda lain tadi. Tapi ada lagi satu shout out kita kena berikan. So, ambil kod tersebut, ada website yang dekat bawah tu. Pergi dekat website, claim hadiah yang menanti anda. Semuanya untuk anda. Abang, kalau Abang tengok kat rumah, confirm ambil ke tak sekarang ni?
Mestilah ambil.
Benda percuma.
Benda percuma, benda eksklusif. Jadi pastikan anda teruskan share. Mungkin ada banyak lagi hadiah-hadiah yang menanti anda. Ada satu lagi kan?
Ada lagi. Lapar ke tak?
Okay, sebenarnya
lapar tak?
Gideon ada beritahu kita agak lapar. Jadi apa masalah yang kita boleh selesaikan? Kalau
Mudah saja guys. Pergi dekat McDelivery, order minimum RM50 dan yang paling penting, ya Allah, saya tak tahu macam mana nak tekankan lagi sekarang ni. MPL Rewards code tu, pakai dekat checkout code tu untuk anda dapatkan lagi 6 ketul chicken McNuggets yang percuma dan hadiah limited skin daripada Mobile Legends. Makan dah kenyang, account dah penuh dengan skin, nak apa lagi guys? Nak apa lagi sekarang ni?
Sekali lagi macam nak bagi tahu, don't forget to use the code. Sebab kalau dah cakap biasa orang tak faham, kau kena cakap ini juga. Kod jangan lupa, sebab kalau tak letak kod macam tak ada apa-apa yang berlaku.
Macam punya urat tu dah terkeluar tu nak ingat ke tu.
Dia punya slang tu dah macam Thailand tau.
Betul. So guys, jangan lupa untuk order McDelivery. Dan sekarang ni untuk kita kekalkan integriti kita, apa kata kita beralih untuk melihat coin toss yang akan dilaksanakan.
Baik, sekarang ni kita lihat kat sini kita punya head of League Ops. Melenalai dan juga tak ada ni sebab ada masalah kesihatan. Jadi kita tengok kat sini Melenalai akan melakukan coin toss. Ini untuk menentukan pasukan mana yang akan melakukan first pick terlebih dahulu. Seperti yang kita lihat, TODAK memilih heads, manakala GEEK FAM memilih tail. Dan sekarang jom kita tengok keputusannya adalah
heads.
Tekan.
Dah.
Dia tekan.
Sabar kan. Wah, betul tak sabar dia. So second pick akan diambil terlebih dahulu untuk pasukan GEEK FAM. Okay, menarik. So sekali lagi nak kekalkan integriti, kita tunjukkan coin toss tersebut. Tapi sebab pasukan TODAK masih lagi quarantine, so mereka tak boleh ada di sini. Dan semestinya coin toss tu kena dijalankan sebab kita tak nak orang kata attack kita apa ni, tak ada tu. Semuanya adil di sini. Ini integriti kita. So untuk match seterusnya, again mudah saja. Abang prediction siapa menang?
Okay, sejarah mengatakan selalu apabila GEEK FAM dengan TODAK selalunya 2-1.
Betul.
Tapi apa yang Abang melihat kat sini dengan adanya preparation telah pun diberikan oleh mereka sebentar tadi, Abang rasa dia akan berakhir dengan 2-1.
Dia punya panjang pusing kat situ je
kan nak cakap 2-0.
Okay, Syamilo, berapa? Prediction
FAM 2-1.
GEEK FAM 2-1. Saya rasa saya nak pecahkan tradisi.
Apa?
Saya rasa 2-0. Berpihak kepada pasukan GEEK FAM. Walaupun saya kutuk Dom, tapi saya pasti Dom boleh tunjukkan prestasi yang begitu baik. Harapnya tak ada tarik kupar. Tapi sekarang ni, untuk kita saksikan perlawanan yang cukup hebat, ayo kita beralih kepada pengulas kita untuk game yang seterusnya.
As we come off the cusp of an intense first series of the day, it just doesn't stop coming because more action is coming up in a rivalry between two fan favorites, and we're here to bring it to you. My name's Stafa, this is Gideon, as you all are aware, and just to remind you once again that this MPL broadcast would not be possible without our sponsors. We have the official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, and EGG network, and of course, last but not least, our co-organizers, ESI.
Yep, with all of our sponsors, we have a great event here that one day you guys are going to be able to witness live here at the offline venue. But good games to be had ahead of time. TODAK up against GEEK FAM so far. I'm curious to see how this is going to start playing out as both teams, are slowly kind of taking their time, getting the pace together, and most importantly, really understanding how the dynamics of their team really works.
That is absolutely the case. After all, both teams are veterans of the MPL scene, and both teams, I would say, are among the more popular fan favorites in Malaysia. So I'm sure a lot of fans out there at home are hoping for both these teams to be able to perform well. Obviously, so far, the performance in the MPL a little bit inconsistent, a little bit shaky at times, but as time goes on, I'm expecting that both sides will really start to come online, and that's going to start with one of them becoming the victor of this series.
Well, let's see how this is going to be playing out here. We don't have the walkouts, but we are seeing some very new faces here. I do notice that X-Ray and as well as Saiyajin are up on stage. Just look at the player statistics. Starting off with TODAK here, we got Formaze, Ajik, Moon, Yums, as well as Momo. Yums is back.
Oh ho ho, Yoom's gonna be making his first appearance here on the MPL Season 9 stage. A very solid roamer that certainly became more popular amongst the fans of TODAK after his performance in the previous seasons. He hasn't been able to join so far because he's been a bit busy on the side, got some things to handle, but looks like he's gonna be coming back, and I am very excited to see what he's going to bring to the TODAK dynamic.
Yep, let's see how this is going to play together here. Now, remember, TODAK overall, their general playstyle is opening up opportunities in the map and staying very versatile, very loose, you know, flow like water, as Bruce Lee once said. You've got to be able to adapt to every single situation. And the problem that everyone is giving Ajik a lot of smack is because he is not as flexible as someone like Chiku. But that's very big shoes to fill because Chiku is the one calling the shots, telling the team what kind of shape they need to form in. And Ajik, he's got the mechanics to back it up, but he doesn't have that level of experience.
It really is unfortunate because for literally anyone, filling the shoes of Chiku on TODAK is just such an insurmountable task. And I personally don't think Ajik is performing that badly. I think his capabilities are there. It's just that people unfortunately do compare him to his predecessor, and well, he's got quite a bit to live up to.
Now let's have a look at the two new players coming in for their first appearance for GEEK FAM. Starting things off, it's going to be Burpee Dominus, and the new players finally making their debut for the team. Saiyajin as well as X-Ray, both veterans of the league, on top of Arts, the fan favorite.
Now this is going to be exciting. Saiyajin and X-Ray have been part of GEEK FAM since the last season, but we never really got to see them take the field alongside their new peers. For the very first time, we're going to be seeing these two players alongside the rest of GEEK FAM, and I, again, am very excited to see it. Both teams are bringing out their secrets, their secret backline players. Their backup is now joining them in the land of Dawn. And I'm very curious to see what's going to happen.
All right, let's have a look at the focus players here. Starting to kick things off, it's going to be Formaze, maxed out on his micro versatility as well as aggressions. His consistency is a little on and off. He barely plays for these objectives, but he opens up these opportunities, sacrificing his own lane objectives to say, hey, I got to play with the team. And that's why he's got a little bit more points in his macro.
Formaze has always been known as one of the few EXP laners in the MPL with a really high level of like individual mechanics. His gameplay is always really clean, and he can play these more difficult heroes despite typically being in the XP lane. You'd expect a player to be playing more tankier heroes, durable fighters, and so on. But we know that his versatility is very high. While it's true that he generally doesn't really go for objectives, that's because he's helping out his team and setting up skirmishes. On the opposite side, his equal on GEEK FAM is going to be Arts.
The jack of all trades. You need him to stall a lane, you need him to make a play. He does it all. Not exactly maxed out in any particular outcome, but he is an extremely versatile player, and you can see literally the perfect symmetry on all ends, whether it be micro, whether it be objectives, whether it be consistency or his macro. You know he will get the job done.
Yep, anyone who has a little bit of OCD is going to really enjoy looking at Arts' main attributes here, because as you highlighted, this is a jack of all trades. Arts, while not necessarily the flashiest player on GEEK FAM, has always been a rock, a backbone for the rest of his team that they can always fall back on, performing similar roles to Formaze in setting up fights and diving into the backline to provide more room for the rest of his team. While his micro skills might not be as good in comparison, he makes up for it by being able to assist his team in other ways.
Exactly. If, let's say, Formaze is going to be an absolute speedboat, GEEK FAM's Arts is a cruise ship. He does so much to provide the team. He may not go as fast, but you know he's got the cargo capacity.
Yeah, and that's what makes these matches so interesting. These players, you know them, you love them. They have been on the MPL stages for a very long time. And now that they're going head-to-head alongside some new additions to their rosters, it's going to lead to some very interesting mix-up in mechanics, in gameplay, and I think a lot of us are going to be excited to see which of these two are gonna come out on top.
I'm very curious about the predictions here, but it looks like an overwhelming majority is going to be leaning towards GEEK FAM this time, with only me and Jasuzuran going to be believing in TODAK in this matchup.
This is interesting results here. I actually expected that it would be a little bit more even, but overall, most of us going to be supporting GEEK FAM here in this endeavor. We'll find out whether or not we're the ones that are going to come out on top, or will the minority win the prediction. Like, for some reason, it feels like when there's a minority in our predictions, they tend to be the ones that are winning.
No, you got to be an even smaller minority. It's got to be one person.
Gotta be one person.
Literally one person. That's usually the curse that happens all the time. But let's see the audience predictions here. Who do they believe is going to take this game away? And it seems that the overwhelming support of TODAK is still going to be by their side against GEEK FAM.
Now, it looks like this is one of those rare occasions where those of us on the talent roster are disagreeing with the majority opinion of the audience. Quite a bit of you are TODAK fans, and it is understandable. They are considered probably one of the best teams in the country. So far, their performance maybe hasn't quite lived up to that, but they're going to be looking to prove themselves. And if you guys want to prove yourselves on the Land of Dawn, perhaps you can consider looking into the brand new Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G.
I mean, look at it. It's a brand new smartphone with a sleek design. And if you want to play Mobile Legends bang, bang, you might as well get the best on the market here. With MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone Samsung, you can get an awesome gaming experience with the brand new Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G.
Yep, but without further ado, only a few seconds left on the timer. It's time for us to enter into draft for game number 1 in our second best of 3 series of the day. GEEK FAM going to be drafting on the blue side, TODAK drafting on the red side.
I'm excited to see how they play this out. Number 1, because X-Ray is up on board, and X-Ray was an TODAK member.
That's
if
true.
you guys still remember him in his good old days in the gold lane.
That's true. I remember back in the day when TODAK, their side laners were to be feared. The combination of Formaze and X-Ray was certainly quite a sight to behold. So now that he's going to be facing his old team, does X-Ray still have knowledge about their internal workings, or has TODAK grown and changed enough that the gameplay is basically unrecognizable now?
Well, let's find out here, as both sides are expecting from TODAK to be at a slight disadvantage in the draft, especially being on red side, having to get rid of the top picks, which is going to be Fanny and as well as Valentina. GEEK FAM instantly looking to shut down Matilda, also the Selena at the same time.
GEEK FAM gonna be focusing on the early game. I wouldn't be surprised if they did decide to ban out something like the Cho as well, because we do know Yums can be pretty aggressive as a roamer, and that's a hero that he's very comfortable with playing. TODAK, the second ban, interestingly enough, going to be the Edith, so Fanny not quite banned out just yet.
Interesting. They're holding off. I think they're I would like to see that they're baiting GEEK FAM into banning out something like Fanny this time round, or actually opening up the Lancelot this time round, but I don't think GEEK FAM mind too much if they give or take the Lancelot away. The Fanny, I just hope they don't fall for it. They don't need to ban it this time round. If they ban out Lancelot, that's totally fine. It's just going to allow TODAK to make that choice.
But I am wondering whether or not GEEK FAM would be comfortable with playing the Fanny. If Zorn was there, then yes, absolutely. But that is not the case this time, so we'll see what they decide to do. I do certainly agree, though, that the Lancelot would be the typical idea to ban out here, but instead, GEEK FAM are going to be banning out the Fovea. So this leads me to believe that by opening things up, they guarantee themselves to lock in either the Fanny or the Lancelot.
Yep, and especially since, let's say, TODAK does decide to ban out Fanny, Lancelot going to be the insta-lock coming in from GEEK FAM, getting rid of Foveus to make sure, hey, I don't even have a counter matchup to worry about, so it's just all wins and all positives for the side of GEEK FAM here.
Yep, again, the power of drafting on the blue side. Teams are definitely recognizing that this gives them quite a bit of an advantage, but certainly many teams have shown that there are ways to play around it. So now the ball is in TODAK's court. They are going to ban out the Lancelot, which will give Fanny over to GEEK FAM. Are they going to lock it in straight away?
Okay, does Burpee know how to play Fanny. Let's find out right here, right now. It's really important that he does, because this is one of the very rare opportunities that you can actually see Fanny in play. And if so, does TODAK have the counter matchup? Because it seems like they're confident, but it looks like no, they don't have access to Fanny. Oh no! All right, so they lock in Cho for a potential counter pick against that Fanny. There's nothing much they can do, but TODAK, I'm looking at GEEK. This could be his time.
This is very interesting. I was actually thinking if GEEK FAM locked in the Fanny, the Cho would be a good pickup for TODAK themselves, because as I've mentioned before, Yums is very comfortable with it, and the Way of the Dragon is a good lockdown on a hero as mobile as Fanny is. But since they've let it through, as you say, it's a chance for GEEK to show his stuff, and that is indeed going to be the case. TODAK lock in the Fanny as well as the Beatrix.
I want to see him flex. I can't wait to see GEEK flex this time. He's got a power pick like no other this time round, and it's going to be for sure a good time for him to flex his mechanics. But they're also getting access to Beatrix as well, coming in from the side of TODAK. So let's keep in mind that for GEEK FAM, they have to not only deal with this Fanny, but the fact is that overall the defensive and offensive capabilities of Beatrix is going to be great. I'm expecting GEEK FAM to go for something along the lines of Yuzong, probably.
Yuzong would not be a bad choice, especially since Edith has already been taken out. Glue is still in the pool if they decide to go for it, but it's become less popular since he got his nerf. They're gonna lock in the Paquito, and interestingly enough, the Kufra as well, as a way to counter the Fanny.
I like it. I like it. It's a good idea coming in from GEEK FAM, but it seems like GEEK FAM just like giving away Fanny over to the enemy teams. It's a little frustrating to see, but we don't see the Kaja. We don't see, you know, the Franco. Nothing too crazy coming out of GEEK FAM just yet. They're sticking to their guns. TODAK, they lock in Esmeralda.
Alright, that is a classic 4-maze pick, the Esmeralda. So now their side lanes are going to be pretty comfortable. Momo on the Beatrix and 4-maze on the Esmeralda means that TODAK shouldn't have too much trouble holding the side lanes. The question now is whether or not they do want to ban out some Esmeralda counters like we've seen before, the Khalid, or do they want to focus on securing the gold lane by banning out heroes like the Popol and Koopa or the Clint?
Well, the fact is they already showed Cho, and they know that Cho is definitely going to go into the EXP lane this time, and arguably Kufra should be in the support position. That shouldn't be too much of a surprise. They ban out the Kadita, which I think is a really good option here, because overall it's about whether or not you can get that, you know, follow-up CC, and Kadita is just really, really great with Kufra. If Fanny gets hit up by the bouncing ball, instantly Breath of the Ocean is going to take her out.
That is true. That's a good shout out right there. Plus, Kadita is one of the few mages that does have a fair bit of durability and escape, so it makes her less of a target for a Fanny who wants to go for these backline squishy heroes and just get out straight away. TODAK wants to make sure that GEEK FAM are put in a spot where they do have to field one of these types of heroes against this Fanny.
Ruby going to be the follow-up ban coming in from the side of GEEK FAM this time. They want to limit the annoying types of supports that really focus on, hey, if you're melee and you come into range, that's when you're expecting Ruby to punish you with the I'm offended.
Yep, I think that's a pretty good choice there. Now one more ban for both sides. GEEK FAM, I'm expecting, since the Cho is going to go into the EXP lane, this is a jungle Paquito, so they're still looking for a mage as well as a gold lane. If they really want to focus on getting rid of mages, I would expect something like a Lilia ban, but they're going to go for the Popol and Koopa, which I think does make Momo's job a little bit easier.
Yeah, I agree with that as well, and at least, you know, with the matchups coming up, at least all you have to deal with is like Brody, Clint. They're still difficult in their own rights, but there's a lot more counterplay in comparison to a lane bully like Popol and Koopa.
Yep, so TODAK, their side lanes are looking pretty solid right now. As for GEEK FAM, they have one final ban. What will they go for? Is it worth it to ban the Franco at this point? I don't really think so. Oh wait, no. The Fanny is on the opposite side. What am I talking about? Cecilion going to be the ban for GEEK FAM instead.
They want some scaling. They want to deny TODAK from scaling into the later stages of the game with Moon. But I think that's generally okay. There's still Lilia to be picked up for the side of TODAK, so I don't see much of an issue overall.
Yeah, definitely not. Let's see exactly what TODAK is going to respond here. As was highlighted earlier, they're still looking for a mage as well as a roamer. And I'm very curious about Yumes' hero pool. We haven't seen him play for quite a while. In the past, he was known for playing heroes like Cho. I want to see if he's got anything else in his pocket.
Yep, Eve going to be locked in for the side of TODAK, now creating a real-world manipulation, a box of death, a kill zone for GEEK FAM to get trapped in. A very good idea. However, there's plenty of CC on the side of GEEK FAM with their first 3 picks alone that could deny the real-world manipulation. So this could potentially be follow-up. It really depends on the situation. But GEEK FAM now looking to complete their composition against TODAK.
Do they have enough crowd control is the question. Sure, these 3 are already more than enough under normal circumstances, but this is a fanny they are dealing with after all. Plus, having these 3 heroes means that they're gonna need more solid sources of DPS. And we'll see exactly what they choose to go for. It's gonna be the Farsa and the Moskov.
Interesting. Very interesting. Another artillery mage this time to make sure that if Momo gets somewhat close, Farsa can look to punish, and also getting the Moskov for late game scaling. I think that's pretty interesting because at the very least Moskov is able to knock Fanny away in case she gets a little too close, but it really depends on the mechanics of the Fanny player to position herself correctly.
That is true. Plus, when Moskov gets that late game scaling, he can be a really scary threat, even against a hero as strong as Beatrix. We have seen GEEK FAM pull this out before. I believe Lilby has played the Moskov, but looks like we're gonna be seeing it in the hands of X-Ray this time. TODAK now have the final choice. What is going to be Yumes' hero? There's still plenty of tanks in the pool. The choice going to... Huh? Wait, is this a roam fanny?
I think it's a roam fanny. I think it's a roam fanny. Wait, hold on. So Yumes knows how to play fanny too? I guess this is a very Malaysian flavor for sure, but this is one of those situations where GEEK FAM actually whipped out a composition similar to this in Season 8, where Zorn was the one who picked up fanny to invade early after taking away their own purple buff, while Rogers on the orange buff. Wow, what a composition being whipped out from TODAK this time round.
That's not the only thing. I actually spotted at the end of that it's going to be Arts playing on the Moskov and X-Ray playing on the Cho. So both teams pulling out some pretty weird choices here in game number 1. But you can't expect less coming out from TODAK versus GEEK FAM after all. These are 2 teams very well known for pulling these weird strats. On this side, GEEK FAM, they're going to be pulling out a pretty default draft. But will it be a little bit out of meta for the side of TODAK? They're going to be using GEEK FAM's own roaming fanny strat against them. Will Yumes live up to Zorn's legacy? We will find out.
Woo! What an exciting game this is already developing to be. GEEK FAM on the blue side, TODAK on the red side. Let's get this game on the road here, as both teams will contest immediately for these buffs. And it looks like Fanny's not going to sit on top of the purple just for now, as we can see both X-Ray and as well as Saiyajin getting very good early trades. Yumes instantly hitting level 2 off of the EXP lane, sharing it with Formaze.
You can see that TODAK as well, in terms of their battle spells, is very much respecting the CC that GEEK FAM has. 3 of their heroes are going in with Purify.
Oh, I like it. I like it because that's the only thing that's going to stop, that's really going to stop them in their tracks. And GEEK FAM also need to be careful because if Farsa isn't able to get her damage down with a feathered airstrike, she's basically useless other than her stun. So it's going to be tough, but let's see how they play this one. Yumes already walking up to be extremely dangerous. Saiyajin in some trouble there. That's some fast steel cables coming out from Yumes.
That was impressive. Almost taking out Saiyajin, and he doesn't even have the purple buff like you'd normally expect a Fanny to have in the jungle. Yumes already proving that he has what it takes to be able to play this roam position, but we'll see what happens as the game continues.
Yep, now we are both seeing both junglers hitting level 4. contention for this turtle is going to be pretty important, but Yums doesn't have that purple buff. He can only roam around for a little bit before heading back in towards base. But here we go. He's going to get on top of Burpee here. Is he going to steal this away? No, he does not, but he's just going to chill back. Moon now in some trouble here, taking a good amount of damage from Dom, as we see Yums says hello, make sure that he's in position to attack Burpee. Aji gets that first initial kill, and Formaze is here to back him up. Saiyajin wants to get the kill, but he knows he doesn't have the damage. He's going to get him. Ajik's now in some trouble. Oh, the arrow of destruction gets blocked as they run on through. Ajik's still alive with the mechanics. He pulls off X-Ray, does come in, takes out Moon in the process, forcing out that flicker. But most importantly, Ajik is still alive.
Yep, some excellent gameplay by TODAK there to protect their jungle. That is going to be first blood bounty. Unfortunately, TODAK do end up losing Moon as well, but keeping their jungler alive under those circumstances is no small feat.
Yep, it really, really isn't. Ajik, really great metamorphosis to dodge the third hit of the G Kundo. Great use of the iframes as well as a Lycan Pounce. Well done. Now, GEEK FAM, on the other hand, knowing that they don't exactly have the biggest advantage of in the world, they know for a fact that that first turtle is great, but they need to make sure that X-Ray gets out of his lane. So after he pushes, they need to start making a play towards the mid lane because Dominus isn't going to have much help. However, we are seeing kills on the bottom side of the map. Yums trades his life 1-for-1 for Arts to allow Beatrix to get ahead.
Obviously, it's not ideal for Yums to trade up there, but trading your roamer for the enemy goal laner is always going to be worth it. So even though Yums lost his life there, that's going to help give Momo a bit of advantage in his lane as they now make a play onto Dominus, and Yums finishes him off.
He's so fast. He's so fast. I think even Dominus was kind of shocked that he was getting attacked so quickly by Yums. He would have survived the initial engagement, but he wasn't expecting Yums with the steel cables to chunk out 25% of his HP, but now he's in trouble. He managed to dodge the first initial one. Does the orange buff burn kill him? Ah, yes, it still does. Well done for Burpee, able to pull that off quite nicely and also getting off the bloody retribution.
Yep, you really kind of underestimate the... Oh, hold on for a second. Burpee almost getting the kill onto Momo as well. Luckily, he ran out of abilities there, and that allowed the Beatrix to walk away, but a lot of aggression coming out from Burpee here.
Yep, very nicely done. Unfortunately, Burpee didn't have the double knockup. He already used the first initial knockup on Fanny, but couldn't get the second one in time. Now Dominus is going to make a run for it, flickering out as soon as possible. He knows how quickly Yums is able to kind of catch up to that fight, so it's better to be safe rather than sorry.
I do have to wonder whether or not Yums actually missed his cable a little bit there, or he decided to stop on purpose, because I feel like he could have actually gone on to the members of GEEK FAM a little bit more. Well, we won't know for sure, but now X-Ray in a bit of trouble. A 4-man rotation up to top.
Yep. Let's see how they want to actually take this neutral objective here. A majority of their members are on the bottom side, and Yums is going to attack Dominus straight away, making this a 3v2. There's no way they can steal this away, so good call coming in from TODAK to minimize the actual potential of a turnaround from GEEK FAM.
Yep, I really like that play from Yums there, going actively to hunt down Dominus. While he doesn't actually get the kill, he makes sure that the feathered airstrike will not be a factor when they're attempting to take the turtle, and knowing that X-Ray and Saiyajin don't have enough damage to really contest, they can take that for free.
Yep, now they're looking down towards bottom side. They know for a fact that Burpee has cleared out his jungle. They're not entirely sure where, but they're guessing that he's somewhere down on bottom. Yums is going to first go check the brush. He's going to get a double knockup here, but it really doesn't matter. His face check has been successful. Saiyajin, oh, he didn't say it, but Saiyajin misses in his own right. He finds two. The first Purify comes out as Momo gets on out of there. Ajik is able to slay down Dominus in nick of time. Ajik is going to take his time in range form as Formaze is happily taking on Arts. Arts doesn't have enough damage just yet, but Ajik doesn't care. He doesn't care at all about the damage Arts has to offer. He takes him out, but unfortunately it's going to be Burpee who turns that fight around. Formaze and Ajik get traded off, and even Moon now in a lot of trouble. Can he get out in time? Nope. It's going to fall as Burpee might die on over as Momo gets kicked back. Hello, Fanny's here. The execution is done. Dominus trying his best, but still clips him right at the edge. GEEK FAM win out in that trade 2-4.
A massive fight coming out from both sides, resulting in a triple kill. So much happened there that it's even difficult to describe exactly what was going on, but I think that was a really well played fight by Burpee, who could have actually gotten the kill at the end and gotten out if not for Yooms arriving in the nick of time and finishing him off. So just overall, really good trades by both sides.
Whoa, really sweaty game indeed. Both sides really flexing their mechanics as much as they can. 7-7, generally even. TODAK slightly ahead of goal, but it's pretty negligible at this point. The biggest win so far for TODAK is the fact that they are equal in terms of turtle, but they have one more structure ahead. So Momo now getting on out of there, but Art taking a very bold move, not realizing that Moon was already in the brush. A mistake, a blunder has been made, and TODAK punish it instantaneously.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Arts right there. You can't blame him. He didn't know that Moon was hiding in that brush, but I do still feel like that would have been a bad move even if he wasn't around. It would have put him in a bit of a dangerous spot. Saiyajin getting hit by two members here, but he should be fine. He is very tanky after all.
Yeah, I'm surprised. You know, the support position coming in from Yooms is working out, but as you can tell, the damage of Fanny is starting to fall off here, working more as an executioner for the squishies rather than the tanks. Can't seem to get ahead as well, but they also cracked the top tier 1. Aji easily going to be able to take this turtle away, but he's buying a little bit more time to allow Yooms to charge up on his energy and face check the brush, immediately opening up the map.
Yep, really well played by Yooms there. He knows he has the mobility to just dive in and get out without too much issue, no matter how many members of the enemy team are there. Saiyajin charging up, gets a nice Tyrant's Revenge on the turtle, who is just taken by Burpee. Burpee steals the turtle. X-Ray now in trouble, gets the flicker out, but he's not going to be able to escape from a GEEK, but he's not going to mind trading one life for that objective.
Ooh, a GEEK there taking a very risky turn, but now he's getting attacked by Burpee, who generally has the advantage here. He gets hit by the last jab. For Maze was not able to get there in time, but it's all about Momo and Yooms right now. Yooms opens up the map. Moon as well as Momo continue to take down these structures one by one. Let's look at the items to see where we're at.
You can see in terms of both junglers, Burpee and Ajik are actually about equal. As for the gold lane, Momo slightly ahead. But yeah, both teams in terms of farm are pretty close to one another. Burpee has a slight advantage in terms of fighting just because it is Paquito versus the Roger. But if GEEK FAM can hold out long enough for Arts to really start scaling up, TODAK is in danger here as they get caught out. Not quite able to finish off Moon.
Spirit Destruction just missing ever so slightly, grazing the hairs of Moon on his back, but Yooms now in position to actually attack Dominus so far, but a good call. He gets hit and now he's in a lot of trouble. Dominus can actually take him out, but he doesn't have the feathered airstrike. Unfortunately, that's going to be a missed opportunity. Yooms walks out for free.
Yeah, that's just unlucky. I think Dominus didn't have his skills off of cooldown. If it was just 1 second earlier, he would have actually gotten the kill onto Yooms, but that's just RNG sometimes.
It's here comes your boy. Yooms comes in hard, but he's going to get hit by the feather airstrike, gets out with the steel cables once more. You can see how frustrating it is to actually deal with this Fanny. Hyper mobile, and most importantly, opens up the map for free unless Saiyajin just happens to be the right place at the right time with the bouncing ball.
Yep, but speaking of opening up the map, Burpee been doing a good job of split pushing down the bottom side, getting their tier 1 tower, and now GEEK FAM able to get the tier 1 up top as well. So in terms of structures, they have actually equalized, and now they're looking to see if they can catch off any of the members of TODAK.
Speaking of which, now we can see that tier 2s are up and they're even in terms of the towers overall. Map control is a bit of a struggle from either side as mid-game starts to roll in. That's when we're seeing Dominus having some really effective damage, and even with the mystery shop, that's just going to help him. He's got his 2-item power spike, which is the most important here on his team because now he has some really threatening damage.
Yeah, but it's a bit difficult for Dominus to actually output that damage just because Yooms is able to jump on him for Maze as well. The Farsa is constantly under threat as compared to the enemy Eve. Moon having a pretty good time with his real-world manipulation, even though there is a Cooper on the opposite side, just because of how much attention Yooms is taking from GEEK FAM.
Speaking of which, now they're giving Yooms over that purple buff, and now they're going to allow him to really enable himself to zip across the map and really start putting the pressure. They do land the first render shot onto X-Ray, but X-Ray, he is playing Concussive Blast, so he's building full tank at this point in time. Really doesn't feel much.
Yep, that does mean that towards the late game, GEEK FAM will be way tankier than that of TODAK. And if Arts is able to get his item, that is definitely a recipe for victory. So TODAK, once it gets to that late game point, their main target is going to be this Moskov. And if they can take him out of the fight, the rest of GEEK FAM doesn't have enough to stop them.
Yep. Now they're going to be contesting for Lord here. Two members of the side of GEEK FAM are rotating down towards it as they are threatening Esmeralda is going to be late to the party. And now they're going to reset. I think it's a good idea here for the side of TODAK to reset this Lord to buy that extra bit of time to allow Formace to get into the middle of this fight. Mid lane being contested. Oh, good damage coming in from Dominus onto Yums, forcing him to recall. That's going to be a Luminous Lord upgrade here down for the side of GEEK FAM as they have priority.
Yep. Yum's gonna have to be a bit more careful as the game goes on, but guess what? Falling Star Moon from Formace jumping onto Dominus. He gets away with the wings by wings. The knockout from the Lord gonna force GEEK FAM away as Sayajin now caught behind enemy lines. Real world manipulation gonna trap the Moskov, and Arts gets taken out straight away. X-Ray going to be able to escape thanks to the flicker, but Sayajin unfortunately gets set up by the Lord itself. Burpee coming and gets the steal! What? He gets the retribution! He loses his life, but he steals the Lord away from TODAK!
Oh, that's so frustrating. That's so frustrating. And they use the retributions at the same time, but TODAK needs to capitalize on this situation. If X-Ray can get rid of that last minion, they might be able to hold their tier 2, but no, it's too late. Luminous Lord is walking around with empowered minions as well. Oh, that could have been TODAK's way to break open an inhibitor. That's so sad to see. Well played to the jungler of GEEK FAM, Burpee, winning out that 50-50.
Yep, he did lose his life, but I think I'll take losing your life and a tier 2 over giving that Lord to TODAK at this point. X-Ray taking a fair bit of damage. Sayajin looking for the pickup, but TODAK have already decided to back this off. Oh, hold on, X-Ray, does he go for Formace? Nope, looks like he's not going to do that.
Yep, Fanny recalls, and once again, the stage is clear, equal on either side. Both teams looking to try and get a lead somewhere. And we honestly thought that TODAK was about to win it there.
Yep, that goes to show anything can happen in this game, and it all comes down to how well both these teams are going to be able to execute. So far, Burpee has actually been demonstrating pretty good aggression throughout this game, and if they're still able to hold out, I still think that Arts' late game damage is going to be very intimidating.
Yep, once again, we're seeing Momo getting his shots off. He lands it on Dominus. Dominus is locked in place. He's 1 HP, but he can't get out. Formace able to pick him off in time as the rest of GEEK FAM fall victim. Here comes Yums, but now he realizes he doesn't need to be there as Paquito has spotted him out. He's just going to buy a little bit of time, and the rest of TODAK won't be able to do much as they lose Yums in the process, getting pinned against the Lord Pit.
Yeah, but they were able to pick off Dominus and Sayajin. That was a really amazing combo coming out from TODAK. Renner's Apathy landing onto the Farsa at the same time that Falling Star Moon hits Dominus, which allowed them to lock down the Farsa long enough to get the kill, even though he had already popped the wings by wings.
Yep, tier 2 going to be falling for the side of GEEK FAM, and TODAK now with a clean 2.2k lead.
Yeah, but TODAK are still able to get their structures, so GEEK FAM still a little bit behind in terms of map control and farm. They need to make sure that they don't get caught out in fights like this, and preferably, if they can, stop Moon from casting the real-world manipulation, because if they catch too many members of GEEK FAM inside, they don't have a lot of ways of being able to stop it.
Well, top lane gonna get cleared up once again as TODAK starting to make a move into the enemy jungle. They're attacking X-Ray, but Dominus is patiently waiting for the right opportunity to catch somebody off. He finds Ajing, but he quickly gets on out of there, realizing, nope, that's not the right target. He's a little too strong, and there's no way I can burst him 100-0 just yet, as the next Luminous Lord has spawned.
That's a little unlucky. GEEK FAM was definitely looking to set up a fight there with the feathered airstrike. Unfortunately, Ajing just happened to walk into the bush. Moon in a bit of trouble, getting caught out. Burpee has to get away. Sayajin there to protect him. Looks like both sides will be able to disengage. We've reached a point in the game where both teams are pretty wary of one another and are not willing to really take fights unless they're confident that they can get a strong engage.
Speaking of confidence here, like, we can see that Fanny is pulling aside. Oh no, Paquito, he's not there for that fight. Do they take a 50-50? Yup, and TODAK instantly gonna win that. However, Arts is getting some good damage on the Formace for now. They're on the run as the real world manipulation. As soon as they hesitate, they get punished. Momo here to clean things up as Dominus gonna be dropping down down his own artillery. It's not going to be enough as TODAK cleanly wiped the floor. 2 for 1 trade. Aji goes down, but Seijin and Arts give up their life for this Luminous Lord.
Yep, that Lord skirmish did not go in GEEK FAM's favor. Not able to get the steal onto the Lord, and they lose 2 members in exchange as well. Lord now pushing into the mid lane, gonna be able to take out the inhibitor. X-Ray jumps into the backline, but gets the kick on the wrong target, landing on Momo instead of Moon. That's going to allow the Lord to push straight in, and luckily for them, TODAK not going to be able to go for the end right now.
Yep, Yums is going to be stealing away the purple buff from GEEK. At the same time, TODAK, oh boy, Dominus so low. They're going to break open another inhibitor, and this is great for Yums. He can continue on with his split push on towards that top side. 1 more inhibitor to go to really put GEEK FAM behind, and they're going to just start shredding it down. X-Ray's trying to block the shots, but here comes the real world manipulation to shove him out. It's going to be the Feathered Airstrike in response, but it's not good enough at this point of time. Maze walks right up into enemy territory, and he cannot die. He's just too strong. Burpee is so close to dying. Does he burn away? No, he manages to live as Maze walks out for free. All 3 inhibitors get claimed by TODAK.
GEEK FAM are now sitting in an empty base, and this is never an ideal situation. Ars still not quite able to get the full items he needs to start dishing out some damage. He's been forced to go for some defensive options, which means that his damage potential is a lot lower than it would ideally need to be. This is unfortunately the risk of playing heroes such as this without much mobility.
Yep, X-Ray now in some trouble here. Yum says hello to Burpee, and Burpee gets 2 with a knockup, but he's going to get instantly bursted down under the tremendous power of Moon and as well as Momo. It's going to be a clean kill even after he comes back from the immortality. Art's the next to fall. He gets locked down by the rest of the team, and this is going to be a clean win coming in from the side of TODAK as they completely obliterate GEEK FAM in 1 quick sweep here. 2 members go down, but GG, well played for TODAK.
That was just a very convincing victory. TODAK just took complete control of the game, and unfortunately, the draft coming out of GEEK FAM was not enough to be able to respond to the aggression. It's not often in the MPL that you can see a team just walk right into the base and take out the crystal, but when you're able to wipe GEEK FAM just like that, there's not much they can do to contest it.
A strong game coming out from TODAK's side, an interesting draft from either, but it looks like it needs to be a little bit of thought before game number 2. That being said, we got to break down this game here. Congratulations to TODAK for their very first win here in their best of 3.
I think that was just a very good showing. TODAK looking a little bit stronger now that Yums has rejoined the roster, especially on that roamer Fanny, taking a page out of GEEK FAM's own book. They're getting a taste of what it feels like to have this strategy played against themselves.
It's a little interesting because their opening was different. They went straight to rush that level 2 with the help of Formaze in the EXP lane, and they didn't give over their purple buff over to Fanny this time. So I think it's interesting how they decided to kind of play this out. It's a little different, but sort of the same.
Yeah, I think it goes to show that TODAK have a pretty good understanding of what this roamer Fanny style is supposed to achieve. Sure, without the purple buff, obviously Yums can do a lot less than he could with it. But even without the buff, Fanny is still a very annoying hero. Just needs to play a bit more carefully. You can't go for kills, but you can still threaten people out of position. You can still create this threat. Even if you're not really able to go for those kills, they have to save their CC abilities specifically for you.
Yeah, it's just so frustrating to deal with. Honestly, well played for the side of TODAK, coming up with a really interesting draft here. I'm curious to see what exactly was the build at the end of the day, but we'll double check that in a little bit. I'm very curious about Yums' build.
That is true. I myself want to see what kind of build he went for. We didn't really highlight it during the game, but he actually went for the Festival of Blood emblem. Obviously, roamer Fanny is not common. I wouldn't really expect him to go for a tank emblem either, but I am curious what kind of build he went for to necessitate Festival of Blood over some other choices.
Probably he also went for a Bloodlust Axe, something that deals just enough damage, give him that cooldowns, but most importantly, add that sustainability. That's what I'm guessing here. It's just speculation, but overall, what did you think about Burpee on this Paquito? It's clear that he was able to lock down Yums, especially if he gets out of position or he gets too close to a wall.
I think this is definitely one of Burpee's better performances so far on the MPL stage. I think he was really aggressive, he got some really nice kills, and his teamfight presence was there. Plus the fact that he was able to steal the Lord that one time. It's just unfortunate. I feel like the rest of GEEK FAM's draft was not the answer to what TODAK pulled up against him.
I suppose that is true, but looking over at the item bill, Yomes went for full tank this time, and he still had extremely relevant damage. He didn't need any damage items. In a matter of fact, he just stacked up on defensive items.
Yep, and that means that Fanny as a hero, her 100% win rate is still preserved on the MPL stage so far. I wonder, are there any teams that can figure out a solid way to deal with this?
It's hard to say, honestly. It really is hard to say. Fanny seems to get away with a little too much, especially if you happen to miss like one ability sometimes and she gets away with a sliver of health. It's kind of situational, but overall, just well played. Like, so even Moon, he was struggling in his own lane, forcing out the Ice Queen's wand and second item brute force breastplate because of how much pressure Saiyajin and as well as X-Ray was putting on top of him. But at the end of the day, once he started living these tough situations and Ajik was able to create that space with the help of Formace, this game really turned on GEEK FAM's heads.
Yep, once we got to the second half of that game there, TODAK's lineup really started coming online because you already have Yums and Formace to deal with. Formace already started scaling up. You can see he is maxed out on his items, so the Esmeralda was not dying easily, creating perfect zones for Momo and Moon to just cause havoc. But let's have a look at who our MVP of that game is, and it is going over to Momo from TODAK.
Easily given to Momo with his 8-1 and 7 match KDA and 71% match KP. He was making sure he was destroying turrets, being oppressive in lane, and most importantly, that's what TODAK was playing around, creating the space that he needs so that he can breathe and do his work on these structures. Securing these early structures has been what the meta has been asking for because it just accelerates the game so fast.
Yeah, Momo has been such an intimidating player from TODAK. Even when the rest of his team is a little inconsistent, sometimes they don't perform, Momo seems to be the player that's really like carrying things towards the late game, making things happen, winning his lane, and I am very impressed by his performance so far. I think this is indeed a well-earned MVP.
Oh boy, well done for Momo here, but we can only start thinking about game number 2. What can GEEK FAM do better here? And especially when it came down to the draft, is it going to be enough? But let's jump into the highlights in case you missed out on the game. Here are some of the big moments here. These highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
Well, I think the first thing that we do have to note is that Dominus was not having a fun time. It looks like there is a reason less and less teams are drafting the Farsa, even though the hero was popular before. And I do like how aggressive TODAK was going for these dives. Sure, they lost stuff in exchange, mainly because Burpee was actually doing a very good job. But Yums, look at the amount of pressure he was creating.
Yeah, I mean, Yomus was creating so much pressure here, and the mid lane was really hard to contest since even when Moon was unable to clear it as quickly, at least he was able to clear it a lot more quickly compared to Dominus, and that's when Yomus continues to be an ever-growing threat. Someone gets locked down, all of a sudden, Yomus comes flying through with a Fanny to finish you off.
I think we also have to note a combo coming out from TODAK. In past seasons, a notable combo that teams would pick up would be the Eve Lancelot, because having a Lancelot around that people have to lock down creates so much space for the real-world manipulation. They focus all their attempts on the more mobile assassin rather than Eve herself. And this is just the evolution of that, except even more annoying because you have a Fanny that you must lock down.
Man, it's tough to say. It really is tough. And I do agree with you that Burpee was playing much better on this Paquito compared to the last time we did see him. But his 50-50s are good and bought him that extra bit of time. But the later stages of the game were just really tough to actually get past, especially since the jungle, they lost access to the jungle. And more importantly, Fanny decided, you know what? I can start taking the enemy's purple buff and I'm going to be zipping around the map.
Yep, once they got to that point where TODAK had full map control, they can just give Ajik one jungle, they give Yums the other jungle. And when you have so many resources fed to your team and the other team doesn't have access to their own, it just makes it more and more easy for you to snowball out of control. And GEEK FAM just couldn't come back from that situation. I mentioned that once we got to the late game, Arts should have very strong DPS. Well, he couldn't output it because he was dying straight away.
He was dying way too quick. Way too quick. And I think that's something we need to keep into consideration as we jump on over towards the second potential draft here from both of these teams. Like, is Fanny something that you need to get rid of? Was Yums more than effective enough on this support position rather than the traditional jungle that we are used to seeing?
Oh yes, 100%. I think that Fanny was a huge factor that allowed them to win that game because it occupies so much headspace. It always creates a situation where I have to save this ability to catch out the Fanny, and a lot of the time GEEK FAM couldn't even do that. But before we continue with this discussion, thank you very much everyone watching because we've hit our 1,000 share milestone.
Let's go! 1,000 shares thanks to you guys here at the English broadcast as well. Thank you so much for contributing. Take your codes down below. You have earned it 100%. But don't forget, at the end of the show, there are still more prizes to be awarded. People are going to get selected for that lucky draw and earn themselves some sweet rewards.
Yep, but speaking of sweet as well, if you guys want something nice, tasty, and delicious to keep you refreshed as you continue enjoying MPL MY, why not scan the QR code below? Make sure to use the promo code as well to grab yourself some good old Nescafe.
Stay awake until the end of the show, and the best way to do it is to be celebrating it with Nescafe. Choose your favorite flavor, get that discount while you're at it. You know what to do. You've heard about this before. Now, coming back in towards this game here, what do you think the adaptations are going to be from GEEK FAM? Are they going to take priority over blue side or stick on red side?
The first thing that GEEK FAM need to do is to pick up heroes and roles that are a little more comfortable to them. Something that was really notable in that last game was it feels like the only player that was really playing at 100% coming out of GEEK FAM was Burpee.
Okay.
Because obviously, Farsa on Dominus, you normally expect him to be able to do more, but Farsa is constantly getting caught out. I think Saiyajin and X-Ray are still a little bit fresh. It's been their first game in a long time, so a little out of practice. They weren't hitting their abilities the way you'd expect them to do so, and Arts is obviously not a gold laner in the first place.
Yeah, I feel like even for Arts, he definitely wasn't exactly in the most comfortable of positions, but let's see if they change things up here. For all we know, X-Ray could go back into the gold lane once again. We've seen him play Granger previously for TODAK in Season 7, so let's keep that in mind as we move in towards the next match. And just in case you are tuning in, here's the previous match recap in terms of their damage dealt with TODAK taking that game.
Yeah, you can see in terms of damage dealt, it's very firmly in TODAK's favor when you consider that Yums on the roaming Fanny was doing almost as much damage as some of the cores on GEEK FAM. You already know that things are not looking too swell, and Momo especially 77,000 damage done, nearly double of that of GEEK FAM's top performers.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's a lot of damage. For Mason Moon hitting in the 65 and above K worth in comparison to GEEK FAM, who wasn't even able to break into the 50K. Rather surprising to me, but Ajik has been taking full advantage of the extra damage his teammate has been able to dish out to execute key priority targets to really get that snowball going. And I think that Arts on this Moskov, unfortunately, just was not the play.
Yeah, I think he was very out of his element there because it takes quite a notable mental shift to be able to go from burlier frontline fighters to a marksman, especially one like Moskov who wants to stand in the back and protect themselves as much as possible. I think Arts was still playing in the sense that he wants to be in the middle of fights, he wants to be doing damage, but he overextended himself a lot of the time, getting caught out.
I'm thinking whether Arts is able to play any other type of marksmen in that lane, but looking at the draft so far, he had no access to Popo and Koopa, unfortunately. and I don't know exactly how deep is his pool when it comes down to the gold lane. So it's a little tough to say, but I do think that GEEK FAM still have more to show for themselves. Amox, he's already got the notebook out one more time, and it looks like X-Ray doesn't seem too bothered about that game. They just have to take another one off of TODAK.
Yep, guess we will find out. GEEK FAM, after all, this is still their first time fielding X-Ray as well as Cyajin, so perhaps they're just testing out potential combinations that they could play around. Now that they know that, okay, this is not quite as effective as we thought, perhaps we will see a return of ours to the EXP lane, X-Ray playing the gold lane as is normally expected, but you never know what's gonna come out of either of these teams.
Yeah, well, nobody really knows. Nobody really knows, but that's the beauty of these two teams. They like to go for something shocking, something that makes people go, whoa, wow, and really shakes the world by storm. We've taken a lot of notice from international teams as well that like to keep an eye out and TODAK very keenly to make sure that they're not too surprised once they meet during the international stages.
Yep, and just overall, I think TODAK performed a lot better in that game compared to their performances in week number 1.
Sure,
obviously,
yeah.
They are feeling a bit better now. We have to remember that they were still kind of recovering during week number 1. So now that they're a bit more refreshed, a bit more close to 100%, you can really start seeing some of that TODAK energy surface.
Yep, I mean, they're not at 100%, but that's going to be more than enough to take out some of these teams here with their intense mechanical power. But let's have a look and see how this is going to play out for game number 2. Looks like TODAK still is going to be on the blue side with GEEK FAM on the red.
Interesting choice by TODAK to start off the draft by banning out the Lancelot, but they are on the blue side, so I guess they want to ensure that rather than Lancelot, they want more opportunities to lock in heroes like the Valentina and the Fanny.
Well, let's find out whether or not they're going to get it one more time from GEEK FAM. Though they've already banned out the Lancelot, GEEK FAM get rid of the Selena. No surprises there. But is GEEK FAM going to let these grains of sand slip through their fingers once more?
Well, I guess we will find out. Oh, interesting. They're going to be the ones that ban Fanny this time. Even though being on the blue side means that you can basically force your opponent to be the ones wasting a ban on that hero.
Yeah, it just means like GEEK FAM's just going to ban out Valentina, and our priority comes back to TODAK one more time. Let's see what their third ban is going to be. I don't think it's... is there anything out of the ordinary they need to get rid of? I mean, Dominus... maybe they just get rid of Kadita, I suppose.
Yeah, I think getting rid of the Kadita would be a pretty safe bet. If they want to disable GEEK FAM a bit more, maybe banning out the Cho or the Matilda. Interestingly enough, though, gonna go for the Edith ban.
Yep, didn't even hesitate there to get rid of the Edith. Looks like they still have given a lot of respect to this support marksman / EXP tank players.
Perhaps they are considering the possibility that Arts might play on the Edith instead, because if he does still want to play in the gold lane, well, a tanky marksman, that's about the best fit you are going to find. Don't know if that is indeed the case, but it's a possibility.
I don't think it's the best, because again, melee heroes generally will lose out in their matchups against ranged heroes, and they always seem to get harassed in lane. This is going to be the Esmeralda ban for the side of GEEK FAM. The difference in this time round, the difference is going to be the Phoveus not getting banned out, and more importantly so, the fact is that TODAK banned out Fanny, which I think is kind of strange, but also it's like, alright, I guess they show it one time, and then, you know what, let's see what else GEEK FAM is willing to prioritize in a ban phase.
Well, now that TODAK has the first pick, let's see what they're going to be locking in first. Oh, they're going for the Paquito, so they're going to be flexing that. That can go into the EXP lane or the jungle. And since they've seen that Burpee can perform pretty well on this hero, I guess they're just locking him out and testing out the rest of his hero pool.
Alright. It's a pretty good first pick here. It's very flexible for the EXP as well as the jungle lane. I do think GEEK FAM is going to pick up Tro once more. It doesn't seem too out of the ordinary. And also, it's pretty good on that first rotation of hero selections.
Yeah, I do think so, especially when we're talking about GEEK FAM. But Glue going to be the first lock-in for them. This was a hero that was very popular in week number 1, but has since become less picked up because of the recent nerf. Looks like GEEK FAM are going to be fielding it once again alongside the Matilda.
Yep, I'm not too surprised. Matilda is still really, really good overall. Glue, even though he has been nerfed a little bit in the earlier stages of the game, still has relevance and is still able to kind of just resort to just buying extra bits of time for the teaming. Not exactly creating the space, but does a good enough job to threaten the back line.
Yep, I absolutely think so as well. This means that GEEK FAM, the early game is going to be pretty solid. Will TODAK go for a counter towards the early game themselves? The Cho is still an option open, and I do think that Yums is very comfortable with the hero. I do want to see Yums play on the Cho again if possible. Instead, they're locking in the Beatrix for Momo again, and also the Yi for Moon. These are very much comfort picks.
Yeah, definitely comfort picks for both of them. We saw them in game number 1. We're going to see them in game number 2 again. As we go over to GEEK FAM, they got one more pick to finish off that first phase, and it's going to be Kadita this time, something Dominus is very comfortable with.
Yep, it was led through the draft here in game number 2, so we should be able to see a much more solid performance coming out from Dominus this time as compared to game number 1. But GEEK FAM, they definitely need to look towards getting more consistent damage now, because these first 3 heroes they have aren't really going to be good sources of that.
Yep, Cho gonna get banned out for GEEK FAM straight away. No hesitation. Priority comes back over to TODAK as we are in the second ban phase. What's GEEK FAM missing at this point? They're still missing out a jungler as well as a gold laner. I think Popo and Koopa probably going to be the ban, but instead they're going to be getting rid of Karina this time round.
Oh yeah, that is another hero that I think Burpee has performed fairly well on in the past. So TODAK just locking in on the hero pool for GEEK FAM's newer jungler, which is understandable. Obviously, you want to put GEEK FAM as at much of a disadvantage as possible, and you already know that Burpee, unfortunately, isn't quite able to perform as well on some of the more popular jungle picks like Ling. So they're just keeping that open while banning out comfort picks.
Yep, Roger in the next to fall here in the ban phase as GEEK FAM says no more. They want Ajik to feel a little uncomfortable, and TODAK even banned out the Hayabusa as well, which does leave only Ling, I think, at this point of time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ling is pretty much the only hero left, which is very surprising because a lot of teams do actually ban out the Ling pretty quickly. GEEK FAM have the chance of picking it up themselves, but I don't think it's a hero that Burpee has proven to be very proficient on, so I'm wondering what the choice coming out from GEEK FAM is going to be.
Well, I mean, he has been playing pretty well in game number 1. I wouldn't be too surprised if he plays decently well too in game number 2, but TODAK, on the other hand, I think when it comes down to junglers, they might be shifting this Paquito into the jungle instead of the EXP lane, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm expecting that as well. As for GEEK FAM, if they're still looking for a jungle, Allus is an option, but looks like they are indeed going to lock in the Ling. So if TODAK want to be able to counter this, they don't actually have a lot of CC yet, and the Cho has already been banned.
Yeah, is there anybody else that they need to really worry for? I guess they can put Phoveus in the EXP lane as a way to kind of deal with the Matilda, because every single time somebody is able to dash and takes the guiding wind, he could potentially punish. Now, let's find out how they want to play this out here, and hopefully that isn't an issue on TODAK's side. 10 more seconds to go here. Let's see what the final 2 picks. It looks like it's going to be Estes as well as the Yu Zong. So we are correct. It is Paquito going into the jungle.
Oh, I completely forgot about the Estes. This is a classic Yums hero. And especially if you combo it with these burlier fighters like Yu Zong and Paquito, TODAK are going to have a very scary death ball on their hands inside the real world manipulation.
I'm just nervous because you know how Dominus likes to play. He likes to play guerrilla tactics. He likes to pick people off by hiding in rushes deep in enemy lines to get those big flanks. So Yums has to be extremely careful when he transverses and rotates, because once Dominus gets a good read on him, he's going to get one shot.
Yeah, but I think Yums definitely knows how to play around these kinds of situations. He's already demonstrated a pretty good mastery of the game, and this is of course the Estes. This is a classic signature pick by him, so I think he should be fine. It's up to Dominus to see if he can catch him off guard. But going into this next game, indeed, Arts is going to be reprising his EXP lane, and X-Ray will be playing on the Claude in the gold lane. Will it be enough to even things up and bring it to the classic game number 3, which is pretty common from both these teams?
They drag these games out, but they make sure they put on a show while doing so. Let's get into this Now, Stafa, tell me, which composition are you liking more?
Well, overall, in terms of straight-up team fight, TODAK is obviously much scarier. They have the Yuzong Paquito combined with the Estes inside the real-world manipulation. But if it's in terms of pickoffs, then GEEK FAM is stronger. They have the Ling, as well as the Kadita to just burst down one hero.
Yeah, it looks like we have been getting some information. The game is going to get remade real quick. Looks like it has some technical issues, but that's going to be fine. We'll be getting into it shortly. Hopefully you guys can be patient enough, but it gives us a little bit more time to talk about the compositions overall, right? Because Estes, we haven't seen Estes in quite some time. And, you know, we saw during M3 that Estes was a big part of why Blacklist International was really taking these games away. They played a perfect game whenever it comes down to just team fight overall. But that's not all. TODAK themselves, they are showing, yes, we are capable of playing Estes, but my biggest concern is whether or not it can actually still be utilized. Favor, for an example, the Blessing has been nerfed a little bit, so it's not getting as much, it's not getting as effective or as much healing as it used to.
Yeah, that is the big question. Estes used to be a very popular support pick, but nowadays isn't picked up quite as often anymore. I think it's because a lot of teams are now leaning towards more aggressive early game play. They want to invade the enemy jungle and disrupt their jungling process as much as possible, which is something Estes can do, but not as well as a lot of other options. He's more of a defensive hero that wants to protect his jungler and then start roaming around and taking fights with his team. So as long as TODAK can prevent any early game aggro from affecting GEEK, which is going to be a bit difficult since there is a Matilda, then they will be fine.
I don't know. I feel like it's going to come to a point where they're just babysitting the gold lanes, just hovering around there for the most part and looking to aggressively take out these towers. Because let's not forget that the passives from both Matilda and as well as Estes both empower their auto attacks to get one big punch on top of these structures.
I think the big factor in the early game is going to come down to how well the Matilda can rotate to match the Estes. Because obviously, Matilda is going to move around the map faster than Yumes. So as long as they can figure out, okay, this is where the Estes is right now, we go to another lane, help them get a kill. Then we rotate to a different lane, start making more moves because they have the more aggressive option.
All right, so with more aggressive options means the potential to actually make plays quicker. I don't know, with priority coming through, Glue being a really annoying pick overall, I think it still is going to be tough, and it's going to come down to the mid lanes that's going to really set the tone for the rest of the game. Ajik's performance, though, would you say that, you know, him on this Paquito is going to enable him more than the Roger?
We have seen Ajik on the Paquito before, and unfortunately, in my own opinion, I don't feel like it's a particularly stellar performance. It's good enough, but you never want to just be good enough when you're on the MPL stage. So this is going to be a big game for him to prove that he does have what it takes.
I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of Paquito performances that have not been up to as standard as what we've seen in the international stages so far. Maybe Fighters just isn't our way. It feels like, you know, MPL Malaysia is rotated heavily around like stellar marksmen or just overall good assassins.
Well, that is the thing, isn't it? Sometimes when you're fixed into this meta, when your teams all like to play a specific way, other teams will tend to follow up. They'll realize that, this play way is very effective, this strategy is very good, we should try incorporating it ourselves, and it just ends up in a spiral where everyone wants to play a similar kind of thing. But I do like that TODAK are going back to the Estes app because a lot of their other support options were already banned out or drafted. Again, this is going back to comfort picks, which generally, when you're in trouble, when you don't really know how you want to go about things, comfort picks is where you can always fall back on.
Well, I mean, if they really wanted to be comfortable and really like negate and go back to simple basis, they could have gone with Balmon jungle. They could have gone and decided, you know what, let's just bring back some of the classic tanks. Let's see Atlas all over again. Maybe arguably Beleric in the EXP once more to just set things up. The meta has shifted in very interesting ways, and hopefully you guys, thank you for being so patient. The games are still being remade at this point of time, and hopefully you can stick around a little bit more because they should be starting anytime now. And with that being said, I'm curious to know whether or not this is going to be, you know, the proving grounds for GEEK FAM, and especially for Saiyajin and X-Ray, since, you know, their game 1 performance was kind of okay, and Art's playing in the gold lane, which I know it's because SEA Games, during SEA Games, they did have Rip people come back playing in the EXP at that point of time, and Arts was the only one to kind of fulfill that gold lane position.
That is true, but again, it comes down to what you're comfortable with. No matter how good of a player you are, there is no substitute for experience and muscle memory. If you don't have to think about what you need to do, it allows you to focus on various other factors in the game because you're already so used to playing a specific hero or a specific style in a specific lane. And that allows you to really allow your gameplay to reach a different level. In this case, if you constantly swap your players around into different roles, it doesn't give them the opportunity to build up that sort of innate confidence, that muscle memory, unless you're TODAK, of course.
Unless you're TODAK, I feel like unless you're TODAK, you can get away with anything. They're like, yeah, sure, I guess that's meta, question mark. You're like, I suppose?
Yeah, but that is when Chiku is around as well. So even TODAK have to play a little bit more careful.
Okay, hey, let's not forget that Momo was able to whip out Mia the other time as well. So, you know, Chiku may not be here, but his spirit still lingers amongst his teammates.
It's nice to see the influence that some of these star players can have with the rest of their peers, right? Because you know how in the past Momo was the EXP laner. He was known for playing heroes like Esmeralda, his signature Belleric. All of a sudden, he's playing the gold lane and he is tearing it up.
He is tearing it up, in a matter of fact. And even during M3, he had a stellar performance, now being considered a world-class player at this point of time. I do want to see it kind of translate over to the rest of his team members. Like, we know Formace, we know Moon for a very long time. But at this point of time, Yums, for the first time being on an international stage, he did pretty good. And I think now you can definitely see the differences between Yums and as well as Moy, where Yums is feeling himself a lot more. He's very confident in his play on the MPL stage after coming back from M3.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will compare Yums' performance as that to Boy. Both of them want to achieve sort of similar things, but based on different things. But looks like we will take a little bit longer to resolve these issues. We hope you guys will stay with us. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, more ML action.
Adventure starts here. It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends. Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, I mean, Bats, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. Finding more models for practice. Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. First blood.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Mission completed. Valkyrie Valkyrie power reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down. Forge a lock-on! Nice job, girl.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree!
Second skill, go Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra cursed needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go Muddles is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemy's bound by go Muddles.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to needles.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies, and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to Muddles using Go Muddles, and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind Muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells, Inspire is a great choice to further boost Melissa's burst damage. Finally, one friendly reminder for all Saber, Hayabusa, and Layla players. Always keep an eye out for Melissa's position and do not try to barge into her field of protection. You just can't. Well, that's all for our new hero, Melissa, the Cursed Needle. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.
I'm a rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain. Airgun enemy has been slain. First blood.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Okey, rambut pun dah kemas. Handsome juga aku hari ni
Alamak. Tenang Jamil, kita boleh. Hello, kita jumpa lagi.
Good afternoon.
Wah, sejuk ya office you.
Hi, I'm Sasa.
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Saiful, kereta kami dia sakit perut. So saya ganti untuk hari ini.
Ada M, Link Eza, Kaiser juga.
I ingat you nak butiran SAI kan? Inilah SAI.
Roster kami baru tetapi kuat. Sangat kuat.
Cantik tak that painting tu? I yang lukis kan?
Wait dong, bukan SAI aku lah. SAI tim kita, Aipan. Sorry nanti kita hantar lagi.
Apa? Kekuatan roster kami?
Of course, it's me lah.
Saya kot.
Saya kot.
Saya.
IJN pun dah DS. Kan orang tak tahu lagi.
Lexia also good. Strong. We can call combo. Rockstar ya. Nice one.
Dah habis dah. Ada lagi tak?
Walaupun ada player-player berpengalaman.
Walaupun season ni kami tiada zone.
Walaupun Ciku tengah rehat, walaupun roster kami tetap sama.
Walaupun champion season lepas, we have to work harder.
Target kami setiap musim pun sama, pastilah.
Juara lah.
Apa mereka?
First back to back champion.
Tak kisah, TODAK tetap langgar. Tak sabar lagi lah. Ini musim kita. Okey, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you.
Okey, jumpa di regular season.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, mah. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Mission completed. Valkyrie power reinforced with modernized gear. Not a bad idea, is it? Wherever they run, Saber will hunt them down. Forge a lock on! Nice job, girl.
Legendary.
A sweet adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, Bex, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading, finding more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to another episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring the second hero of the Forsaken Light series, Melissa. With the help of her beloved dolls, Melissa can easily melt her foes from an unreachable spot. Hero skills. First skill, falling. Melissa dashes in the target direction and gains extra attack speed for a while. She'll also pull Muddles and Cuddles toward her when the two are on the field. Falling is Melissa's mobility tool that allows her to maneuver around the map and adjust the position of her dolls. The extra attack speed, on the other hand, grants her decent burst potential.
Killing spree.
Second skill, go Muddles! Melissa throws Muddles in the target direction, which will stop upon hitting an enemy hero or reaching the maximum distance and bind itself to all nearby enemy heroes. For the duration, Melissa will summon Giggles on each of her basic attacks to shoot an extra cursed needle at Muddles, and can also use the attack minion button to attack Muddles directly. All the damage taken by Muddles within the duration will be transferred to the bound victims. Each needle thrown by Giggles will also reduce part of the cooldown of Melissa's first skill. Go Muddles is Melissa's primary damage source. Ultimate. Cuddles, protect me! Melissa orders Cuddles to release the field of protection, damaging and pushing away nearby enemies while blocking them from entering the field for a while. The field will disappear early if Melissa moves too far away. Cuddles, protect me! Is Melissa's main defense measure against melee heroes. Passive. Doll Buster. Melissa deals extra damage to summoned units, including Muddles and all units summoned by the enemy. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Move Muddles flexibly with falling to avoid losing the enemies bound by Go Muddles.
Didn't your mother ever tell you? Never get too close to Needle.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to knock back approaching enemies, and then falling to move the field and block or restrict the enemy's movement. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, cast Falling to quickly approach the enemy. Bind them to Muddles using Go Muddles, and then poke them with basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me when they're getting too close. Team fights. During team fights, look for the right opportunity to engage using Falling, cast Go Muddles to bind Muddles to multiple enemies, then spam basic attacks. Cast Cuddles Protect Me to block approaching enemies, and use Falling when it's up again to adjust your position and increase your attack speed for higher burst damage. Tactics. Mid-game. With her excellent mobility and solid ultimate mechanism, Melissa plays a big role in small-scale teamfights in the mid-game. Late game. After getting her hands on a few pieces of core equipment, Melissa can deal significant burst damage after successful Go Muddles hits, while the field created by Cuddles Protect Me allows her to take on enemies from a safe spot. For equipment, we recommend this crit chance and attack speed build to maximize Melissa's burst potential. For emblem, choose Weakness Finder of the Marksman emblem to make the best use of her extra attack speed. Among the battle spells,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, all of you, for being so patient. We apologize for the delay. Unfortunately, when technical difficulties happen, we do have to make sure that they are resolved so that these players can have the best experience possible. We don't want there to be any factors that could disrupt them from being able to play their game at 100%. But we are back. The game is about to begin very, very soon, and we thank you for staying with us.
Yes, once again, thank you for your patience out there for waiting for these games to begin. Remember, right now, TODAK is currently 1-0 against GEEK FAM. Let's jump right into the game straight away. Can't delay this no more. And if you need to get updated on the draft, here it is.
Indeed, we're gonna have Yu, Zong, Paquito, Eve, Estes, and Beatrix for TODAK. And on the side of GEEK FAM, we're gonna be having Ling, Kadita, Matilda, Claude, as well as Glue.
All right, let's see how they're going to play this out, because number one, we had a lot of questions earlier about the draft coming in from either side, but most importantly, we're going to see whether GEEK is going to be able to perform on this Paquito.
Interestingly enough, it's going to be Saiyajin playing on the Matilda. Obviously, he is going to be the roamer for the side of GEEK FAM, but he is more known for playing tankier heroes, so I wonder if he'll be able to proceed as aggressively as usual on the Matilda.
During his time during SMG, he was capable of playing Matilda. We'll just see whether or not he can perform and get the results intended for GEEK FAM to get the important win more than anything else. Now, as we can see, GEEK is going to be a level up onto Burpee as he just got on towards his purple buff here. Litho Wanderer in favor of TODAK right now. Let's see how they're going to play, especially when it comes down to the gold lane, which, you know, a lot of teams have been prioritizing and making sure that they can punish.
Yep, GEEK going to be starting the invade already, taking away a jungle camp from Burpee. They are aware that he is on that orange buff, so it looks like they will be able to take it without much contention. Unfortunately, Saiyajin by himself not going to be able to do too much to stop them.
Yep, and at this point, it does mean that GEEK is going to be a level down onto Burpee right now, but it doesn't really matter here. He should be able to hit his level 4 with no issues whatsoever. And, he is going to get attacked in his own jungle, I think. No. Burpee's going to turn himself around. He does notice that Yums is going to be babysitting alongside with him in the river, but it's going to be the turtle fight that's going to be the most important.
Yep, this is what we expected when we saw Yoon playing on the Estes. He's going to be playing more defensively to protect his team rather than aggressively to try and invade. But the fight has already begun. Formaze using the Black Dragon Form to zone out the rest of GEEK FAM, leaving Arts a little bit stranded, but the split will keep him alive. Unfortunately, he cannot walk back in. Too much damage.
Yeah, but luckily Arts was able to get enough of his stacks to increase his damage reduction there. Keeps himself alive, especially since that shot residue had already procced. It could have been a big disaster. Moon going to be dropping the real war manipulation. They find first blood on Kadita, who couldn't get close, but Burpee once again wins the coin flip against GEEK. Burpee has been consistently taking out, and you know, his stats don't lie. He's been 100% every single time he gets near that turtle.
I just can't believe that GEEK is allowing these objectives to get stolen from him this often. It is props to Burpee. He's doing a very good job with his timing, but GEEK has had this sort of issue for a little while. He can't quite seem to get these retribution timings to secure objectives away from his enemies.
I mean, it's a 50-50. It's anybody's game here. I'm not entirely sure how Burpee does it, but he seems to be... It's not like they have faster fingers or anything. They literally use the retribution at the same time. But that's going to be first blood bounty in favor of TODAK. Oh! A quick turnaround coming in from GEEK FAM. First blood bounty may be attained, but Moon goes down to Dominus.
Dominus instantly giving payback over the TODAK. They were bullying him out of lane in the previous game. Well, now it is his turn. Instantly one-hit KOing Moon in the mid lane. That's gonna feel good for morale.
Yep, X-Ray once again is going to be stuck in his own lane. Can't really do too much, but he doesn't really mind. As long as he doesn't die and doesn't give too much of the energy shield over to TODAK and he keeps the structure alive, he should be okay. But as you can tell, Momo has been putting a lot of pressure. He's losing out in terms of the energy shield, and there's barely any left. So just a little bit more of a push, and I think they'll be able to break it.
But in the top lane, there's going to be a bit of a gank here as they manage to pick off Burpee. Unfortunately, I don't think he realized that both GEEK and Yumas were here in the area. Blazing Duet being popped out by X-Ray, but he doesn't have too much damage yet. Saiyajin going to be here to provide some backup, but the healing from Yums gonna render that basically pointless. They're already back at max HP.
Absolutely. That's the beauty of Estes here. Got to top them off. Got to make sure that every single types of burst damage is going to be negated straight away without Dominance's Ice or even, you know, Necklace and Durance's to make it the difference. It is going to be a tough cookie to bust open.
I have to note, in terms of battle spells as well, X-Ray has elected to go for Vengeance on the Claude, so he is definitely expecting to jump in very aggressively with his Blazing Duet throughout the game, as now they're going to... Wait, who got that? That was a GEEK. Okay, I was a bit confused for a moment, but I forgot that the GEEK was playing the Paquito. I was still remembering Burpee from game number 1. TODAK do manage to secure that.
Well, here we go. Another engagement coming in for Black Dragon form. Oh, Dominus manages to get out just in time. Saiyajin is going to lose his life. However, they didn't clear off the lane enough. There's still the Siege minion, and that's going to be mid-tier 1 getting broken open first, as TODAK now will end up pushing in towards the jungle side. GEEK FAM losing an important structure. However, the split push on the bottom side, Burpee takes full advantage of a free lane and cracks it open.
Yeah, but that is still going to be a trade in favor of TODAK because the mid lane tower is much more important than the side lanes in allowing enemies access to your map. Not to mention, they were able to get a kill on top of that as well. So TODAK are sitting pretty... Oh, no. The snipe! Momo can land those with such accuracy.
Oh my goodness. That's the most frustrating part. You think you're safe from the regular redder shots, but the moment you pop the ult, it goes through structures as well. It's not going to absorb or protect you. So it's something you got to switch your brain, and I think X-Ray unfortunately fell right into it. Arts just comes in just in time, but this does mean that TODAK is going to do the traditional lane swap to break open the tier 1 bottom side. But Ajik is going to take full advantage. Nobody is keeping him in check.
Yep, that's a good split push there. Burpee gonna be able to find Yums in the brush, but not too much he can do about it. Ajik coming from the side, doing a fair bit of damage to Saiyajin, but they're not going to push the issue. TODAK know that they are in the driver's seat right now, so they don't have to take too many risks while playing aggressively.
Yep, this purple buff is gone, and Ling is going to lose an important resource here, and that's really going to put GEEK FAM down far back, and especially when it comes down to Burpee, he's got to scrape up some gold on the side lane somewhere, anywhere to make the difference.
Looks like we're going to be encountering a pause yet again here. A little bit more technical difficulty coming out from here, but as we mentioned before, we gotta make sure that any technical difficulties that these teams are experiencing have to be resolved. That's how we can ensure that the games are going to be played at the best possible factors for both teams.
You know the hashtag, Ini Integrity Kita, which translates to this is our integrity, and this is how MPL is making sure that everybody is on the same page, on the same battleground here, fighting the exact same war fairly. Unfortunately, it does mean that you guys at home will have to be patient when these issues do occur.
Yep, but talking about the game so far, I do think GEEK FAM, they're in a bit of trouble here. They've already been losing out in the early game, and that's not an ideal spot when you have a hero such as the Claude that wants to really start scaling up.
Yep, as you can see, our marshals are working hard to make sure that everybody is on the same page. They're communicating with each other to make sure that all technical issues will be solved before coming back in. Hopefully, it's not a reoccurrence once again from either side. And let's also remember that GEEK FAM is playing at our offline venue, so if they're having technical issues, it should be solved relatively quickly. And there you go! Already solved! Easy as pie. Let's get back into the games.
Alright, as was mentioned, TODAK are now going to be in a very comfortable spot. A 3k net worth lead, only 7 minutes into the game. Burpee still doing his utmost to get these split pushes going, but now he's now getting chased down by Formaze in the Black Dragon form, who does get the killing spree.
Oh boy, it does mean that TODAK is going to continue on with their momentum with the Turtle Slain as well. They're going to be running straight into the enemy lines. X-Ray dropping down the real world manipulation as well as his own blazing duet to try and survive GEEK. Things are moving fast for TODAK, and it seems like nothing is really able to stop them at this point in time.
Yep, they know they are ahead right now in this state of the game, and that GEEK FAM want to rely on late game scaling. So if they can accelerate things by instantly picking off X-Ray, they can close out this game very quickly if GEEK FAM aren't able to respond.
There we go. Now they've broken open, and they've already have a 5k gold lead 7 minutes into the game. This is not exactly the best position for GEEK FAM, as they're unable to gain access to their own jungle. All of this because they lost their mid-tier 1.
Yep, that is the importance of that mid tower. If you think that all the tier 1 towers are equal, unfortunately there is some inequality in the world. But Dominus, doesn't manage to get the rough waves. A beautiful knockup strike by GEEK preventing the cast from going through.
Oh my goodness, that is unfortunate. That was Dominus's moment to go for the full one-shot. Unfortunately, he didn't use the Petrify in time, and the combo was a little slow to execute. GEEK FAM getting punished, and not even Dominus able to get the picks.
X-Ray has finally completed his golden staff, but GEEK FAM have been pushed into their base. It is very early on to be this far behind, but TODAK have 4 towers ahead of them and are 6.5k ahead in terms of net worth. It's going to take a really solid team fight from GEEK FAM to be able to turn this around in their favor.
Yeah, it's tough, especially 6Ks, 8 minutes, going into 9, 28k to 22. TODAK is going to be close to their next item, Power Spike. And that's going to be really tough. Once they hit 32k, that means the junglers and especially the mages will be getting close to their 3rd item. And once the cores have 3 items, you know that they've already hit their max cap damage.
Yep, and now TODAK are transitioning over to take the Lord. I don't think GEEK FAM are going to be able to contest this right now. Arts does scout it out, but what can he really do? Burpee has to try and get the steal, but he does not succeed. Now Arts in a bit of trouble, but the split lets him get away.
Yep, and Ajik already on his 3rd item at this point of time. He's already got the War Axe, the Bloodlust stacks, and most importantly, he's got the Hunter Strike on top of it all. He really has got the snowball in his favor in comparison to Burpee, who's struggling to get that 2nd item up and running.
I do think this was part of TODAK's plan in the draft. They let the Ling go through on purpose because they know that GEEK FAM might try to pick it up, but Burpee, unfortunately, again, doesn't quite seem to be as comfortable on this hero as we saw on game 1 when he was playing the Paquito.
I mean, to be fair, he did lose his purple buff 2 times in a row, and now this is finally he gets it as Aji is on the opposite side of the map, but I guess it's a little too late. It's a 7.5k lead, and they've got Lord. If they crack open an inhibitor, I think that's going to be GG for GEEK FAM. Forme is going to start things off by engaging on towards Saiyajin and zoning them out. They break open an inhibitor here. They're going to give up this Lord and go straight for the next wave down on bottom side, slowly stagnating it perfectly to be able to crack it open as well. Art's now in some trouble. He's stuck by the Godwell Moon. They can't really do too much about that. Well, the slow is too much, and that's 2 inhibitors for nothing in favor of TODAK.
Yeah, this is the power of the Estes here. They're just grouping up as 5-man, and the healing is just keeping all of them topped up. GEEK FAM aren't able to output enough damage to be able to respond, and TODAK, I think they want to end this. They don't even care about the Lord.
Dominus!
Dominus turns it around with a beautiful rough waves. Gonna catch out 2 instantly. Gonna be able to go on to Moon as the Black Dragon form gets popped out yet again. Dominus is able to escape to safety, but a beautiful catch by Dominus keeps GEEK FAM's hopes alive.
A huge save from Dominus, and that's why Kadidas like to take Petrify to set big plays up like that for the team. However, TODAK is still far in the lead as GEEK FAM are finally starting to catch up somewhere as their cores will be able to get their 2nd and arguably even their 3rd item components ready, but TODAK, they're so far ahead, 36k to 30k, and that just means TODAK, all their members are going to hit their item power spikes here. This next upcoming Lord is impossible for GEEK FAM to touch unless Dominus finds another big play. 45 seconds and 40 seconds until Dominus's Petrify is back up.
Yeah, the rest of this game is going to entirely come down to Dominus getting these pickoffs and whether or not X-Ray can continue farming, because at this point, Burpee has become a bit of a non-factor. If Ling isn't able to scale up at this point in the game, he's a bit too squishy to be able to do much against TODAK, especially when they have the Blessing of the Moon Goddess in their pocket. So that means, yeah, the Lord coming up next. GEEK FAM, I don't think they're in any position to contest.
Let's also keep in mind here that as TODAK sticks together, like you mentioned, Stafa, this Estes keeps them really healthy and topped off. So GEEK FAM really need to make the difference by initially taking out Yums and then slowly 1 by 1 knocking the rest of TODAK down.
Yeah, that's gonna come down to Dominus, whether or not he can get the rough waves onto the Estes instead. We can see that he's already setting up for an ambush, and it looked like there was a possibility of him going on Moon there, but I think it's too scary right now to take that risk. He doesn't know where the rest of TODAK is.
Yep, and there we go. Formace finds the catch on towards Dominus' side. The shot residue is more than enough, but the passive from Kadita heals her back up. They didn't get the big spells. The rough waves is still available. Let's see how they play this out as Ajik engages right in the middle as Black Dragon form is already popped as well. Chasing X-Ray down, making sure he is completely out of this fight. X-Ray now in trouble, has to take it back. The Vengeance is popped as well, but the real world manipulation isn't even needed here as the Blessings of the Moon Goddess keeps them all full. Rough waves is negated, and that's going to be TODAK taking 3 members for the side of GEEK FAM for nothing.
TODAK really just walked into GEEK FAM's house and said, damage? What damage? Because Yums is just linking to all of them, topping them off. 3 members of GEEK FAM down. They have to mount a 2v5 defense, but this could very well be the end. Tempest Blaze gets popped down. They've already taken out the glue. They take out Burpee. There's no competition anymore. That's a wipe for TODAK, and they end the game very, very quickly in their favor.
They've done it. They've broken out of there. 2-1s with a clean 2-0 up against GEEK FAM here in a momentous game 2. Took a while with the technical pauses, but that's all TODAK needs. The clean sweep GEEK FAM under the rug.
A beautiful game coming out of TODAK, taking full advantage of GEEK FAM. Their draft felt a little bit greedy there, and since they weren't able to get their snowball, they were just fish out of water the entire game. Unfortunate for them, but well played overall. TODAK get a nice, satisfying victory.
Oh, well done. Well done. Now, it looks like this unfortunate situation, but what can they really do? I'll catch you back, Sadafa. The show is underway.
Salam sejahtera, selamat kembali ke MPL Show di mana pasukan TODAK dah pecahkan tradisi kita pada musim kali ini. Kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong milik mereka dengan kemas dan juga dengan begitu mantap. Sampai Ajik pun tak percaya dengan dia punya kemampuan dan juga cara gameplay yang sangat-sangat kemas dan juga sangat-sangat menarik. Anda bersama saya Adin dengan Syamilo dan juga Das Durabat. Syamilo, pendapat tentang 2 game yang telah kita saksikan sebentar tadi?
Perbezaan yang sangat ketara untuk pasukan TODAK adalah di mana Ajik Tusuk sangat selesa untuk bermain di samping Yums. Itu perkara yang paling besar untuk disaksikan untuk pasukan TODAK, di mana chemistry dua orang tersebut sangat-sangat baik untuk berhadapan dengan pasukan GEEK FAM.
Dan ini kalau kita tengok tadi key to success tadi, di mana Ajik kena bermain secara confident.
Betul.
Dan itu yang terjadi. So bila Ajik bermain dengan confident, kita boleh nampak secara penelitian perlawanan tadi, kita tengok hasil dia macam mana.
Betul. Memang sangat-sangat setuju di mana kombinasi di antara Ajik lebih selesa bermain dengan Yums, di mana Yums game yang kedua pakai S-Test memang seorang ibu menjaga anak-anaknya dengan menatang air minyak yang penuh sebentar tadi. Siapa yang mak dah tamat dah.
Awak ada peribahasa tadi kan? Menatang minyak yang penuh sangat. Saya ada satu peribahasa.
Iaitu?
Sambil menyelam minum air. Tapi Dominus tak selam-selam.
Dia tak boleh selam-selam. Dia tak dapat nak minum air sekali lagi. Dia nak gunakan rough wave tapi ditumbuk
oleh Pakito. Bukan hari ni, semalam pun dia kena benda yang sama. Jadi agak sedikit sukar untuk Dominus melakukan apa-apa kerana pergerakan pasukan TODAK untuk match kali ni nampak lebih kemas, dan saya rasa Ajik Tusuk punya kemampuan boleh pergi lagi jauh.
Boleh tak kalau macam nak cakap yang pasukan TODAK sekarang ni dah ada rentak, dah dapat rentak. Kita tengok tadi. Jadi sekarang jom, apa kata kita tengok itemization untuk game tadi untuk pasukan
TODAK dan juga pasukan GEEK FAM, di mana kalau kita lihat di sini Adin, X-ray untuk pasukan GEEK FAM, Cloud dengan penggunaan Vengers. Dia perlu bermain dengan lebih agresif dan perlu berhati-hati kerana dia dah tak ada cara untuk melarikan diri melainkan Battle Mirror Image. Kena ingat, Battle Mirror Image bila pusing ke belakang, ada beberapa pemain pasukan TODAK yang akan mencari beliau sehingga dia akan dijatuhkan, iaitu Fomes. Dan kita tahu bagaimana Fomes menggunakan Yuzong. Target dia satu, jatuhkan gold lane terlebih dahulu ataupun cari di mana kedudukan Dominus. Tapi untuk game kali ni, dia tak banyak cari Dominus. Dia hanya akan mencari X-ray dan Dominus akan diselesaikan dengan adanya Ajik Tusuk. Daripada segi optimization, untuk Ajik Tusuk, Pakito Jungler, War X, Bloodless X, kemudian dia ada Hunter Strike. 3 item damage yang boleh dikatakan sangat penting untuk Pakito keluarkan damage dalam masa yang sama untuk sustain, dan juga ada brute force untuk pergerakan yang lebih pantas. Dan untuk dibandingkan dengan Burpee 130, tak banyak perkara yang dia boleh lakukan walaupun siapkan 3 item juga. Ada di Hunter Sword, Endless Battle dan juga War X, tetapi masih lagi tidak mencukupi kerana kemasnya teamfight pasukan TODAK sangat-sangat mengganggu pasukan GEEK FAM.
Ya, betul-betul. Dengan itemization daripada GEEK FAM pun, anti-healing hanya ada satu saja daripada Arts yang menggunakan Dominance Ice. Kita tak nampak ada Sea Halberd yang digunakan pakai untuk
Necklace of Durance.
Tak ada Necklace of Durance juga untuk mengurangkan healing yang dikeluarkan oleh Yums. Membenarkan lagi Momo, Fomes, Ajik dan juga Moon, diorang main tanpa ada masalah. Diorang tak risau. At one point pun kita nampak Yums ajak ajak pasukan GEEK FAM meh lawan, meh gaduh, meh teamfight kerana masih lagi ada Blessing of the Moon Goddess, masih lagi ada healing yang boleh dikemukakan dan Momo main dengan begitu baik tanpa kematian langsung. Tapi Formace bila dibentukkan menjadi Black Dragon Form, satu saja target yang dikatakan oleh Syamil tadi, dia cari X-ray. Di mana kat X-ray di situlah landingnya naga tersebut, di mana battle mirror image dia diguna pakai, tapi dekat bahagian belakang Moon dah standby, Ajib pun dah standby. Kalau dia patah balik boleh kena tumbukan, boleh kena tembakan daripada Momo. Jadi keseluruhannya pasukan TODAK main sangat-sangat kemas. Macam Abel cakap, dah ada momentum sekarang ni.
Baik, so tadi kan kalau kita tengok, okey, itu kita nampak kelebihan untuk pasukan TODAK. Sebenarnya secara jujur, personally, awak punya pendapat, okey, kat mana yang kalau kita tengok tu dia punya kurangnya daripada pasukan GEEK FAM?
Kekurangan adalah pasukan GEEK FAM di mana mereka tidak bersedia untuk berhadapan dengan pasukan TODAK yang sekuat ini, di mana Yums menjadi tulang belakang untuk pasukan TODAK dapatkan kemenangan. Dan untuk pasukan GEEK FAM juga menggunakan dua line up yang baru, iaitu Saiyajin dan juga X-Ray. Kita dah nampak X-Ray guna di bahagian EXP tak menjadi, guna di bahagian gold lane juga kurang memberikan impak yang besar untuk pasukan GEEK FAM. Jadi di sini tertanda tanya, adakah Arts ataupun Lil B yang perlu diberikan keutamaan?
Itu semua yang harus dipersoal kepada Amox, yang mungkin perlu go back to dia punya homework untuk tentukan apakah yang harus dilaksanakan oleh pasukan GEEK FAM. Di mana sekarang ni kita lihat post game stats daripada sudut total damage dealt. Lihatlah pasukan TODAK 157,000 nak dibandingkan dengan 98,000 damage yang dilontarkan daripada pasukan GEEK FAM. Kenapa pasukan GEEK FAM rendah daripada sudut damage? Satu perkara, mereka punya fokus, mereka tak ada satu target yang mereka nak dapat. Kerana bila masuk team fight, nampak cacar mabar, nampak keliru antara satu sama lain. Siapa yang kita nak fokus? Sama ada kita nak dapatkan Moon, sama ada kita nak dapatkan Ajit. Dan andai kata mereka dah dapatkan satu target yang mereka nak, tak cukup pula damage. Tadi Dominus bukan ada beberapa kali dia sempat gunakan Rafif, tapi Rafifnya pun tak mencukupi untuk menjatuhkan pasukan pihak lawan.
Kita ada tengok macam mana pengguna link yang lain, mereka mendapatkan momen-momen yang baik untuk melakukan farming, untuk mengeluarkan damage dan juga pergi ke arah lane ke lane. Tetapi Burpee tak boleh nak lakukan demikian kerana kalau tengok daripada damage dealer hanyalah 13,000 sahaja, sangat-sangat rendah. Lebih rendah daripada Saiyajin yang memainkan Rover. Yums lagi lebih dan dia adalah Estes. Kenapa Burpee tak boleh lakukan sedemikian? Kerana Link adalah hero di fasa late game dan juga semua lane untuk pasukan GEEK FAM kalah. Dan kita akan lihat ketika ini MVP untuk game kita, game yang kedua untuk pasukan TODAK menentang GEEK FAM, dan itulah dia Formace, hero kita. Hero untuk pasukan TODAK ketika ini menggunakan Yuzong, match KDA 405.
Wah.
Kill participation 69%, match goal per minute 678.
Senang. Wow. 678 dia punya goal per minute. Mudah dengan menggunakan Petrify, dengan itemization fokus kepada defensif sedikit, dengan adanya brute force breastplate, dengan adanya Oracle menambahkan sedikit sebanyak HP regeneration dan juga mengurangkan skill down ataupun cooldown reduction beliau. War Axe sebagai salah satu item penetration dan juga memberikan sedikit sebanyak movement speed, Dominance Eyes untuk anti healing. Perfect gameplay daripada Formace, tetapi boleh saya katakan perfect gameplay daripada kesemua ahli pasukan TODAK, di mana nak kata pasukan TODAK kuat, ya, tetapi ini lebih kepada kekurangan pasukan GEEK FAM sebentar tadi. Team fight kucak-kacir, tak boleh nak fokus single target sesiapa pun, membenarkan Yungs untuk heal semula balik ahli pasukannya, dan damage yang dilontarkan tu, satu, tidak mencukupi, dua, tak ada kemampuan untuk cari sesiapa yang mereka inginkan.
Dan antara sebab kenapa Formace tidak menyiapkan Bloodless Act di sini kerana dia ada Festival of Blood dan dia dah ada 4 kill. Jadi spell vamp dia sangat-sangat tinggi. Kemudian buat apa dia nak buat Bloodless Act memandangkan dia dah ada Estes. Jadi dia memfokuskan kepada damage dan juga sustain terlebih dahulu. Dan kita akan lihatkan highlight yang akan ditunjukkan kepada anda apa yang berlaku di dalam permainan pasukan TODAK menentang GEEK FAM di game yang kedua. Kita nampak Formace bermain dengan sangat agresif. Dia tahu target yang dia perlu cari. Nampak tak bagaimana Dominus juga cuba untuk melakukan perkara yang sama, cuba untuk memberikan impak yang besar kepada pasukan GEEK FAM, tetapi tidak mencukupi dan Burpee sering kali akan ditarget.
Early game Burpee main dengan baik, dia dapat curi jungle pasukan pihak lawan, tetapi dia tak dapat translatekan early game lead dia tu kepada mid game, di mana mid to late game kita nampak tak sampai pun late game sangat. Pasukan TODAK bila dah capai power spike, bila dah ada level 4 untuk ultimate ke semua ahli pasukan mereka, mereka group up, mereka fokus kepada satu target dan mereka dapatkan target terlebih dahulu. Lebih-lebih lagi X-Ray, lihat battle mirror image, dia patah balik ke belakang, dah ada 3 orang standby dekat bahagian belakang untuk menjatuhkan beliau. Kita nampak bagaimana Dominus masuk dengan Rafif pun tak mencukupi. Lihat healing yang dikemukakan Yums, jantung, nadi pasukan TODAK tu, membenarkan pasukan TODAK teruskan lagi teamfight dan mereka tak pandang belakang. Dia seolah-olah beja, dia bawa kereta, dia tak tahu reverse. Dia depan, dia tepi je. Terus je sampai dapatkan kemenangan. Itulah yang telah dilaksanakan oleh pasukan TODAK, kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong. Dan kemenangan ini akan mengubahkan sedikit kedudukan kumpulan B ya beja.
Jadi kita tengok untuk grup B, Team Caracal, Red Esports, RSG, TODAK dan juga GEEK FAM.
Poin dia GEEK FAM 2 mata. TODAK dengan RSG sama poin 4 mata, manakala Team Caracal dengan Red Esports tadi kita dah lihat 6 dan juga 5. GEEK FAM sekarang ini Syamilo sebagai peminat sejati pasukan GEEK FAM. Highlight peminat sejati. Adakah ini waktunya untuk mereka tekan butang emergency tu? Perlukan zone ataupun tidak sekarang ini?
Itu benda yang sukar lah untuk kita katakan perlukan zone ataupun tidak. Ya, sememangnya ada impak yang besar kenapa tiada zone di dalam pasukan GEEK FAM. Tetapi boleh dikatakan untuk week yang kedua ni ataupun minggu yang kedua ni pun mereka masih lagi belum menunjukkan kuasa penuh mereka dan mereka masih lagi struggle ataupun tercari-cari di mana kekuatan mereka. Dan pasukan TODAK sepertinya telah menjumpai dengan lebih awal, iaitu memasukkan Yums, dan impak dia sangat-sangat besar. Dan untuk pasukan GEEK FAM dan juga peminat pasukan GEEK FAM, sememangnya ketika ini bukanlah ketika baru minggu yang kedua, tetapi ini agak sedikit sukar kerana semua grup B, grup yang berbahaya.
Ya, benar sekali.
Jadi bila bercakap tentang button emergency tadi, GEEK FAM, mustahil tak untuk zone datang? Button tu mustahil tak untuk ditekan?
Kita ada bincang sedikit sebentar tadi perkara ini. Tetapi saya rasa zone kalau dibawa masuk obviously akan bawa impact yang besar, tetapi kita kena beri kepercayaan kepada pemain-pemain baru untuk mereka dapatkan confidence mereka. Seperti mana Ajik kali ini, kita nampak bila dah dapat confidence, dia boleh tunjukkan prestasi yang begitu baik, yang begitu cemerlang. Namun ini semua bukanlah untuk kita jawab. Ini semua Amox yang kena fikir nanti. Macam mana dia nak comeback, macam mana dia nak build momentum. Sebab Amox ataupun GEEK FAM dekat musim-musim lalu memang mereka akan start slow. Kata panas, lambat panas badan lah. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga, minggu keempat, baru kita nampak. Selalunya minggu ketiga baru kita nampak diorang.
Kira biasa lah ni kiranya.
Biasa je.
Seperti saya cakap tadi, dia bukanlah kritikal sangat untuk peminat pasukan GEEK FAM dan juga GEEK FAM sendiri. Kerana di minggu yang ketiga saya percaya mereka boleh lakukan sesuatu. Tapi kena ingat, kali ni adalah kekurangan untuk pasukan GEEK FAM. Semua pasukan di pasukan grup B ni sangat-sangat perform. Red Esports menunjukkan prestasi yang sangat mengerikan. RSG, Kuza sangat-sangat berbakat untuk bermain di bahagian jangla. Kita nampak bagaimana potensi dia sangat-sangat berbahaya.
Betul-betul.
Ada TODAK lagi, kemudian satu lagi Caracal, 100% win.
Pasukan GEEK FAM sekarang ni dia macam bermurah hati lah. Dia bagi poin dulu dekat orang. Nanti later in the season kita ambil balik poin-poin ni.
Kira ambil hati dulu lah.
Dulu. Awal lagi.
Sebab tim Caracal pun kalau kita tengok tak pernah kalah lagi kan. Menang berturut-turut sebab itu pasukan daripada mungkin boleh dikatakan untuk pasukan tim Caracal sebabkan pengalaman dia orang. Dan kat situ pun kita ada All-Star dan sebagainya. Tapi tak mustahil kalau kita tengok GEEK FAM pun akan membuat kejutan untuk kita semua nanti. Sama ada butang emergency ataupun tidak, sama-sama kita boleh nantikan.
Ya, sebentar ni kita akan tengok balik key to victory. Macam mana pasukan TODAK boleh mendapatkan kemenangan mereka dengan kemas dan juga dengan selesa. Kita lihat semula. Mereka tak cari trade yang meaningless, trade yang tidak membawa makna, di mana setiap trade yang dilakukan oleh mereka dapatkan objektif, sama ada dapatkan kill dan terus dapatkan penguasaan map dari segi turtle, dari segi turret sekalipun. Yang kedua adalah prioritaskan Momo sebentar tadi. Nampak bagaimana? Macam mana diorang prioritaskan Momo? Bukan nak fokus kat Momo. Diorang buka ruang untuk Momo dapatkan farm dan juga dapatkan item-item yang diperlukan.
Di key to success ataupun kunci kemenangan yang ketiga untuk pasukan TODAK, Ajik kena bermain dengan confident dan inilah dia. Permainan yang sangat menarik ditunjukkan oleh Ajik. Dia gunakan Pakito pun sangat baik. Roger juga sangat mengerikan, di mana terutamanya dia tak lagi takut untuk masuk memulakan teamfight. Sebab kita tahu Roger dan juga Pakito, dia punya kelebihan adalah untuk start teamfight. Dia ada damage, dia ada sustain. Jadi perlunya untuk bermain dengan agresif dan itu yang apa dilakukan oleh Ajik. Mungkin dia dah ready untuk bermain di saat Yums berada di samping dia menggunakan Fanny, menggunakan S-Test, dan S-Test dia tadi itu memang sangat berbahaya. Tip-top punya performance dan don't overcommit, di mana kunci yang keempat. Mereka tak overcommit tapi mereka yakin dengan mereka punya team fight. Mereka akan pergi. Mereka akan pergi sebab mereka tahu damage yang mereka ada lebih besar dan dibandingkan dengan apa yang damage GEEK FAM ada. Ya, overcommit tadi ada beberapa kali, tapi overcommit yang calculated, yang berkira, di mana mereka tahu kalau mereka saya masuk trade kill, itu yang sangat penting. Walaupun mereka mati, mereka dapatkan satu lagi kill yang penting. Contohnya dapat jatuhkan burpee, dapat jatuhkan goal laner untuk pasukan pihak lawan. So trade yang mereka dapat ini semuanya bernilai yang besar. So kerana itulah pasukan TODAK
dapat nail satu-satu fokus mereka dan terus saja mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan secara jujurnya sebagai caster talent, saya happy bila dapat lihat Ajik gembira, dapat lihat prestasi yang begitu mantap. Tadi pun dia macam terkejut. Okey, saya sebenarnya boleh lakukan perkara ini sebenarnya.
Sebab kalau kita tengok pun kenapa key to success tu kena Ajik kena bermain secara yakin. Sebab apabila adanya keyakinan di dalam diri, hipotesis yang saya boleh bagi kat ni, semakin yakin kita dalam satu game, semakin perform kita. Sebab apabila kita nak buat keputusan jadi tak takut dah. Sebab apabila kita macam tak yakin nak buat keputusan, which is yang sangat penting dalam sebuah pasukan, shot call. Bila benda tu tak ada, jadi susah nak pergi ke tak nak. Dan jadi was-was yang macam mana Adin katakan sebentar tadi.
Saya setuju dengan apa Abel cakapkan. Mental yang ada untuk Ajik ketika ini sangat baik untuk meneruskan momentum mereka, sebab mereka kena terus mencari point demi point kalau mereka nak ke upper bracket.
Okey, itulah dia pengakhiran cerita untuk pasukan TODAK dan juga pasukan GEEK FAM. Untuk match yang seterusnya, kita ada pasukan HOMEBOIS menentang pasukan SMG. Dua pasukan yang boleh saya katakan sangat-sangat kuat di kumpulan A. Walaupun HOMEBOIS mula dengan negatif 8, tapi kini dah hampir nak break even point mereka. Di antara dua pasukan yang mempunyai objektif yang tertentu, di mana HOMEBOIS mereka tahu dia main dengan agresif, nak dapatkan turret, nak dapatkan penguasaan map. SMG juga sekarang ini nampak lagi selesa dengan kemasukan Lexia. Dengan adanya Lexia membuka ruang kepada Sasa untuk lakukan apa yang dia sering ingin lakukan, di mana farm, tunggu late game, barulah dia contribute dalam team fight.
Ya, betul tu, tak dilupakan. Okey, Abang
nak tanya, untuk HOMEBOIS dengan SMG, boleh predict tak? Ataupun susah bagi Syamilul sendiri?
Predict okey, kita baru tak silap ini game yang kedua untuk pasukan SMG, di mana game yang pertama mereka berhadapan dengan pasukan Orange. Bukan nak kata mereka
cakap je.
Okey, mereka start dengan mengalahkan pasukan Orange, di mana yang pasukan yang baru sangat-sangat untuk menyediakan diri mereka di dalam MPL. Dan pasukan SMG nampak sangat kuat, gandingan raksasa di mana Lexia dan juga Sasa sangat berbahaya. Tetapi ini adalah cabaran yang sebenar untuk pasukan SMG, di mana mereka akan berhadapan dengan pasukan HOMEBOIS, dan pasukan HOMEBOIS sememangnya tak nak kehilangan mata.
Saya sentiasa sub homemade, saya sokong pasukan HOMEBOIS. Saya rasa pasukan HOMEBOIS boleh mendapatkan kemenangan. Skor berapa kita kena tengok sebentar nanti. Dan sekarang ini, apa kata kita berikan sedikit sebanyak soalan kepada anda semua yang sedang menonton, di mana pasukan manakah yang menjadi juara MPL musim ke-8? Kita ada TODAK, GEEK FAM, SMG. Sekali lagi kalau nak jawab, dia kena type jawapan tu sama ada TODAK, GEEK FAM, SMG, caps lock semua, supaya diorang dapat hadiah yang cukup ramai. Abang Jah rasa tahu tak?
Sebab Abang Jah tak ada lah, tapi Abang Jah boleh fikir sekejap lagi.
Okey. Dia huruf S.
Belakang dia G.
Belakang dia G. Tengah-tengah dia M. Rasanya macam itulah.
Abang Jah saya dah tahu jawapan dia.
Saya dah tahu kan.
Jadi kepada anda, kalau salah tak tahu nak cakap apa lah kan.
Kalau salah juga tu memang kita tak tahu nak cakap apa lah. Kita dah bagi ruang dan juga peluang untuk anda mendapatkan ganjaran lumayan. Tapi tadi Abang Jah dia tanya kita, prediction kita. Tanya pula Abang Jah. HOMEBOIS SMG, siapa boleh menang sekarang ni?
Sebagai pengalaman yang Abang Jah ada di MPL beberapa season ni, right, saya mengatakan, tak boleh kata tapi saya boleh mengatakan sub HOMEBOIS juga macam Adin tadi.
Dia ambil jawapan selamat, dia nak ambil HOMEBOIS juga. So secara itu Syamilul pun akan ambil SMG lah, nampak gayanya. Namun begitu kita akan berehat seketika. Jangan ke mana-mana, teruskan bersama kami untuk menyaksikan perlawanan yang cukup hebat sebentar sahaja lagi. Jadi ayo kita rehat.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala demi negara, ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita
kebesaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.
I'm
a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
Monster kill. An enemy has been slain. Airgun enemy has been slain. First blood.
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
A sweet adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, Beth, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. Finding more models for practice.
Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Dua match telah selesai. Kini tinggal satu lagi match yang harus kita saksikan. Pasukan HOMEBOIS menentang pasukan SMG. Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 minggu yang kedua. Sudah semestinya MPL Malaysia dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery. Tidak dilupakan kepada telefon pintar rasmi kita iaitu Samsung dan raikan bersama Nescafe. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Ading, kita ada Jasuzuran, kita ada Gideon bersama dengan Syamilo. Guys, apa hype ke tak game yang kedua sebentar ni? Apa je?
Yang kedua tadi. Yang kedua tadi sudah semestinya hype apabila kita tengok match yang pertama tadi di antara ini kan. So banyak perubahan yang terjadi dan banyak yang kejutan yang terjadi. TODAK second game tadi nampak betul-betul ganas, dah dapat rentak pergi dengan confident macam Adi cakap tadi, ibarat macam kita naik kereta tak jumpa Giari.
Tak jumpa Giari First. And gini lah, pasukan TODAK, they break the tradition, pecahkan tradisi 2-0 finally.
I'm so glad they did it, man. They did it. I mean, they still have their traditional, the TODAK pause as expected. I think no fan was surprised about that. Like, oh, pause? Like, that's the TODAK we know, boys.
Ya, I mean, walaupun ada pause, walaupun kita lambat, tapi clean game lah boleh kita kata untuk pasukan TODAK. First dan juga second game tadi.
Ya, betul tu. Dengan seperti yang kita bincangkan sebentar tadi, dengan kemasukan Yung sepertinya membuahkan hasil untuk pasukan TODAK mendapatkan kemenangan bersih 2-0 menewaskan pasukan GEEK FAM. Dan kita nampak macam mana pasukan GEEK FAM dengan adanya Saiyajin dan juga X-Ray kurang memberikan impak nak dibandingkan dengan hanya memasukkan seorang sahaja pemain di pasukan TODAK sendiri, iaitu Yung.
Ya, tadi ada tanya dekat Syamilo pasal adakah pasukan GEEK FAM kena tukar butang merah emergency. Nak tanya juga pendapat Gideon. GEEK FAM sekarang ni kedudukan terakhir, kosong mata, and Group B sangat-sangat kompetitif. Do you think it's a time for orang to kind of panic right now, or macam mana sekarang ni?
No, I still think there's 8 weeks, and I think overall they still are playing a fixed amount of games. They haven't even gone through the halfway point, so nothing to worry about. We know GEEK FAM, we've seen them before. They always make it to playoffs.
Untuk fan pasukan GEEK FAM, jangan risau, ada banyak lagi minggu-minggu yang akan datang. Namun begitu, untuk kita beralih kepada match yang seterusnya, kita akan saksikan kepala bertemu kepala di antara pasukan HOMEBOIS dan juga pasukan SMG. Kelakar Melayu kan. Okey, untuk pasukan HOMEBOIS, most pick maker sekarang ini, obviously, Pakito. Kalau ada Irfan, di situlah ada Pakito bersama dengan Matilda. Manakala mereka lebih kerap ban Fanny 100% dengan Popo dan Kupai. SMG sekarang ni lebih gemar menggunakan Clean dan juga Rafaela, combo di antara jaga marksman, bagi marksman dapatkan farm, dapatkan item dan barulah keluarkan damage. Tapi perbezaannya ketara di sini, Syamilo, HOMEBOIS dah 5 game, mungkin dah panas badan dengan lebih banyak. SMG baru saja 2 game sekarang ini.
Betul, ini adalah cabaran yang sebenar untuk pasukan SMG kerana mereka akan berhadapan dengan pasukan HOMEBOIS, dan kita tahu bagaimana pasukan HOMEBOIS telah pun lama bersama dan chemistry mereka memang sangat-sangat baik. Tak dilupakan juga dengan mekanik masing-masing. Kita ada Chibi, jungler yang sangat berbahaya. Kemudian ada Anip, gold lane. Kalau kita terlepas pandang Anip, sememangnya turret tu boleh diratakan dengan sangat pantas ketika dia menggunakan Sun.
Betul tu.
Dia punya Sun memang sangat ganas.
Setuju. Abijah, kalau Abijah boleh pilih lah tim mana yang Abijah nak sokong ataupun nak bekerjasama, tim yang dah ada chemistry lama ke ataupun tim yang baru masuk play-play baru sekarang ni?
Berdasarkan pengalaman yang Abijah ada dengan season lepas, okey. Sebab kita tak boleh nak pandang rendah juga dekat tim SMG. Sebab kalau kita tengok combo Raksasa.
Ya, betul.
Walaupun baru, tapi diorang punya chemistry tu macam dah 365 hari. Dia macam dah
tahun.
Macam dah setahun. Macam banyak perubahan yang kita boleh buat. So macam Abijah sendiri, kalau Abijah nak tengok kat sini, macam awak cakap tadilah, kita kena hati-hati dengan Chibi. Tu banyak surprise, elemen surprise yang bakal terjadi. Kat sini Abijah nak tanya kan. Nampak Abijah berbalas balik.
Pandai.
So untuk pasukan tim SMG, diorang perlu berjaga-jaga dengan yang macam mana? Apa yang diorang perlu berjaga-jaga untuk pasukan HOMEBOIS?
Okay, sebenarnya pasukan HOMEBOIS, mereka punya pergerakan boleh predict. Mereka dah boleh jangkakan apa yang pasukan HOMEBOIS nak lakukan. Tetapi setiap kali mereka jangkakan sesuatu, pasukan HOMEBOIS ada solusi untuk kembali counter kepada apa yang ingin dilakukan oleh pasukan lawan. Sepertinya kalau mereka ingin mendapatkan Anip, mereka ada damage delay yang lain seperti Sepat yang kalau dia dapat Pakito ataupun Esmeralda, sustain sangat tinggi. Damage dia pun sangat-sangat besar.
Ya, kalau kita berbalik kepada pasukan SMG, kita tahu Zain Sempoy yang berlaku sebagai Roma sekarang ini. Adakah kita akan lihat sekali lagi Zain Sempoy diletakkan sebagai Roma? Namun begitu, untuk kita terus bincangkan lagi, Gideon, walk us right now. HOMEBOIS, kita selesai mereka sekarang ni.
Alright, so first things first, HOMEBOIS needs to lock down Sasa, contest for Lexia's heroes, respect Zaim Senpoi's playmaking, and focus on their own draft, which I think relatively is super simple. Number 4, super simple for HOMEBOIS. They've never respected anybody else's draft except for their own. So I think that goes without saying. The hardest part here is contesting for Lexia's heroes. Right now, the jungle is in an awkward position where there's only such a limited number of junglers that you can actually put, but it's not something where you can like honestly lock down in 3 bans. So I think it's pretty difficult.
Yeah, I mean sekarang ni macam gini cakap, jungle satu role yang sangat-sangat unik di mana kebanyakan hero assassin yang betul-betul kuat confirm kena dikeluarkan, Fanny, Lancelot dan sewaktu dengannya, dan akan membiarkan hero seperti Hayabusa maybe kadang-kadang terlepas dan lebih kerap lagi fighter yang akan dilepaskan. Namun begitu, lockdown Sasa antara salah satu key to success yang again bukan senang untuk dilakukan. Ya, tulis senang, bagi tahu senang, tapi nak laksanakan perkara tersebut agak sukar. Sasa player yang sangat-sangat berpengalaman. Dengan adanya Lexia pula, dia akan release sedikit tekanan dekat early game tu supaya Sasa boleh fokus dapatkan farm untuk dia teruskan team fight, memberikan kemenangan kepada pasukan SMG sekarang ni.
Ya, dan kita akan lihatkan ketika ini kunci kemenangan untuk pasukan SMG. Yang pertama adalah untuk counter siege composition, di mana mereka akan bermain secara berkumpulan, dan kita tahu bagaimana chemistry pasukan HOMEBOIS mampu untuk melaksanakan perkara tersebut dengan baik. Jadi perlu berhati-hati dengan perkara itu dan berjaga-jaga dengan split pushing. Dan kita tahu bagaimana Hayabusa digunakan oleh Chibi bukan sahaja bijak di dalam team fight, tapi dia juga bijak mencari peluang untuk mencuri jungle, untuk mencuri turret, dan bahkan mampu untuk menamatkan game. Dan yang ketiga, jaga Saiful punya aggression, especially ataupun terutamanya sekali kalau digunakan Matilda, kalau digunakan Jawhead, itu antara hero yang perlu diberikan fokus. Dan yang terakhir, unleash the Raksasya punya combo.
Unleash the Raksasya.
Cabai jaga tadi, Raksasya.
Raksasya ni memang dah lama orang nak tunggu, nak dilihat lagi, sebab orang dapat lihat first game je hari tu ataupun minggu pertama lawan dengan pasukan Orange Esports. Kali ini dapat lihat sekali lagi combo di antara dua pemain yang cukup berpengalaman ini.
Sebabnya kalau macam tempoh hari punya perlawanan, kita tak dapat tengok sepenuhnya performance combo Raksasya. Dan rasanya hari ni kita boleh tengok macam mana combo Raksasya tersebut.
Dia macam slow sikit dah. Ya, combo Raksasya tu, I think ini adalah ujian yang paling besar ataupun ujian terbesar untuk pasukan SMG. Buktikan inilah line up yang terbaru dan juga terpadu yang kita ada untuk berikan yang terbaik. Tapi again, persoalan yang sama nak ditanyakan di sini, Gideon. Zain Sempoy, Roma mid laner right now, which is better?
Honestly, I still prefer him to be the overall mid laner for the team.
Yep.
However, the way that the mid lane is shaping up right now, it's kind of interesting. We're not seeing artillery mages becoming more prevalent other than Eve, and even if you do get Eve, you have to play like this backstanded role rather than being up in front, which Zaim Senpai definitely is the playmaker for the team overall. So with that all being considered, right now in the meta, being a roamer seems to fit Zaim Senpai more based on his style, but personally, I really hope that he does go back into the mage position. I don't know what to say about the rest of the team, but I will admit Lexia is going to be a very key component here. I feel like Sasa, he's pretty consistent. It's what HOMEBOIS is going to expect to be good. But Lexia, if he outperforms Chibi at this point of time, I don't think HOMEBOIS stands a chance. So it's really revolving about that impact that Lexia is able to put in game.
Ya, dia seolah-olah permainan chess 3D sekarang ni. Sebab dua-dua pasukan fokus kepada objektif mereka. Objektif gaming boleh dikatakan. Dan seperti mana Gideon dah cakap, lebih gemar untuk melihatkan Zaim Senpoy duduk dekat bahagian mid lane itu. Personally, kalau analis yang Sempoy muda je sebenarnya, Zain Sempoy dia nak jerit. So dalam banyak role, Roma je boleh jerit lagi banyak. Sebab tu dia nak main Roma je sekarang ni.
Boleh cakap yang Roma tu lah yang bising.
Betul.
Okay, tapi kita banyak fokuskan kepada pengguna jungler. Dan kalau kita nak fikirkan balik, Stormy, mid laner yang baru untuk menggantikan tempat Zain Senpai, dan untuk match yang pertama ataupun game pertama SMG, dia bermain dengan sangat baik dan boleh dikatakan dia punya Beatrix di bahagian mid lane sangat berbahaya dan sentiasa memberikan tekanan yang tinggi. Dan itu sebenarnya akan menjadi strategi yang sama untuk pasukan SMG lakukan, sebab Ijat bermain agresif. Jadi untuk counter agresif adalah untuk memenangkan agresif pada awal game balik.
Ya, benar tu. Untuk sebut pasal jungle tu, HOMEBOIS memang harap sangat kepada Chibi dapat dia punya momentum, dapat punya tempo supaya lane-lane yang lain boleh dimenangi oleh ahli pasukan mereka. Dan sebab pasal lane yang lain, EXP lane di antara Smooth dan juga di antara Irfan, antara satu matchup yang saya ingin lihatkan sebentar nanti. Adakah Smooth boleh, orang kata, teruskan lagi prestasi dia begitu baik? Sebab musim lepas boleh dikatakan improvement yang sangat-sangat besar. Masuk ke musim ni pun still lagi menggekalkan prestasi yang baik. Tapi again, match yang pertama ataupun minggu yang pertama lawan dengan Orange Esports, pasukan yang baru dengan play-play yang baru. Tapi kali ini match up dengan HOMEBOIS adalah ujian sebenar. Dan bila hadapi ujian sebenar ni, mungkin ada banyak perkara yang boleh kita rumuskan nanti.
Betul saya dengar. Jadi Abjad tertarik macam kita sukses untuk pasukan SMG tadi, kita kena hati-hati dengan Chibi punya
betul,
push. Sebab kalau kita leka je, kalau kita tengok hilang.
Bukan Chibi je tau.
Dia bukan Chibi je masalahnya ni Abeja. Dia adalah Anip juga merupakan antara salah satu masalah yang besar. Kalau Anip guna Sun, saya rasa tak cukup seorang. Dia kena 2 atau 3 orang untuk stop Anip punya Sun tu.
Okay, gini, personally, main rank apa semua, split push, bagi saya antara strat yang sangat-sangat menjengkelkan. Apatah lagi ada 2 pemain yang boleh lakukan perkara tersebut. Personally, macam mana kalau you sendiri imagine SMG is your team, apa yang you rasa nak bagi tahu, okay guys, be aware of these 2 players currently?
I think if we're thinking about being aware of two players, number one, it has to be Irfan. I think Irfan in particular is rather ridiculous once he's able to kind of get out of lane and make the play for the rest of the team. If he's locked in place, the other four are dependent on either Saiful to kind of hold on his own, but he himself isn't exactly the biggest playmaker in the world and doesn't have that impact when he has that opportunity in comparison to someone like Irfan. Anip, on the other hand, we don't know if he's going to be playing or whether it's going to be Bang. It really depends on which one is going to show up, and then we'll have a better idea.
Yeah, I agree. Sebab pasal Anip seperti tadi, selalunya main dekat bahagian gold lane and pilihan hero dia bukannya nampak hero marksman. Kadang bawa masuk side wall fighter. So the traditional MM di mana Sasa lebih gemar gunakan marksman berhadapan dengan non-traditional hero dekat gold lane sekarang ini.
Saya betulkan sikit. Sasa bukan sahaja marksman, tapi dia boleh guna mage. Betul? Dia gunakan Farsa dengan sangat baik dan kena niat untuk season yang lepas Sasa hero dia adalah Elise. Dan Elise dia sangat mengerikan. Walaupun ada perubahan sikit kepada Elise, saya tak terkejut kalau Sasa selesa untuk menggunakan hero itu. Sasa selesa. Pandai kan ayat tu? Nampak bijak lah.
Tapi inilah yang uniknya di antara pasukan HOMEBOIS dan juga pasukan SMG. Sebab kalau anda semua dive into each lane, semuanya ada matchup-matchup tersendiri yang kita nak saksikan. Kita lihat bagaimana Lexia versus Chibi. Kita akan lihat bagaimana Irfan versus dengan Smooth bersama dengan Saiful dan ini yang masalah sikit. Saya tak tahu Zaid Sempoy yang akan main Roma ataupun Stormy yang akan gantikan tempat dia untuk match yang nanti. Tapi Abijah, dalam banyak-banyak elemen yang kita dah bincangkan tadi, apa yang Abijah nak lihat? Apa yang Abijah harap untuk lihat? Mungkin Johnson sekali lagi bawa masuk ke? Ataupun Fanny ke sekali lagi?
Johnson tu biar dulu kot.
Abijah dia dah pandai.
Kalau kita tengok tadi macam mana Johnson punya impact tadi tak mencapai sepenuhnya dia punya ni. Tapi kalau tanya Abijah daripada hari tu lagi nak tengok real combination di antara Raksasa.
Raksasa
ditekan kat situ.
Sasa sangat selesa menggunakan combo Raksasa.
Kenapa Abijah sebut pasal ni? Sebab tadi backstage dia jumpa Lexia. Lepas tu Abijah sebelum segmen kita masuk ke sini, dia cakap
homie.
Lexia pergi kat dia terus. Wah, Abijah sokong ni So dia tak sebut pasal Raksasa sekarang ni. Nak cover balik. Pandai.
Betul lah. Takut sangat. Tiba tadi mula-mula substar homie, tapi kat sini tiba-tiba macam Raksasa.
Macam ni, saya cakap belakang. Dia datang, Lexia, diorang ni lama dok kabur sao. Wah, Abijah, sak homie. Tak sebab kita nak explain tadi. Tapi apa yang Abijah cakap tadi betul lah, datang daripada lubuk hati. So kita tengok sama ada banyak tak elemen-elemen kejutan yang akan dipersembahkan kedua-dua pasukan, sama-sama kita nantikan.
Apa yang saya takut sekarang ni, sebab kita banyak highlightkan Raksasa punya combo, saya takut benda tu tak capai kita punya expectation. Macam mana dulu kita dibincangkan pasal GEEK FAM, nak bawa masuk saya je ke tak, lalas dia tak masuk. So sekarang ni dengan Raksasa, anda kata gini, combo ni tak menjadi. Is it satu orang kata boleh kita hypercritical kan atas combo ni, ataupun macam mana bagi pendapat you?
I think that we can be a little hypercritical on this because both Lexia and Sasa are two incredibly talented players. However, they're very eccentric around themselves. You know, they like to accumulate a lot of gold. They like to play over their own power spikes, and that kind of gives them two different directions for the team. So unless they have a way to kind of split up the roles, or at the very least have a very clear idea of where a certain player is going to be at which point of time is really going to make the difference for the team and really make that Raksasa combo feel very impactful.
Ya, betul tu. I mean, sebab untuk pasukan Caracal kita dibincangkan kalau letak star power semua dekat satu tim, ada persoalan ego.
Betul.
Adakah persoalan ego ada juga dekat pasukan SMG ni? Sebab macam mana Gini cakap, Sasa talented player, main dekat MPL Indonesia, kini main dekat MPL Malaysia, dan juga Lexia bekas juara pada musim yang ke-7. So ada persoalan ego juga kat sini ataupun tidak?
Juara musim yang ke-7, Sasa juara musim yang ke-8, dan yang ke-9 ni masing-masing ingin menunjukkan ego masing-masing ataupun tidak. Tapi kalau berdasarkan game yang pertama pasukan SMG, nampak mereka satu hati bermain. Dan untuk ketika ini, untuk berlawan dengan HOMEBOIS, satu pasukan yang ada chemistry yang kuat, kita boleh katakan, mampu ke tidak untuk combo tersebut menjadi bergantung kepada Lexia itu sendiri. Kalau Lexia telah pun orang kata macam di-shutdownkan oleh pasukan HOMEBOIS, agak sedikit sukar untuk gold lane tu menjadi. Sebab di bahagian gold lane, kalau sentiasa diberikan perhatian ataupun sentiasa dibelasah orang cakap, agak sedikit sukar untuk Sasa menyinar, Lexia menyinar dan hanya mengharapkan kepada siapa? Tiada siapa untuk pasukan SMG.
Ya, battle of mechanics yang akan kita saksikan sebenarnya. Saya rasa ini tanggungjawab caster lah sebenarnya, sebab saya rasa game yang ataupun game yang akan ditunjukkan nanti it's gonna be a high level punya gameplay. Banyak gerak-geri yang mungkin the basic understanding kita tak faham. Oh, kenapa Anip gerak ke sini? Kenapa Chibi pergi masuk ke sana? So I think banyak perkara yang akan diolahkan oleh para caster kita nanti untuk kita dive into the game yang I rasa sangat-sangat merumitkan sedikit, tapi I tak sabar untuk saksikan match yang seterusnya. Namun begitu, Abijah sekali lagi lah nak tanya kepada Abijah untuk match yang kali ini. Kita tahu macam mana Syamil cakap, Lexia juara musim ke-7, Sasa juara musim ke-8. Kalau mereka gabung, juara musim ke-9 ke tak macam mana sekarang ni?
Saya Sasa. Raksasa punya gabungan tadi lah kot akan jadi X9. Kita tak tahu. Tapi macam Abijah tanya-tanya.
Okey.
Seandai kata combo raksasa tu tak menjadi, rasa-rasanya apakah backup plan untuk pasukan Team SMG?
Wow, backup plan untuk Team SMG.
Apa plan B diorang?
Okey, kalau plan B, bagi saya kalau pasukan SMG combo raksasa tidak menjadi, itu agak sedikit sukar sebenarnya, kerana gold lane dan juga jungler adalah merupakan damage yang utama untuk setiap pasukan. Tapi kalau kedua-dua tu tidak menjadi, agak sedikit sukar untuk bahagian role yang lain melakukan sesuatu. Dan kalau kita tahu bagaimana Smooth seringkali menggunakan hero sustain, bukannya hero yang mengeluarkan damage yang tinggi. Nak dibandingkan dengan Sepat, dia menggunakan Esmeralda dan juga Pakito dengan sangat baik. Dan Pakito dia memang, saya rasa semua orang setuju, Pakito dia waktu musim yang ke-7 paling mengerikan. Betul tak, Gideon?
Yeah, no, I do agree. I definitely feel like they are going to be the core of the plan. Having a plan B at this point of time is a little difficult because of the way the meta is shaping up to be so far. However, I think that's when you bring up the question with Homeboys, when you have someone like Irfan making those big plays, is Smooth capable of doing that? Last season, we didn't get to see him do it too often, and when he was given the opportunity, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't work out, and even during M3, you can definitely see the decline of Team SMG when it came to a higher level. But coming back to the local, I think we need to start building that foundation for these EXP laners. If they get picks like Yuzong, for an example, or more so Pakito, let's see whether or not that is the standard.
Ya, sebab pasal Pakito, kita sembang pasal drafting. Kalaulah priority ban ke atas Irfan, iaitu Pakito ingin dikeluarkan oleh SMG, ini akan buka satu lagi hero terbuka. Hero seperti kemungkinan Lancelot, kemungkinan Fanny mungkin terlepas pandang ataupun harus dilepaskan kalau betul-betul nak fokus kepada Pakito Irfan ni. So drafting pun akan menjadi satu peranan yang penting untuk kedua-dua pasukan ini untuk dapatkan kemenangan.
Dan boleh dikatakan hero pool untuk kedua-dua jungler, kedua pasukan ni hampir sama. Chibi, Assassin, Fighter, seperti kalau Fighter pun Roger yang selalu dimainkan. Untuk pasukan SMG juga Lexia, Assassin hero, dan kalau Fighter yang digunakan Roger juga. Pakito, dia boleh gunakan Pakito, tapi tidaklah sebaik kalau digunakan Roger dan juga Assassin yang lain. Adakah kita akan melihatkan priority ban kepada Assassin akan merencatkan prestasi Lexia dan juga Chibi?
Bestnya kalau semua Assassin kena ban, kita tengoklah hero baru mungkin akan kita saksikan. Mungkin Yin boleh dibawa masuk untuk diletakkan di bahagian jungle nanti. Namun begitu, tidak lama lagi kita akan saksikan perlawanan yang seterusnya. Namun kita terasa lapar di sini. Kalau lapar, kita ada apa, Beza?
Kita ada ni lah, kita boleh berbelanja RM50 di McDelivery dan dapatkan 6 ketupat nugget secara percuma dan juga skin-skin yang eksklusif. Namun begitu, kalau tak letak kod macam rugi juga.
Betul? Kod dia?
Kod dia adalah MPL Rewards. Macam tu, nampak tak?
Jangan letak S. Kalau tak letak S tu tak betul lah. Okey, kita dah fokus. MPL Rewards.
Nampak kat situ. Masa nak check out tu, pastikan anda meletakkan MPL Rewards.
Biasanya sebab macam saya jari gemuk sikit, so kadang-kadang typo. Dia typo. Kita kena tekan betul-betul. Make sure MPL Rewards tu di-eja betul-betul. Jangan komplain kalau tak dapat. Anda kata kalau anda eja salah. Dan sekarang ini, untuk kita kekalkan integriti, untuk kita tentukan siapa dapat first pick, second pick, kita akan saksikan coin toss di pentas utama kita.
Baik, sekarang ini kita melihat kita punya Head of Leagues of Melina Line bersama dengan kedua-dua pasukan HOMEBOIS dan juga Team SMG untuk melakukan coin toss. Ini adalah untuk menentukan pasukan mana yang akan mendapat first pick terlebih dahulu. Dan sekarang seperti kita lihat di skrin, HOMEBOIS memilih Heads, manakala Team SMG memilih Tails. Dan sekarang jom kita sama-sama lihat keputusannya adalah
putar coin itu, Melina.
Putar, Melina. Tails. Dan sekarang kita tengok Team SMG membuat keputusan untuk memilih first pick. Right. Dan terima kasih kepada Melina Lai dan juga kedua-dua pasukan, dan itu dia.
Oi, Sasa bila tengok muka dia macam chill, relax. Macam match ni penting tau sebenarnya. Match yang sangat-sangat penting, tapi dia macam relax, santai. Oh, biasa je.
Dia relax je. Sebab itulah kalau kita tengok, tiada tekanan yang boleh kita nampak di raut muka Sasa. Tapi Saiful tadi agak sedikit tertekan sebab mereka kena dapatkan mata.
Penting.
Sebab kalau mereka menang 2-0, mereka akan jadi kosong balik mereka punya point.
Nak kena menang.
Nak kena menang. Kalau mereka tewas 2-1 atau kalau mereka menang 2-1, dia akan jadi negatif 1.
Dia kalau boleh nak lah, tak nak
full lah.
Tak ada lah orang team tak nak menang. Dia mesti nak menang.
Nak menang.
Alright. Mesti nak menang punya, dan
Kiranya ini adalah tekanan yang tinggi untuk HOMEBOIS berbanding dengan pasukan SMG.
Ya, benar sekali. Dan sekarang ini, tanpa kita melengahkan masa, English caster, BM caster, anda sudah bersedia? Ayo kita saksikan game yang pertama.
Thanks, boys, at the post show here. Welcome back to the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 9. Once again, we've got a really exciting upcoming match, but before we even get closer, my name is GEEK FAM. This is going to be Sadafa here at the MPL MY Season 9. And we got to thank our sponsors for making this beautiful stage and making this event come together. First of all, our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, for making it all happen. Partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, as well as the EGG network. And not forgetting our co-organizer, ESI. Oh boy, if you guys were here, you'd feel the excitement as much as we are here at the table. It's going to be Team SMG going up against the Homeboys.
We've already had an entire day of spicy matches, but last but not least is going to be two incredibly strong powerhouse teams going head to head to decide who is going to be the victor. So far, SMG, they've only had one match. We'll see whether or not they'll be able to perform once again, since they've had a little bit of a break. But speaking of these teams, let us have a look at the players as they walk up on stage.
Homeboys!
Starting things off, it's going to be Homeboys coming out up on the stage with different jerseys this time. Oh, the trip that they're walking out with. All right, how they're looking, energetic, excited, or just normal? They're looking real fresh.
Yep, we do know that Homeboys right now are looking to get another victory after all, considering that they're very close to finally getting back into the positive score after their -8 start to the season. Will they be able to achieve that 2-0 victory against SMG?
Team SMG!
Next, we have Team SMG coming up on stage here. The Raksasia, a steady goal laner, and a smart assassin carry to bring this game all the way.
Yep, not to mention we have to talk about Stormy, the new mid laner, which has had great positioning on his Sicilian as well as Beatrix. Looks like he's got pretty solid hero pool, and overall, SMG has been looking very clean with their execution and objective gaming.
I mean, that's what you're expecting from previous last season champions, and it's important to remember that they're going to be defending their title this season once again. I'm excited to see how much they're going to grow. The important thing is whether or not they're going to reach that international standard level that we are expecting. But let's keep in mind that the Homeboys were able to get a much higher placing during the Steam Game qualifiers against Team SMG and only achieving 3rd place in there. So, if we're talking about polish, we're talking about the Homeboys.
Indeed, having a look at the individual player stats, the Homeboys have thus far been a very impressive team. Chibi obviously being their star player in the jungle, a very high turtle rate, 90% overall, but we certainly can't count out the rest. They all stand out in their own ways.
Yep. Irfan already a big playmaker for the team. Chibi just being really steady with his jungle plays. But most importantly, I think that people kind of forget about how much impact Vince actually has to back up his teammates, being an absolute floorboard for them to propel themselves to higher heights.
That is absolutely true. So a lot of the time when you see Homeboys engaging, while you're always focused on people like Chibi, like Irfan, you forget that Vince is just standing in the backline pelting the enemy with magic damage, and sometimes that damage that's not really noticeable unless you look closely can be what makes or break these fights. Homeboys, their performance in Season 9 so far has been incredibly clean. If I am not wrong, they so far have a 100% win rate, same to SMG, so one of these teams is going to be the ones maintaining it.
Absolutely. HOMEBOIS has more games than SMG so far, but it's very early in the season, so that 100% win rate, one of these teams is going to lose it and be undisputed for now. But SMG, oh, I'm a little worried because it's going to be interesting to see what their lineup is going to be. Oh, yep, it's going to be the same lineup. Smooth, Zion Senpai, Lexia, Stormy, and Sasa. I was thinking maybe some of the new players would come in.
Well, it seems that SMG is confident in this lineup, which we saw in the debut match of Season 9 was really solid, getting an easy 2-0 victory over Orange Esports. These players, you know him, you love him. Sasa obviously going to be quite a notable player for the team. So far, a 17.0 average KDA. This is of course from only 2 games, but it is still kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's looking good for now, but that's going to change real soon. I'm curious to see how, what exactly is Stormy's entire hero pool here. We know Zion Senpai generally is able to play the support position and has transitioned quite comfortably in it, and Smooth generally can hold on to his own, but let's have a look first at Seifel.
Yep, Seifel, of course, for the HOMEBOIS used to be a mid laner when the HOMEBOIS joined the MPL in Season 7, but has thus far transitioned very well into the roamer position after Vince joined the lineup. In terms of his attributes, while his micro and aggression isn't quite as high as other roamers, he has pretty good consistency and macro play, and of course a huge focus on objectives, which is in line in Chibi's playstyle that likes to secure as many neutral objectives as possible.
Yeah, and that's the key for HOMEBOIS. Whenever they make a play, it's always to translate it into objectives. They're extremely consistent with their line play. You never see them at the highest heights. You never see them push beyond 120%. They like to maintain it at consistent lines of play of 80, 90%, and if they need to go to 100, they can, but you don't really see them push past that. And you can tell by the micro alone that Seifel, not exactly the most micro and talented mechanical player, but he gets the job done.
Yep, sometimes you don't need the entire team to be full of talented players in terms of micro play and mechanics, as long as those that aren't can set up for those who are. But will Seifel be able to match up to his counterpart Zion Senpai on Team SMG, also originally a mid laner that has transitioned into a roamer and has done really well for himself so far?
Yeah, I think Zion Senpai has been an absolute staple in the MPL. Nobody can doubt his veterancy and the impact he has as a mage. He's consistent even when the team is falling apart. He still manages to edge it out against his opponents. But more importantly so, now the real question is whether that aggression is going to still be at that same standard when he is going on and moving, more importantly, to this roamer role.
Well, either way, we know that he's a player that has a very large hero pool, having played various roles in the past, and in a similar theme to Seifel, likes to play a little bit more aggressive in ensuring that the early game will go well for his jungler. So we're gonna be seeing a bit of a clash of these roamers in the early game to ensure that both Chibi and Lexia can really start coming online.
Well, let's see whether they can or not here. This is the matchup that I've been so excited to watch from the beginning of today. Whether or not it's going to be HOMEBOIS or Team SMG, doesn't really matter who wins. I just want to see a clean game from either side.
Well, either way though, this is going to be quite an intense match, and we will see how our predictions stand. Looks like overall it is very even, with 4 of us leaning more towards the HOMEBOIS, 3 of us, which are Jesuzuran, Samilo, and Artha, thinking that SMG will come out on top.
And to be fair, SMG's talent pool is really stacked, and I think, yes, when it comes down to the highest heights, they've got 2 of the best players arguably in the MPL, but I think HOMEBOIS, as of right now, as an entire team, is a force to be reckoned with.
Indeed. Overall, all of their players are really strong in their respective roles, and we have seen that. But have you guys at home seen it? What do you guys think? It looks like you do agree.
Yep, it looks like the popularity of the HOMEBOIS locally has been skyrocketing as well, as a good majority of y'all will be backing them up. Team SMG fans, unfortunately, going to be overlapped here.
I'm actually very impressed by this result here, considering that Team SMG were the winners of the previous season of MPL. The fact that HOMEBOIS is still standing out as the popular pick goes to show, indeed, they have captured the hearts of all of you watching at home. But something else that might capture your heart is a brand new device to improve on your MLBB gameplay, the brand new Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G.
Are you looking for an awesome gaming experience? Something with sleek design? With MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone, Samsung, you can get exactly that. Cop one today, what flagship phone for your gaming needs. And as I mentioned before, it is an awesome gaming experience.
Yep, but speaking of awesome gaming experiences, I think that's exactly what we're about to witness in the seconds counting down to our first draft of the day. It is going to be Team SMG going up against the HOMEBOIS. Will they be able to get back to their 0-point start? Or will the Raksasya combo be truly a threat to be reckoned with?
Let's find out. Team SMG on the blue side with HOMEBOIS on the red side. It's going to be Lilia and Phoveus instantly banned out, with Valentina being taken away by the HOMEBOIS, as well as the Fanny as expected.
The fact that Team SMG have banned out this Phoveus straight away leads me to believe that they're going to try and grab the land slot for themselves as much as possible. Either that or the Ling, depending on what the HOMEBOIS decide to ban out. So if this last ban of Team SMG is neither of those heroes, that will certainly confirm that that is the plan they are going for. But if that's the case, they do have to be careful, because the other one can be potentially snatched up by their opponents.
To be fair, knowing Lexa, he's most likely going to go for the land slot. I think that is his general preference, so he can be a little bit more aggressive in the earlier stages and doesn't have to be so farm focused. I think even for him, he does get a little bit bored of playing the farm simulator for a large majority of the game before he actually has some impact. But here we go. It's going to be Matilda, the ban out for Team SMG. HOMEBOIS with the final ban of the first phase. Let's see where they're leaning more towards to.
Yeah, the question is, do they ban the land slot here and just say that Ling is easier to deal with, or do they just let both heroes through and grab one for themselves? That is the choice that the HOMEBOIS have to make right now. Looks like their ban is going to be the land slot.
Ooh, I thought maybe the HOMEBOIS might turn away and look a different direction, like, you know, Selena for an example, or even arguably even Glue. But SMG is going to be picking up Selena straight away. HOMEBOIS now with 2 picks on their side. What are they going to be leaning more towards to? I feel like it's Cho, arguably.
I would think that a Cho would be a good choice at this point, considering that the enemy team has already locked in the Selena. The Shunpo iframes would help deal with the Abyssal Arrow. The question is whether or not HOMEBOIS really prioritize on that. We have to remember, typically, they like to grab the Paquito as early as possible because Irfan is very comfortable on it.
Yep, now we get to see Uranus as well as Sicilion here, making a prediction that, you know, probably Smooth is going to pick up the Esmeralda at some point of time. Now, with Uranus up at hand, Paquito just seems a little less valuable now.
It is an interesting choice by the HOMEBOIS. I'm guessing this is going to be an Irfan Uranus. So they've decided to lock that in instead of his usual Paquito, which he's basically picked nearly 100% of the games in Season 9 so far, perhaps predicting that Team SMG are going to be a little bit more oppressive in that way and want to match Smooth in the EXP lane at his own game.
Well, with 7 more seconds, let's see how Team SMG finishes off their first 3 picks of the phase. It's going to be Esmeralda as expected, and Hayabusa as the general assassin jungler. I don't know, I'm getting real bored of Hayabusa, to be fair with you. His impact is great, of course, but at the end of the day, like, it's not what we want. It's not what we want to see. We want to see Lancelot.
I have to agree with you there myself. Hayabusa is a solid hero, that's for sure, but can be a little bit boring to watch sometimes. And if he's not able to get off the ground from the beginning of the game, he ends up in a spot where he doesn't really contribute much to team fights. I don't think Team SMG will have too much problem with playing it. It is going to Lexia after all. But HOMEBOIS, what are they going to do to respond?
Well, they could be looking to lock in their own jungler themselves, and it's going to be Roger this time for the side of the Homeboys. Chibi is going to go into something old, reliable, and faithful. Let's see if he can get that big play that he's always been looking for. Now, here's where it gets a little bit interesting. The gold lane is wide open for Sasa and as well as Anip, and I feel like Anip may just be a little bit more, well, both Anip and Sasa both have interesting picks when it comes down to bad matchups. When it comes down into the gold lane, if things aren't going in Anip's favor, he goes for the Sun, especially when a gold laner, an oppressive style of gold laner that is ranged, a marksman style, he goes for the Sun. Sasa, on the other hand, he could go for Kagura. He could go for something like Yve or even a Farsa.
Yeah, Sasa obviously has a much bigger hero pool in comparison and can bring some really unorthodox heroes to the gold lane. I think Homeboys, the safest way to go about it now is just to ban these more oppressive gold laners. They've already banned out the Clint. Wouldn't be surprised if they get rid of something like the Popol and Koopa as well, because that will leave things open for them. These are heroes that would be hard to deal with for most marksmen and aren't ideal matchups for his signature Sun either.
Yeah, SMG going to be banning out Kufra this time because Seifel still hasn't locked the hero in for himself. I think that's still a pretty good option. Team SMG have plenty of options on their hands when it comes down to the mage role because, you know, Selena can fit into both the support as well as the regular mage position. Homeboys now finishing off the the second phase of the bans. Let's see what they're looking for. Do they also get rid of the Popo and Koopa, or are they looking... No, they wouldn't ban the Beatrix. Anip also plays the Beatrix.
We will see it. Instead, they're banning the Kadita. Okay, understandable. It's not a hero we've seen Stormy play yet, but considering how much of a prevalence Kadita has had so far in Season 9, it's an understandable ban you want to get rid of, especially when you have a squishy hero like Cecilion that wants to stand uncontested in the backline.
Okay. All right, that's fair. Team SMG now having to make some decisions here. With 22 more seconds, what do they go for? I feel like it isn't worth banning out any kind of gold laners at this point in time, other than Beatrix at the very least. But is Team SMG considering actually using the Beatrix in the mid lane and also securing themselves another gold laner on top of it all?
Well, the fact that they banned out Jahid means that Popol and Koopa will go through, and Homeboys are very, very quick to snatch it up. They were already planning to grab this hero. Team SMG, their bans in the second phase are very evidently focused towards Seifel. Kufra and Jahid are both heroes that he is comfortable playing, so SMG wants to make sure they have a better time in the early game, especially since they already have the Selena, which I'm suspecting will go to Zyme Senpoi.
That's a good point. Team SMG now to finish off their composition in about 18 more seconds from here. Are there any other mages that I'm missing out? Kagura can still be the pickup for someone like Stormy. Beatrix is wide open as well. Yep, Beatrix is going to be the pick for Team SMG, but we still don't know whether it's going into the gold lane or mid lane, and it looks like I would assume Yve is going in towards the gold lane because if you are playing the Beatrix, it's still a relatively tough matchup against Popo and Koopa.
That would be an interesting choice for Team SMG. Obviously, the typical choice would be the Yve in the mid lane and then Beatrix in the gold lane, but there is a possibility of swapping that up. As Homeboys completes their draft, it's going to be Ruby going into the hands of Seifel.
All right, it makes sense. Homeboys, they've got all the picks that they want. Team SMG at this point of time aren't making any last-minute changes, so therefore Sasa will have to deal with Popo and Koopa in lane by himself. That's going to be interesting. I'm excited to see how he personally plays this matchup. I don't think it's an easy one by any means. You don't have a lot of counterplay.
Alright, as we have completed the draft, we now prepare to enter the Land of Dawn. This is going to be game number 1 between Homeboys and Team SMG. Lots of stakes for the Homeboys if they want to make up their point deficit. Team SMG, they're sitting comfortably at the top of the chart. In terms of team lineups, Team SMG has got a solid scaling hero lineup. A good early game, good mid, good late. As for the Homeboys, it's going to take them a little longer to come online, but once they do, the Cecilion and the Popol and Koopa are going to be outputting loads of DPS. Which of these two teams will be coming out on top in game number 1?
It's Team SMG on the blue side up against the Homeboys on the red side. Let's get this final best of 3 today on its way here. Now, once again, we are seeing Stormy playing on top of this Yeve, and Zyme Senpai actually harassing Seifel very early on, taking an aggressive stance. I'm pretty sure he did start with the Abyssal Traps first, but I would have assumed he must have laid it all on Lexia's purple buff just to help him speed up.
We have to remember that Zyme Senpai, this Selena is a signature of him, and they're already making lots of aggressive plays. Zyme Senpai dropping real low instantly becomes first blood against 4 members of the Homeboys.
Oh, that's definitely a mistake on Zyme Senpai's part. He thought he was safe on smooth side of the map, but then again, he's playing Esmeralda. What do you want him to do? He doesn't have any CC. The most he can do is consistent damage. That's going to be first blood bounty achieved by the Homeboys. Very, very clean rotations.
Yeah, that's quite uncharacteristic. I was about to say that this Selena is a signature hero for Zyme Senpai. He hasn't gotten to play it in a while, but when he does, his Abyssal Arrow snipes and his presence across the map are incredibly intimidating. So the fact that he was the first one to get taken out is very much a mistake.
Yep, here comes Lexia, and as well as Smooth, they see Irfan, but it's really just about getting this gold crab at this point of time. Lexia, he doesn't have that retribution, but he knows that he doesn't want to keep bugging Irfan for too long. He just needs to continue farming up.
No, on the opposite side of the map, we can see the Homeboys making a bit of a play towards the top side. Right now, Seifel escorting Chibi around to make sure that he can get as much farm as possible without being disrupted by Zyme Senpai, who lands the Abyssal Arrow, and now they're going on him.
Yep, he's stuck. He really doesn't have any other options here. He's just going to be giving that free kill over to the Homeboys' side. And but he does buy some time for the rest of Team SMG to get on top of this turtle. So his death is not going to be in vain. Oh! What? Oh! It's going to be Irfan who steals away the turtle this time. Real war manipulation already coming down to Cecilia. Lands the Sanguine Claws. Irfan going to be running down. Lexia gets hit by Zyme Senpai's Abyssal Arrow. Irfan again makes the play, gets a kill, lands the turtle as well as takes it all out. A double kill achieved by Stormy before finally going down 2 for 2 trades, but what a win for the Homeboys.
Yeah, actually, I don't feel like Homeboys got as much out of that as you would think. They actually lost 3 members there because Vince died very early on after getting stuck in the real-world manipulation. So even though they got the turtle, they still ended up losing more people as compared to Team SMG.
Sad to say at the very least, but hey, at least they got the turtle, they got the extra bit of EXP, and you know, it's working out. It's working out for now. Sasa's still stuck in lane with Anip up on top side.
I'm honestly amazed that Lexia missed that retribution there, and the fact that Irfan was able to pick it up despite playing on a Uranus of all things. That's just a mistake. So far, Team SMG haven't really been having the cleanest early game.
Yeah, they can't do much about this, but hey, at the very least, Team SMG is able to kind of, you know, push back in terms of the kill score. It's 3-4 compared to 0-2, which I would say is better than nothing. However, if we start looking at where the mid lane is going to go, keep an eye for Zyme Senpai. He's probably going to try and keep his options wide, as he does notice Chibi on the top side. Potential dive could be coming up, and Sasa quickly using the Bennett Rage to try and clear up the wave and zone out on it.
Well, there's the classic Abyssal Arrow snipe onto Seifel. Uses the I Am Offended to pull Sasa in. Chibi in position, but Lexia has come to join the party. Real world manipulation and Ogi's shadow kill will ensure that the Roger has nowhere to run.
Good counter engage coming in from Team SMG. The Homeboys bit a little bit more than they could chew, but as you notice down on bottom side, you can see that Irfan is starting to cut these waves, and you're realizing quickly that Smooth may not necessarily be able to hold him back anymore.
Yeah, but they do get the very first tower up top, and that is entirely through the gold shield. So that is a lot of money going over to Team SMG.
Yeah, hopefully they do the quick traditional lane swap. Sasa's going to clear up one more side of his lane before rotating, rotating down to bottom. Esmeralda's going to do the exact same thing. She's probably going to walk up to join this potential turtle fight first before anything else.
And can see Irfan being quite sneaky in the backline as well. He's going to be providing vision of Zyme Senpai and Smooth, but he has to be careful. That isn't Esmeralda he's up against. His tankiness isn't going to mean quite as much. Team SMG are now in position to start taking the turtle.
Yep, HOMEBOIS just waiting for the waves to come back, and I think they're just going to give up this first initial turtle just to try and push back in terms of damage. HOMEBOIS, they need to attack the top side quick, but looks like they're a little slow on that. Sicilian, Stormy just waiting to see if they can catch somebody off of rotation, while bottom side, notice that Beatrix already there, ready to start pushing on the next wave.
It's interesting to see that the HOMEBOIS did decide to give this turtle away for free, considering how they usually want to go for all of these objectives, but they now have their eye on Smooth up top. Chibi and Saiful are in position. Saiful has the conceal up, gets the I'm offended onto the Esmeralda, jumps in with the Lycan pounce, but this is a hero that is very tanky, so Chibi not going to be able to finish him off.
Yep, now down on bottom side, we are seeing Irfan trying to clear up that wave, but it's not going to be enough. Sasa going to quickly break it, and that's what we're seeing from the gold laners. Their objective, break these structures as quickly as possible and start getting control over the map.
Yep, now that they've been able to take the top and bottom tier 1s, Team SMG have pretty good map control overall, and Smooth providing a lot of vision for the rest of his team. Gets jumped on by 2 people, but looks like he's still able to walk away. Meanwhile, Lexia jumps into the backline. Smooth now in a lot of trouble. His HP has dropped real low. Gonna finally get taken out by Irfan as the real world manipulation is dropped down to pick off the Uranus. The kill going over to Lexia.
Oh, they trade 1 for 1 there. Irfan with some quick fingers gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow, immediately purifies it, knowing that it doesn't have the consecration anymore. But well played overall. HOMEBOIS still keeping it even 5-5 despite how badly the early game went.
And yeah, both these teams are giving a lot of respect to each other, but at the same time playing very aggressively and capitalizing on the other's mistakes. The game is even so far, with the next turtle coming up in about 20 seconds. So I think the HOMEBOIS will start to make a move towards the top side. After all, this is Chibi we're talking about. He wants those turtles.
Yeah, HOMEBOIS, they're making sure that they clear up the jungle as soon as possible before doing anything else on the lane to make sure they're not giving away jungle economy over to Team SMG. And that's why the lead isn't really getting too pretty much nowhere for Team SMG at this point until they break open that mid-tier 1. But here we go. It's going to be the turtle contestant from both sides.
Yep, TB's already gotten started. Abyssal Arrow not going to find anyone. Smooth already in front of the enemy team as SMG now getting zoned out. Saiful misses his ultimate. The Hayabusa. Lexia going to be able to steal the turtle away from the HOMEBOIS as they now pick off Vince. Irfan in the backline, but he's up against 4 members of Team SMG. Not going to be able to live for too long. Anip now coming in from the mid side, but he's in a bit of trouble. Has to use the shield to get away with the flicker, and Team SMG are going to win that skirmish.
Yep. Once again, Lexia, he does see Chibi. Does he want to go for it? But he doesn't have the Oki Shadow Kill. Oh, he even sacrifices the Litho Wanderer here. Looks like he didn't have Retribution either. Maybe he was a little scared that mid lane was given up its priority.
Either way, though, Team SMG has managed to secure all the neutral objectives in the game so far. They are now ahead by 1k in net worth, which isn't too notable at this point. But HOMEBOIS needs to start making up this gap. We have to consider Sasa this whole time has been farming by himself for free.
Sasa has been taking this time so far, and he did buy a Hunter's Strike. I'm not entirely sure if that's his second item or whether it's his first item rush. We'll have to see when the item list pops up. But for now, it's a pretty slow game from either side. Nobody really wants to make a mistake, and they know one bad move could really make the difference here.
They both want to rely on their late game skill, as Team SMG are going to be relying on Smooth and Sasa once the late game comes along, and HOMEBOIS putting a lot of hope on Vince and Anip. But so far, Team SMG are doing a good job of taking control of the map over. I think HOMEBOIS, their cores are gonna definitely have a bit of a tougher time farming in comparison.
So far, nothing much is really going on. Both teams really taking it slow and just playing the objective game, right? Saiful hasn't made any catches. He's just waiting for his flicker to come back up. And even from the side of Team SMG, they know they don't have to do anything, and there's no real point to forcing because HOMEBOIS has the better counter engage overall. Irfan now having to take a 2v1 up on that top side, mainly because Smooth understands that he can't really contest this lane overall. GB gets close, but here comes the real world manipulation. Sasa as well, Zyme Senpai get absolutely blown up. by Vince, getting a great Sanguine Claw and Bat Impact, but Vince should be going down to smooth, as well as the Hayabusa. Lexia doing good work, Seifel in trouble, but at the same time, a double kill coming out of Sasa is going to be enough. Bottom tier 1 gets broken by Anip.
A massive turnaround by Team SMG, getting 3 kills onto the Homeboys. When that fight started, there was so much damage onto Stormy as well as Zion Senpai, but we were both able to escape and turn things around with some kills onto the Homeboys instead. Now they want to translate that into a Lord take.
Yup. This Lord take should be generally quite easy, but they need to speed things up because Chibi is on his way. He's so close, but no. Lexia takes it off just in time. Smooth manages to get an initial jump onto Zion with the help of Zion Senpai. A killing spree coming in from Sasa as well, and a Malefic Roar. He's all stacked up. Sasa is huge this game, and Homeboys just falling behind.
Yep, this is becoming a bit dangerous for the Homeboys now. There's basically on a timer. Sasa is just going to continue getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Not to mention the amount of scaling you can expect from Esmeralda to basically become unkillable. And Homeboys are starting to fall off. Vince is still dishing out a lot of damage, but if he gets jumped on, there's not much that he can do.
Yeah, I think Vince, he needs this team to peel in, especially for Irfan, who is ahead, needs to be able to kind of create that space. Anip overall, he's still looking to get his items. He's not as fat as Sasa for now, but here comes the real-world manipulation as Smooth is going to run into the middle of that team. Seifel can't do too much, but that bad impact. Look at how much damage Vince is able to dish out.
Yep, if he's able to find pickoffs with the Sanguine Claws, Vince could very much turn this around for the Homeboys. But Team SMG are going to be very wary of that now. The Lord pushing up top lane should be able to get this tower. No, Homeboys actually do manage to defend it.
I'm really going to play this out now. 100 seconds onto the Lord. Irfan continuing to split push. Irfan needs to just buy time for the team. And I think Homeboys, they need an extra 3 minutes, or so to actually get to an even level against Team SMG because the lead isn't too big. And I think for now, they lost to tier 2 on top side as well. That's going to be a little sad to hear, but at the very least, it's not their crystal.
Yeah, but Team SMG now definitely have the stronger team fight. I'm kind of surprised by the style of play they've decided to give Irfan here by giving him the Uranus, considering, oh, hold on, getting jumped on by all members of Team SMG. He is fine, pops the Consecration, get out. All right, Ogi Shadow Kill gonna be wasted as well. Irfan still fine.
Yep, purple buff going to fall into the hands of the Homeboys for now. And this game is really slow rolling. Really slow rolling. And I'm waiting for Team SMG to start making that move. We don't see any aggressive plays coming from them. And I guess both sides understand that they're basically playing for pickoffs. Seifel is going to be looking for picks. Zion Senpai is looking for picks. Everybody else plays the exact same role.
Yeah, and Homeboys are pretty susceptible to that right now since Irfan is going to be playing on the opposite side of the map most of the time. So if they're able to land an Abyssal Arrow on Vince, Anip, Chibi, basically anyone, they can just jump on them straight away and get a free kill.
Yeah. So we can see up on top side, Irfan once again trying his best, but here comes Sasa. He might be able to do something about this as he tries to run him down. He's got the Hunter Strike, so he should have more than enough. Oh, look at that, absolutely shredded. Sasa, well done. With the Malefic Roar as well, all that armor is basically useless.
I feel like Irfan's a bit out of his element here playing on the Uranus. You usually see him on heroes like the Paquito, where he's able to come in from the side, dish out damage, and set up for the rest of his team. But he's been relegated into a dedicated split pusher, and I'm not sure if that's the way they want to go when they're up against Team SMG.
Well, I think dedicated split pusher is the perfect way to kind of describe this. But here comes Seifel. He gets into the middle of the pit here. Where is the rest of the Homeboys? And it looks like they're getting completely zoned out with all these different traps. They're playing on the bottom side, but here comes roll manipulation. Sasa is able to secure it. They already find the kill onto Chibi and as well as Seifel here, and that's going to be pretty much it. Anip is going to be the next to fall. Vince is trying, but he's got no position, and Zion Senpai taunts him as we see it. Boom! That's going to be a full wipe here for the Homeboys. Team SMG will now continue it down mid.
That was just really unfortunate for the Homeboys. They tried to come in late to steal the Lord, but the Abyssal Arrow lands on out of all 4 members of the Homeboys, Chibi. So he's not able to get the retribution, and that's set up perfectly for Team SMG to follow up again. This is how terrifying Zion Senpai's Selena gameplay is.
Yep, he's been getting away with so much, a little too much in a matter of fact, as Sasa should be able to chunk out. Oh, he actually backs away from that, looking to get open the mid lane once more. He's got Renner out and he should be able to secure it, and there we go. One mid inhibitor down, Luminous Lord crashing up on top side with the bottom wave 2. They're guaranteed 2 inhibitors, making it 3 inhibitors following under the lineage of Team SMG. Nothing the homeboys can really do at this point. They've lost on all fronts.
Yep, they're now relegated to trying their best to defend the Crystal. Abyssal Arrow still going to hit Vince in the backline. Real world manipulation almost picks him off. Zyme Simpoi literally jumping in to see if he can get the kill onto Cypher. They still find Irfan, and now Sasa. Wow, oh, that's a nice sanguine claw though onto 3 people. Not enough damage. TB tried to jump in, but Wind of Nature kept him alive. But as they falling, Star Moon finds 2 in the backline, already taking out a Nib. He now has his eyes set on Vin, but he's able to back off into the base. But guess who isn't able? Cypher, as well as GB, as the godlike streak goes over to Sasa. Vin's the only survivor on the side of Homeboys, has to defend against 4 members of Team SMG. Almost takes out Sasa. Vin dropping real low, but they don't care about Vince. They just care about the Crystal. They just finish it up. Team SMG secure victory in game number 1.
A classic fast game coming in from Team SMG. Very clean, very methodical, very surgical.
Yep, I think those are the words to describe it right there. A very clean game by Team SMG. And it looks like Homeboys just weren't able to put up a fight at all.
Yeah, I mean, this is very unusual. Homeboys is very good at punishing enemies' mistakes, but when you play such a clean game like that, where you minimize your mistakes and you wait for just single opportunities, Homeboys unable to beat the talent that is inbuilt in Team SMG. Well done for Team SMG.
I mentioned at the beginning of the game that the draft for SMG has a very nice curve to it. They have early game, mid game, and late game heroes, which allowed them to play strongly around very specific players throughout the entire game. On the opposite side, Homeboys was very evidently weaker towards the early game. They needed to start scaling up towards the mid game to really start taking these team fights, but Team SMG were already ahead and had more map control by then, so they couldn't really fight into them anyway.
Yeah, it really came down to like Zyme Senpai. He died earlier and you can see him laughing because it didn't really matter at the end of the day how many kills he gave over. He wasn't worth a lot of gold, but most importantly, it was about the major objectives. He comes back after dying twice due to 1 turtle and 1 good fight, which is all that he needed to turn the tides over back into his favor and even out the EXP and gold.
I think this is a little uncharacteristic of Homeboys. This is not the style of gameplay we typically expected from them. They were playing incredibly defensively in the early game. Part of that is because Zyme Senpai has Selena. You have to be very wary of that. But that allowed Lexia to have free farm for a long time, and then once they tried to group up to deal with that, they left Sasa alone to farm on his own, and this is the danger of Team SMG. They have so many strong scaling players.
They do. Let's look at the item builds here. I'm curious to see what Sasa built in total. It looks like he greeded out on completely getting high damage items, and yeah, that's true. It's going to be Blade of Despair, Hunter's Strike, Malefic Roar, and then in 1 defensive before getting in towards the Winds of Nature.
But if we look at Sasa, the amount of gold he has this game, 13,000. If you look across the board, no one else has anywhere close to that amount of money. So Sasa was just having the time of his life.
Yeah, he really was. I mean, he took his time. He had the added help of Zyme Senpai, and the fact that Smooth just kept Irfan in a lane. In terms of draft, it's difficult. It really is. And unless Anip was able to really push Sasa out of lane and continue his oppression, there was just no way that they could actually do anything about it. And even Saiful tried his very best, punishing Zyme Senpai in the early game, but couldn't translate it into anything else.
I still don't know why exactly they prioritized giving the Uranus to Irfan when stuff like the Paquito was still wide open. Were they wary of Smooth? But even so, I feel like Paquito would have been a better matchup to something like an Esmeralda in comparison. Plus, that meant that Irfan really couldn't contribute to the fights the way he normally would, and that removes a lot of the combat capability of the Homeboys.
I think that's what's great about Smooth. The fact is, no matter how aggressive you are as a EXP laner, he knows how to brick wall you. He knows how to slow you down and maintain that lane, and that's what makes him such a good EXP laner. He may not be able to create those opportunities, but the MVP, most valuable player, obviously going over to Team SMG. SMG. Sasa had a almost perfect game there. The only time he died, he literally just got clipped by the Sanguine Claw once.
Yep. And this is when you consider that Sasa was playing in a lane against a Popol and Koopa. While Beatrix is a strong hero, it's still very difficult for her to fight into the Popol and Koopa. So the fact that he was able to hold his own, maintain his lane, and then once the rest of his team started distracting the homeboys on the other side of the map, he just found as much farm as he could. Sasa always farms so quickly.
He does. He really does. And I don't think it helped that Anip wasn't able to kind of push him out. With 64% of the match KP, and the fact that his match GPM is 877, there wasn't a moment that Sasa wasn't either hitting the turret or just continuously farming.
I really like his objective mindset as well, because as you said, when he wasn't farming, he was hitting turrets. There wasn't a single moment of wasted time in Sasa's Beatrix gameplay. He recognizes that with Nibiru, he does so much damage to these towers, as we can see in these highlights.
Yep, let's have a look at it one more time, because this is one of the more important moments. With the initial steal, it wasn't looking good for Team SMG, but HOMEBOIS, they weren't able to kind of maintain that lead, more importantly, despite such a huge loss in the mid lane. And you can tell that Chibi wants to go for more, but SMG just played defensively continuously time after time, and Stormy was ready to turn the tides with the help of the real-world manipulation, pulling the rest of the team back from these bigger fights. It slowed them down on the initial HOMEBOIS snowball.
We do have to talk a little bit about Stormy here. Beforehand, we were talking about his hero pool and the fact that we didn't get to see him play too much yet. But now that he's on the eve, he was really pulling off his gameplay. His real-world manipulations were always really on point, separating the homeboys and dishing out tons of DPS.
Yeah, so much DPS, and whenever he's getting a good chunk, you know, Sasa is ready to clean up that fight. I mean, just look at the way that this is being played so far. Like, Sasa is so aggressively far in front, but he's able to quickly use his mechanics to his advantage, and really, from afar, was taking out key members of HOMEBOIS with the help of Renner.
And in that last Lord fight as well, the fact that his Abyssal Arrow found Chibi of all people in that entire group of the HOMEBOIS players, I don't even know if that was intentional, luck, or just the Selena god smiling down upon Zion Senpai himself to be able to land the stun onto the enemy jungler in a giant group and then just set up for the win after taking the Lord is just... who knows how to describe it?
Well, I mean, I guess somebody was going to get hit by that stun one way or another. Just the good thing that it was the jungle more other than everybody else. So well played for Team SMG for game number 1. But we've got game number 2 to think about here. Because the HOMEBOIS, they're probably thinking, like, this is a really annoying, boring, slow lineup that just continues to just stop us from getting ahead, maintaining an even line. And once we get into those big 5v5s, we can't press our advantage despite getting a pick.
Yeah, they had too many heroes that needed time to really start farming, even if they were strong in lane. Once Team SMG started making moves roaming around the map with Lexia, they had to do something to respond, which meant less farm for them, making them less effective over time as the snowball grew and grew. This is not classic HOMEBOIS style. They don't usually pick lineups this greedy. So I wonder if they were just testing things out here, because it doesn't seem like that's the case. You'd think they'd want to win every game they could.
Well, before we go even further into this deep talking discussion, quick shout outs to celebrate alongside with Nescafe. Go and look down here. There's a QR code just for you guys, and make sure you use that promo code when you're checking out to ensure that you get a bit of a discount when you're purchasing some of your favorite flavors, whether it be mocha, latte, or even the original. They've got it all there at Nescafe.
Yep, this is a great deal for you Nescafe fans out there. So if you are missing out on a few cans at home, make sure to go grab some with this special offer. But now that we are going into game number 2, the question is, will HOMEBOIS go back to a style that they're more familiar with to counteract the threat that is Team SMG?
Well, let's have a look at the recap here to see the damage that they're able to pull out here. Remember, if you're just tuning in, Team SMG are 1-0 against the HOMEBOIS so far. And look at that. Oh my goodness. I didn't realize how much of a disparity it was. Stormy was able to do a lot of damage, so did Vince. But when you look at Smooth, he really made an impact in these fights.
Yeah, and of course we do have to look at Stormy and Sasa as well. They're going to be the ones that output the most damage out of the entire game, with nearly 60k each. In comparison, the highest damage done by HOMEBOIS was by Vince, which was only 47,000.
Oh my goodness. Overall, you gotta give it over to Team SMG. The damage tells the entire story. Zyme Senpai was able to hit the best shots of his life. 46,000 damage, dealing more damage than Lexia, and arguably almost dealing more damage than Smooth, even though he's being the support. I'm just surprised. I'm just really, really surprised.
In addition to that, it's normal to expect that the Roamer is going to dish out very little damage overall, but this has to be the lowest total damage I have seen in Season 9 by Cypher. Only 8,000 on this Ruby. He just wasn't having a good time here. Zyme Senpai proved to be a lot more effective in finding these pickoffs and being aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, and not to mention even Adib with 17,000 worth of damage, he was not playing the game at all. He wasn't able to bully out Sasa, and more importantly, every single time, I think at this point, Anip needs to really disrespect Sasa and look to kind of bully him out of that lane. I'm not entirely sure because we're not just monitoring how the gold lane is going out throughout the game. We're just kind of seeing it here and there. I do want to see what exactly is happening in terms of the micro.
One of the impacts of them losing game number 1 as well, it means that HOMEBOIS will not be able to get that 3 points they would have gotten from a 2-0 victory to bring them up to 0 points. However, they still have the possibility of getting the 2 points from winning the next 2 games against Team SMG, and they're going to want those points as much as possible. So I think going into the next game, this is going to be as strong as a lineup that HOMEBOIS can come up with.
Yeah, whoa, boy. All right, now for game number 2, let's see which side the HOMEBOIS have decided to go for the draft. Team SMG will have to respect that here, but I want to see the adaptations from HOMEBOIS. Let's see if they can do it. HOMEBOIS going to be on the blue side, Team SMG on the red side. And Fanny getting banned out on the blue side. Okay, Phovius going to get banned out as well. SMG reply with Lilia as well as Valentina.
For the side of SMG, these are pretty typical bans here. The HOMEBOIS have been historically known to really hate playing against Phovius, so it's understandable they would get rid of that. But banning out Fanny on the blue side is once again a very curious choice. It either indicates that they don't want to have to consider the hero at all, or they're simply not comfortable with playing it.
I suppose they could just not be comfortable. It's a little hard to say, but HOMEBOIS, they are this time respecting the fact that Zyme Senpai's Selena is just ridiculous. He just does not miss with those abyssal arrows.
Yep, so once again, Team SMG have to make a choice. Do they ban the Lancelot? And indeed, they do. So HOMEBOIS has first pick. Who do they want to go for? Do they want to give Irfan the Paquito again? We know that HOMEBOIS will sometimes first pick the Paquito just because of how much impact Irfan can make with the hero.
Yep, now HOMEBOIS with the first pick. Let's see what it's going to be here. Is it going to be the traditional Paquito? We usually see it. Come on and take it, unless they've got something better in mind. I don't know. Blue, still a big question mark for a lot of these teams.
Matilda is also an option. We know that's the hero Cypher likes to play. It would allow him to be more aggressive early on, but they're gonna prioritize Sicilian this much?
Yeah, it looks like, okay, Sicilian is going to be the pick for Vince at this point in time. Vince, really, really good on the Lilia, so I can understand why Team SMG bans it out. But, I mean, even his Sicilian gameplay in game number 1 wasn't too bad. So, I mean, fair enough, but aren't there better picks here? I feel like Team SMG might be able to punish this. Taking away Matilda doesn't sound too bad already. Zyme Senpai also can play Matilda, so that should be generally fine. Do they want to give Smooth the glue early on, or do they just want to say, hey, you know what, let's just instantly start looking for our jungle?
Well, Cho is also an option if Zyme Senpai wants to go for it, but no, looks like they will decide to stick with the Matilda. They'll allow them to be aggressive in the early game, and Lexia will be playing the Hayabusa again.
Yep, HOMEBOIS this time, it's going to be a change of pace there. They're seeing, you know, the Hayabusa once more. It's not exactly the most fun in the world, but it is a very effective hero when it comes down to diving.
I wonder if HOMEBOIS will decide to lock in the Jawhead or the Kufra in the first phase, considering that they know SMG will ban it out. No, they're gonna be giving Irfan his Paquito, so we're gonna be seeing that on the Land of Dawn, but they will also lock in Ling for Chibi.
Okay. Lingen as well as Paquito. SMG could brick wall this. They could go Uranus. They could go for Esmeralda. They could go for Glue right here if they wanted to. All of which are very, very effective heroes at what they do. Arguably, I think it would be tough if they decide to say, "Hey, you know what? Let's give you something along the lines of Phobius." But it's already banned out, so he has to play something a little bit more slow-paced.
We will see. Their final pick in the first phase gonna be the Esmeralda, so Smooth is gonna be reprising his role there. This time though, he's gonna have to deal with Irfan's Paquito, so it probably won't go as smoothly as when he was on the Uranus.
Well, it's very dependent. Smooth is good, and I think this is going to be an interesting matchup between the two. Is Smooth going to brick wall the lane, or is Irfan finally going to get ahead and break out of the lane?
Oh, that's gonna be a big question, deciding how the rest of the team can rotate towards the mid game. Team SMG get the first ban, gonna be removing the Kufra yet again. Will they decide to ban Jawhead as well, just to once again limit Cypher? We will find out as the homeboys decide that Sasa on the Beatrix was too much of a problem.
Yeah, they ban out the Jawhead once more. Cypher is running out of options. I think Cho is still available for him. Popo and Kupa get banned out for the side of the homeboys. I don't know. I feel like Team SMG just straight up picks Beatrix here, right?
Beatrix is banned.
Oh yeah, Beatrix is banned. My bad.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Clint, I guess. Clint and then Force. Once you get Clint, then homeboys decide to go for Sun, right?
Clint is an option. If they really wanted to, they could go for Claude. Brody is still open as well. But Team SMG could decide to leave that until the very end. They are still looking for a mage, and that is what they're going to lock in with the Kagura.
Alright, they just want to make sure that Sasa has a decent matchup down on the bottom side, and they are aware that homeboys might actually decide to whip out Sun all of a sudden. And homeboys, now being on the blue side, don't have a choice to get that counter matchup. They have to lock in their full composition. It's going to be Diggy as well as Mia. Such a greedy comp from the side of homeboys.
Well, this is unusual coming out from the homeboys. Firstly, Diggy being played by Cypher is not unusual. They have done that before in the past, but this is going to be the first time we see Anip playing on the Mia. We already know that Momo from TODAK can play it very well, but can Anip recreate that same success?
Yeah, so homeboys, if they drag this to late game, they basically got a free win, but Team SMG aren't going to let that happen that easily. They have ways to one-shot this Mia, and especially when you have something like Kagura, it's pretty decent. Now, Clint is going to bully her in lane, and I think even Anip has kind of given up, saying like, yeah, I'm not going to beat you in lane, but I can hard farm underneath my turret, and that's okay with me.
This is risky by the homeboys. They're literally putting all of their eggs into one basket and dependent fully on hitting the late game where Vince and Anip become serious issues. This is going to come down very heavily to Irfan and Cypher to really create space in the early game.
I mean, it's very easy for them to do that. They've got technically a Sudar artillery mage. They've got the knock-up strike here. Team SMG is going to be on the offensive this time, but that Diggy's time journey is going to make all the difference. Remember, we are in a new patch. Diggy can do some damage. He just has to stack up.
Well, we will find out whether or not this lineup is enough to allow homeboys to stay in this series. They're one game down against Team SMG, so now it's all on the line. Irfan will be reprising his role on the Paquito, and Chibi will be getting his classic Ling pick. But on the opposite side, Team SMG have a very classic lineup. Nothing too weak, nothing too strong about it, but it is very, very solid composition that it will be quite a problem.
Well, here we go. It's going to be game number 2. Homeboys on the blue side, Team SMG on the red. Once again, we are seeing Mia getting babysit by Cypher this time. And there we go, the adaptation from Homeboys, making sure that they can keep Sasa in check.
In the meantime, we can see Zyme Senpai already doing his usual tricks, trying to harass Chibi as much as possible. Doesn't look like he managed to stop him too much, as he is still able to get the orange buff without much problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's Sasa now just forced to sit under his turret, as we will expect Cypher to be farming damage off of him for the time being. It's going to be frustrating, of course, but hey, this is just gold laner things.
I think this is just another typical day for Sasa. I'm pretty sure he's used to having to deal with a 1v2 lane, and in my opinion, Clint is one of the few marksman heroes that will have no problem with dealing with this kind of situation. However, that won't stop Team SMG from rotating people over to give him a hand.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of doubt that, because in this matchup, it's just Seifel gonna be harassing Sasa under the tower, and that's all he's got to do. Is he has to keep applying pressure, bully him, force him to recall early, and if he can get that early recall off of while the wave is still crashing in, man, that's going to be a huge loss for Sasa.
And that is true, and because of that, looks like Zyme Senpai will be coming down to give him a bit of a hand. But what I think Zyme Senpai can do here is, since they know Seifel is always going to be in the gold lane, he can use this chance as a Matilda to start making moves in the other lanes as well, especially in the mid lane, since they know Vince isn't going to be that strong in the first few minutes.
Yeah, you can see that Chibi, he's hovering around down the bottom side, knowing that the win condition is going to be Mia. He tries to steal away a camp, but unfortunately doesn't get it. He's in the middle, uses the Blade of Tempest to get on out there. Oh, actually, Chibi does manage to get the River Crab. That's pretty good on his side. Okay, he loses his ultimate, but at the end of the day, it does mean that Team SMG is going to be running towards that turtle, guaranteeing to have that retribution. They don't mind losing that EXP. Chibi is not going to contest it.
I wonder if that was the best choice by Chibi there. Sure, he gets the River Crab, but that means that SMG know, okay, Chibi is low. He's not going to be able to contest this. Irfan is in position, but he already knows he's not going to win against the Retribution, and that means that the first turtle goes over to Lexia.
Yep, and Zyme Senpai now just babysitting Sasa's lane at this point, realizing what the Homeboys' overall game plan is going to be. They recognize the behavioral patterns, and now they're going to capitalize on it. With that being said, Team SMG, what they can do is, wait, hold on. Oh, Chibi almost stealing away the purple buff, and it's going to be an early Oki shadow kill, forcing Chibi to use his ult as well. Yin Yang overturn from Stormy, and a quick rotation from Sasa. Nicely played for the side of Team SMG. So reactive.
Yep, that was actually really responsive of them there to be able to get that kill. And 3 minutes into the game, that is actually going to be the first blood. So Chibi, unfortunately, the first one to get picked off.
Irfan on the run now. This could be a potential die, but however, Chibi, he needs to make sure. Oh, man, luckily Chibi was able to get his purple buff. That is such an important buff to have.
But we can see Lexia already starting to be very aggressive. This is classic Lexia gameplay. He likes to really start roaming around the map pretty early compared to other junglers. And down here, we can see Sasa is actually managing pretty well against the two-man lane. He is actually a level up on Anib because Seifel is here taking EXP.
Well, let's keep in mind that the new patch is in, right? The auto alarm bombs at this point of time, they aren't heavily stacked. He has to wait for it to come off of cooldown before he throws it out again. But each time it does connect, it gets stronger and stronger. If Seifel ends up dying on Diggy, he loses half of those stacks, and this could be it right here. Zyme Senpai has already used his ultimate. Seifel is now in trouble. He doesn't really have much to work with, and he's gonna die. He loses half of his stacks and half of that damage. Sasa is here to say hello. Anip is forced to run away, and now this does mean that when the next wave does collide and crash, he is going to farm the entire energy shield.
Yeah, and hold on, Seifel gets killed again. Killing spree going over as Chibi tried to get a kill in the mid lane, but not going to be successful. That last fight very much skewed towards Team SMG. The rotation so far very clean.
Here we come, falling star move coming on towards Chibi's side. They're going to lose the top, their top turret. Bottom turret is still holding strong for now, as Turtle is going to be the main priority for Team SMG. They'll eventually break bottom side, and I think they're going to go straight on towards the orange buff here. They're focusing more on the jungle economy rather than just pushing Sasa's lane out.
Alexia already starting to invade into Chibi's jungle and steal away buffs. This is not looking too good for the Homeboys. Already 2k net worth down in comparison. We can see Chibi coming up in the top lane to do some vertical jungling, but guess what? Lexia's already farmed his orange buff.
Yep, and now it's going to be the rotation here. We are seeing Sasa moving towards the mid lane. Chibi can't really do too much. He's got the entire backup team, and more importantly, Zyme Zyme Senpai with the guiding wind can push him out. Irfan is getting way too low. This is a easy dive for Team SMG. They're calling it now, and Irfan, he's on the run. Lexia is going to take this 1v1 against Chibi. Okay, Shadow Kills are already out, and the Blade of Tempest forced to come out at the same time.
Yeah, Lexia is doing a good job in these 1v1s against Chibi. He doesn't get the kills, but he does make the impact required to force Chibi to back off and reduce his farm speed. He is now a full level up over the enemy Ling, and this is not looking very comfortable for Chibi.
Yeah, it's looking really uncomfortable, in a matter of fact. Irfan thinks that he can be able to hold this lane on his own. He jumps onto Sasa, and it's already them. GB trying his best. He needs to take him out. Oh, just saved in time with the help of Seifel. That trapping recoil gets canceled straight away right after the time journey. Zyme Senpai looking to try and get a kill onto Irfan. He gets good damage, but here comes Stormy and Smooth. This is a failed dive already. It's not looking good as Zyme Senpai tries to get away. Irfan makes the play, but not enough. Sanguine Claw does connect, and here comes Vince and Chibi to clean up the mess. Team SMG lost their flow of the gameplay and now get punished on the top side of the map.
Yep, Homeboys finally able to get a little bit of reprisal for the abuse that Team SMG has put over them the entire time. All things considered though, they almost turned that around. That was a very good two-man stun by Stormy. It's just unfortunate that Homeboys have access to Time Journey.
Oh, well played indeed. Oof. Really, really tough for Team SMG because that was going to be a make it or break it for them. But now this upcoming turtle is just going to be a consolation prize. Let's see if Homeboys can actually contest it with the items that they have. 2 items, War Axe, as well as Demon Hunter Story. Oh, he gets pulled on backwards, and they lost the turtle as well. Oh no, Homeboys, they managed to get it, and Zyme Senpai is on the run. They're going to get a free kill on top of it all. Blade of Tempest lands perfectly as Team SMG starting to fall off here, but a turnaround, they're not done yet. Time Reverse is going to pull Smooth back. Vince, 1 HP. Smooth says no. Flickers forward on top of him. Stormy, a perfect yin-yang overturn. But let's see this 1v1. Sasa cannot win it by himself. Irfan to help secure just in case.
That's the Inspire damage coming out from Mia. Now they're jumping onto Stormy, but Stormy gets away with the Semi Umbrella. Smooth, falling Star Moon onto 2 members. Chibi and Irfan dropping real low. They're going to have to back this off. Homeboys able to start the fight real strong, but Team SMG biting back with a vengeance.
Not very good communication coming in from Team SMG side, but Homeboys managed to seep through the cracks and pry open Team SMG. This is going to be a dead even game on either side. Let's see whether Team SMG can regain and reclaim their lead.
We have confirmed now that if Anip is able to catch Sasa off guard and has Inspire off cooldown, he can absolutely take the Clint in a 1v1 situation. So Sasa has to actually play a little bit more careful now. He can't be as aggressive as we saw in game number 1.
Yep, Stormy just getting the Lightning Truncheon this time round. That means he's going to have more than enough damage to one-shot the squishier heroes on the side of Homeboys. Here we go. Zyme Senpai is going up against Seifel for now as Irfan looking to get into that backline. Stormy is running away. Chibi is going to clean this up. He flickers into a different direction, but he's already dead. It's too late. Zyme Senpai and Sasa are on the run. It's Guiding Wind once again. Sasa is playing it very carefully. He doesn't want to get sucked in towards Zyme Senpai and get hit by the Sanguine Claw at the same time.
That was a nice flicker by Sasa. Timed it perfectly to make sure he could get out right before the Tempest of Blades landed. But the time journey in the team fights coming out of Homeboys is actually proving to be difficult for Team SMG to deal with. When your entire enemy team is immune to crowd control, a lot of their AoE damage becomes irrelevant.
Yeah, they can't use these small mini stuns that they get. It's getting hard. Like, Smooth can do damage, but unfortunately, that's honestly, as long as Anip is able to stand still and just auto-attack with the Inspire on and chunk out multiple targets, it's super difficult for Team SMG to try to look for the big one-shot with so many people looking to break them. Seifel, time journey very early on. Zyme Senpai gets a good knock-up in Seifel as well as Anip, who is also low. It's going to be Seifel who falls down first. Irfan is trying to create that space needed, and same goes for Chibi, but they find it. Anip is nowhere to be seen, and they're crumbling as Chibi manages to pick up 2 for himself just before they back away.
A 2-for-2 trade, but Smooth sees Anip. Unfortunately, gets stunned by the arrow, so he should be able to walk out with no problem. An even fight by both sides, and neither now able to take the Lord.
Yep, Chibi will take in the beetle, and Smooth is going to try and zone him out from as much farm as possible, as the rest of the team can't really do too much. He wants Chibi to recall and get back to base, but once again, he's got the objective done. He's going to be pushing out bot side.
This is turning out to be a pretty even game. Compared to game 1, Homeboys are putting up a solid fight. This Diggy pickup, while unusual, is certainly helping them take these big 5v5s, but Team SMG are still dishing out a lot of DPS, even if they're not able to get the stuns on their opponents. The fact that they were able to evenly trade there in that last fight is proof of that.
Yep, it's a proof of concept, and now Chibi with the endless battle, that's going to be a lot of damage under his belt. With each and every divine sword, he's going to be able to dish out some beautiful true damage. Most importantly, Stormy, no matter how hard he tries, that yin-yang overturn isn't going to be as effective if he targets Seifel with it. He needs to work with the entire team to get that clean one-shot onto Anip.
Yep, and this whole time, we have the Sicilian and the Mia just slowly farming and scaling up. Anip and Chibi now doing a lot of damage to the Lord. Mia has already gotten a fair bit of damage. Irfan tries to jump into the backline, but Hayabusa is able to get away. Chibi secures the Lord, almost jumps on Zion Senpai, but he's able to escape with the flicker. As Smooth jumps in with the falling star moon, doesn't quite get as many people as he would like to. Homeboy's making a full retreat here as Irfan gonna get caught out. Nice knock-up strike, gonna push the Hayabusa back. Homeboys should be able to get out of this.
Yep, they get out pretty cleanly as well. Team SMG was not expecting the Homeboys to actually go straight for the Lord at this point of time, thinking that they would clean up the lanes or at the very least contest Smooth, but Homeboys make a decisive decision here. And now, let's see how they capitalize with the Lord empowered minions. They've got a 4-1 split.
He be jumping in. They already find Irfan. How did that happen? Time Journey not enough to keep him alive. I suspect that was an ambush by Stormy. The Yin Yang Overturn is going to do quite a lot of damage here, but with the Paquito gone, it's going to be hard for Homeboys to make a move.
Yeah, and even the Yuki Shadow Kill was expanded as well to guarantee that kill. So Homeboys just delay the inevitable, and I think it's great that they decided, you know what, we don't even have to do too much with the Lord. We just have to deny it from Team SMG.
You can see in terms of farm and items, most of the cores on both sides are starting to get their third or fourth. Anip as well is going to really start dishing out damage since he has the Wind Talker and the Berserker's Fury now. Not to mention the Wind of Nature to keep him alive. On the opposite side, Sasa is slightly ahead in terms of items. But again, if Anip is able to get that clean 1v1 with the Inspire, there's a lot of additional damage coming out of this battle spell.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Team SMG on the offensive here. They break a tier 2 as they are looking to reclaim some gold. The game is dead even, 7-8 with a very slight lead going on to Team SMG. But overall, it's 38k to 37k. And easily Homeboys can even up the odds with one kill.
I personally don't think either team really has a notable edge in terms of late game scaling as well. So it's all gonna come down to how well these teams are able to play the game. Zyful almost gets taken out. Unfortunately, the Ogi Shadow Kill does not land like they want to. But guess what? Smooth comes in from the mid lane, gets the kill onto the Diggy as the Tempest of Blades gonna be able to land on 2. Immediately takes out the Hayabusa. Smooth dropping real low as well. Irfan gonna be able to find Sasa in the back line, and now Team SMG are on full retreat. Irfan flickers forward, tries to get Smooth, but he's surviving for a long time, dancing around the Paquito. He's not quite able to finish him off. Diggy still providing vision over Stormy as they want to chase him down. How is Smooth still alive right now? Finally! Irfan must be so annoyed by that, able to finally pick off the Esmeralda as Chibi jumps into the back line. Not quite able to finish off the Kagura. Zion Senpai will be able to protect him.
Yep, Zion Senpai in so much trouble. The back impact is not going to be enough to kill him, but you can see Anip, he's absolutely shredding through these turrets. What a good ult coming in from Chibi, managing to hit Lexia and as well as Stormy in the center of his Bladed Tempest. A huge play coming in from Homeboys despite the initial kill coming in for Team SMG onto Seifel.
Yep, that's going to be a huge turnaround for the Homeboys. They need to be able to maintain this as now Team SMG sees that they are doing the Lord again. Irfan in the backline forces Stormy to jump forward. He's able to get away, but he's now stuck, and Irfan gets the killing spree onto Stormy. Kagura gets caught out, and Chibi will be able to secure the Luminous Lord.
Great plays coming in from HOMEBOIS now with a clean 3K lead here. They've already hit their 42K item power spikes, but HOMEBOIS will get one more situational item component at this point in time for their beefiest and as well as the richest members. As we can see here, GB is getting close. I think he's going for a final item. Oh, is he actually going to go for a final item, Berserker's Fury? He's already got the Malefic Roar, and he doesn't want to go for Immortality. But as we can see from the side of Anip, he's just getting stronger and stronger. He even purchased a Malefic Roar for himself.
Yep, this Mia is going to be really, really scary. He's only 1k net worth behind Sasa, and as we know, Sasa normally farms very quickly in comparison. So this is looking to be pretty good for the HOMEBOIS. They have a 4k net worth lead, and now they're pushing in with the Lord. Should be able, yep, they get the top inhibitor tower. Team SMG now has to defend.
Yep, Stormy will take out the last bit of health from the Lord as they're trying to protect the rest of their inhibitor turrets here. Smooth goes in on towards Cyphel's side. They might be able to get this pickup here, but no, they just force out the time journey. Mid is going to get attacked. They clean that up, and now they have to clean up both bottom and top side.
Yep, Irfan, he sees Zyme Senpai, but he's deciding not to go for him just yet. Chibi in a bit of trouble. They're jumping onto him, but Tempest Blaze allows him to jump away very quickly. Vin's now doing some DPS to the backline, but he's kind of in a bad spot. Should be able to retreat to the rest of his...
Oh,
Anip in the backline gets a kill. Unfortunately, not able to break through the wind of nature coming out of Sasa. Irfan still alive back there. Wants to pick up Zyme Senpai, but isn't quite able to finish him off. Meanwhile, in the backline, the Winter Trunkian not going to keep Vince alive long enough as Smooth finishes him off. 3 members of HOMEBOIS down, and Smooth is still going. He's going to continue chasing Cyphel down.
There's nothing he can really do. Time Journey is going to protect him. He's already getting the wind runes as well, and Cyphel is just sitting like, looks like we're going to be here for a while. Buddy and Smooth's like, I've got all the time in the world. Now, GB is trying to clear up that mid wave. It's too late. He should be going down here. Immortality is going to pop, and Clint is going to keep on running. GB is still on the run. He dies over to the Wisps. Oh my goodness. Team SMG, they're still back in it to win. They crack open one inhibitor. They've got Lexia to clean up that lanes, but Anip is here to defend, and it's back to even ground.
Honestly, even though Chibi ended up dying very unfortunately there to the Wisps, he might have bought his team just enough time to come back and respawn before Team SMG really did any notable damage to the remaining towers. So HOMEBOIS, they're still alive for now, but that was a huge mistake which has shifted the net worth lead back into Team SMG's favor.
Yeah, with Anip, he tries to kill Lexia. He successfully does so, but who's going to kill Smooth? Without Anip, nobody can kill Smooth. He's just taking the damage.
Yeah, that was just too risky. I appreciate that he was willing to take that risk, and if not for the wind of nature on Sasa, he could have managed to take out their entire backline. It's just unfortunate that he was not able to do so. He needs a little bit more support from his team if he wants to make plays like that. And Team SMG, they're gonna go for the Lord here.
Oh, do they know? Do they know? They don't realize it. GB, he's got to go right now. If he doesn't know, it's too late. Now it's going to be a full-on fight, and Zyme Senpai is willing to give up his life for this because knowing that Smooth will be able to back him up, the rest of the team members are going to back away. And Team SMG, is this going to be enough? Anip will be able to one and basically just shred through that Lord, so not even muscling through to get onto the crystal is good enough or even an option for Team SMG.
That is true. The Mia at this point in game won't have any issues dealing with a Luminous Lord, which means that if Team SMG wants to end the game with this objective, they need to be able to find a pickoff or win a straight-up team fight against the HOMEBOIS, who are going to be defending this crystal with their lives.
Oh, this is such a stressful situation to be in here between Team SMG and HOMEBOIS, but they're making one hell of an argument for some of the best plays here so far. Here we go. Anip is going to absolutely shred through the Lord. This is to be expected, but now they're going to engage straight. GB is in trouble as the returning time reversal is already through. Time Journey's popped as well, but Irfan makes the play and puts Saima out of position. It's not looking good here as GB gets right on top of Sasa, who gets pulled back by the guiding winds. SMG pull out of the fight, and they find the killing spree with Stormy with a huge yin-yang overturn. Now, next, they're looking to open it up. Smooth is still alive, and nobody can take him out. Anip is already down for the next 40 seconds. Can HOMEBOIS hold on a little bit longer? Irfan just needs to clear up those waves is Vince himself with the second claw, and Bat Impact should be enough. Lexia is absorbing the full damage of the inhibitor tower, gets protected by Zion Senpai and Team SMG. One kill, but not enough to end this game. A good defense from the homeboys.
They need to hold for another 15 seconds. They need a nip to get this defense. Irfan gets the double, but the winner Drunken, not enough. GB will be able to finish him off as the Ogi Shadow kill has been used for him to escape from Irfan. GB now in trouble. Smooth jumps in, will be able to get the kill, but they do find Lexia in the back line as well. Irfan still going. He's still going. Immortality finally has been popped, has to get away from Smooth, but homeboys successfully hold the line.
20 minutes of absolute action here. It's all built up to this. Stormy going down was such a huge blow to the Team SMG. They run out of burst, but homeboys defend enough, and Anip is back in action.
I cannot believe they were able to defend that again. Irfan's Paquito gameplay is ridiculous. Starting off that fight with a double knockout strike to be able to allow the rest of his team to start defending. They know that Team SMG are down 2 men. They want to go in right now.
They're looking to try and end this strong. They managed to get the stun onto Sasa. He goes out, but he manages to get pulled back. Smooth cannot deal with Anip's damage. Sacrifice what you can, but Stormy must live. Zion Senpai must live if Sasa is to come back into this game. 3 more seconds until the next upcoming Lord to go, and this is a tough situation as the waves are not in the right position for Team SMG to push back, and they know that this Luminous Lord is going to cost them everything to earn.
The Team SMG, they're here to respond to the homeboys. They're not going to allow them to take this Lord without a fight. Smooth is so annoying right now. They need Anip to be able to take down this Esmeralda. No one else can do it. We can see Zion Senpai was zoning out Irfan as well, but the Lord is getting taken. They're doing a lot of damage. Irfan trying to zone out the backline. Circling Eagle has been used on top of Vin. Zion
the top side!
Position.
The back door!
Chibi is pushing into the base. Lexia is already there to defend against him. He will not be able to take this. The rest of his team is still there trying to take the Lord. Anip still doing a fair bit of damage. Smooth, he sees him. He wants these juicy backline heroes, but goes for Irfan instead. Should not be able to pick out the Paquito, especially since Seifel pulls him back with the reverse time. No casualties on either side.
Oh my goodness, Smooth. He's unkillable, knowing that the only person who can kill him is Anip, who purchases the Demon Hunter sword to make sure he can shred through all that HP. Even Lexia is trying to go in for that purple buff. Both purple buffs are under Homeboys' control right now. It's a game of rock, paper, scissors between Homeboys and Team SMG. They need to clean up these waves, focus on the basics, and that's what's going to get them the win.
A single fight now separates both these teams from potential victory. Anip going to start working on the Luminous Lord again. Meanwhile, Lexia is shoving the top lane. Neither team wants to go for a full-out engagement. They don't know for sure if they'll be able to take it, but Irfan has been chunked out to half HP. He has to back off. Zion Senpai not going to let him go back for free. That's going to delay him for a long time. Team SMG, they're going to start taking the Lord. Will they be able to secure it?
No, they won't. They won't. They don't have enough time. They're going to coin flip it. Chibi is coming to try taking 50-50 on this. Let's go. As we see the time Germany already coming up. Chibi's looking to get into the back line. Stormy's already gone as Irfan makes the play. Sasa is the only one left to do it, but he goes down to the bad impact. Irfan gets it. Homeboys get the Lord, and now Team SMG is on the run. Smooth trying his best to shove out the mid lane to buy that extra bit of time. 60 seconds for the death timer, and Homeboys win the 50-50.
Will this be enough to end the game? The Luminous Lord is now pushing up the top lane. For the next 40 seconds, Team SMG will only have Zion Senpai and Smooth to defend. Homeboys aren't even going to escort the Lord or wait. They know this is their best opportunity. All of them are now shoving in the mid lane, going in, gets the stun on Zion Senpai. Inhibitor goes down. Immortality has been expended. Tempest of Blades will be used to ensure the kill. Smooth gets zoned out by Irfan as Homeboys finishes off the crystal and finally puts an end to this grueling back and forth to even things up 1-1 against Team SMG.
That's the game. GG, well played to the Homeboys. A good win and good momentum back on their side. What a grueling game. And this was only the second match here. Oh my goodness. What a back and forth.
It seems that both these teams are a lot more evenly matched than many of us might have anticipated, and HOMEBOIS have certainly made their point in an flashy way. It looked like things were going very much into Team SMG's favor there, but HOMEBOIS showed they can come back from a deficit when they have the comfort heroes in their pockets.
One hell of a game that was. That really, woof! Ooh, we haven't seen one of those in a long time, and it looks like the levels of which HOMEBOIS are playing is on par with Team SMG overall, and it came down to such little margins there.
Yep, it came down to that late game where we know that Anip as well as Vince are going to have a lot more damage compared to the heroes on the opposite side. But
true.
Smooth was doing such a good job of zoning them out. Irfan as well under Paquito. We've already grown to expect it, but it's still so amazing every time to see the kind of plays he can make.
The impact on Irfan is ridiculous when he's playing this Paquito. It is frustratingly good. Frustratingly good indeed as he splits up the fight into two and isolates the right target. Stormy, unfortunately, getting caught out to him really set the pace for the entire fight. But well played on both sides. They made some good macro decisions. It really came down to who could execute a little bit better.
It really was down to the wire. Even at the end, even though HOMEBOIS has the better late game damage, I think Team SMG still executed on that very well. They knew that in a straight up team fight, they would lose to the amount of DPS coming out from the Mia, from the Sicilian, so they were careful, they were passive, they went for pickoffs, they used Smooth to zone them out. It's just unfortunate that they weren't quite able to secure the final Lord and ended up getting taken out.
All right, let's have a look here once again. HOMEBOIS against Team SMG, 18-60, 24-minute match time. I mean, what can you really say about this? We're even seeing Chibi purchase a Sea Halberd, selling off his immortality as soon as it's popped, just to try to mitigate the amount of healing Smooth and as well as Zyme Senpai was giving.
I'm honestly impressed that HOMEBOIS were able to get the victory here when they had the Diggy, because this is the first time we've seen the hero ever since he was changed up a little bit in the recent update. And admittedly, there's a little bit of internal bias where when you see the team pick up a Diggy, you kind of expect it's going to be a bit of a troll. But the time journey was so impactful in that game. It allowed them to secure so many of these mid-game fights that ordinarily they would not be able to take.
Yeah, it really was. Like, with the help of Cypher, people like Vince and as well as Anip can comfortably dish out their damage without having to worry. Even though they're taking bad trades, it's all right. They're able to heal it back up. Vince naturally has the Spell Vamp, but not to mention that Anip as well, with the Demon Hunter Sword, heals up so much on top of the fact that he has the Inspire. A great way to kind of turn the ties on Team SMG's head.
Yep, there is a reason people take Inspire on Mia. On these really quick right-click heroes, it dishes out so much more damage than you'd normally expect, which can really catch people off guard. Sasa as well, getting caught out in these 1v1s certainly didn't help their case. But after a grueling match, the MVP is going to come out to be Irfan again. On his signature Paquito, the amount of space and pressure this man creates is unthinkable.
It's ridiculous. With a match KP of 83% being stuck so long in the EXP lane with Smooth. Smooth, unfortunately, did not have the tools that Irfan had to cut that fight and lock down the correct and isolate the right targets. The damage was through the roof. 6-4 in 9-match KDA, well-deserved MVP.
As someone who plays a fair bit of Paquito myself, I know the hero is strong, but in the hands of Irfan, it feels like his capabilities are just amplified triple-fold. There's just so much that Irfan can do on this hero that it's understandable for teams to want to ban it against him. That's just how much he can do, the kind of impact he can create. Obviously, the rest of HOMEBOIS did very well this game on top of that, but again, really well played to HOMEBOIS.
Yep, really well played to HOMEBOIS indeed. Hats off to them for creating a really, really great game here. Let's look at the highlights one more time to relive that experience. These highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy's A series.
Yep, we can see in the early game, both teams were actually fairly passive, and the first blood only came out 3 minutes into the game. But once that happened, both teams started to really respond to one another, going in for ganks, for kills, just jumping around the map all the time.
Yep, I mean, the adaptations from HOMEBOIS is really, really smart. Knowing that Sasa is a really effective player, they double up on the support for Anip, knowing that they're going to play for late game. And once the late game starts coming about, that's when it gets really, really dicey for Team SMG.
I thought that this was going to be a very risky draft by the HOMEBOIS because we see what happens when a team is too reliant on having multiple late game heroes. The fact that the HOMEBOIS were able to hold out long enough and even win fights during their process to ensure that wins as well as Anip got farmed is really thanks to Irfan and Saiful for setting up these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, they set it up really beautifully as well. I mean, it really is that back and forth. And right here, you can see that Team SMG, after winning that fight, having to push into their base to punish the HOMEBOIS, unable to end the game, 50-50ing this Lord fight. That was just so brutal. Irfan, as you can see, absolute monster, able to zone Stormy completely away from the rest of his team members in Team SMG.
Yep. We know that if HOMEBOIS are able to take an ideal start to the 5v5, their team is going to be outputting way more damage than Team SMG, and that's what SMG were trying to avoid for most of the second half of the game. But you will inevitably make some mistakes in the heat of the moment, and the longer that game went, the more chance of that happening. It was a lot of pressure on SMG to make sure they played it perfectly, or HOMEBOIS would just run over him.
Well, that just means that there's going to be one more game to be played to end off this day in the most exciting best of 3 series we've had so far of the weeks. HOMEBOIS and as well as Team SMG, hats off to both teams. Only one of them is going to be walking away undisputed. Now, guys, they're going to go on a break. We're going to go on a break. When we come back, more MLBB action.
Wait for no man, nor girl.
Monster kill! An enemy has been slain! Enemy has been slain! First blood!
Time and tide wait for no man, nor girl.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is a very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, untuk win the game.
Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Adventure starts here.
It's such a nice day for a picnic with friends.
Let's go out and play! This way, my little friend.
This game is just like a walk in the park.
Pretty kitty, happy kitty, a cute friend of mine.
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Greenery and flowers below, sky and clouds above.
Hey, Dex, I mean, Bex, do you like it here?
Sweetness spreading. Finding more models for practice. Hello, friends.
Say cheese!
Two undefeated teams, neither willing to relinquish their 100% win rate, will now go head-to-head in the final game of the day. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL MY Season 9. My name's Stafa. Here with me once again is going to be Gideon for the very last time today, here to tell you that all of this would not be possible without our sponsors, the official gaming chair Secret Lab, partners in esports, TikTok, esports charts, and EGG Network, and our co-organizers, ESI.
Yep, thank you to all of our sponsors for making this possible, because this game is absolutely ridiculous. If you haven't caught the other two games, you might want to rewind back and check that stuff out, because it was bangers to watch with this very final game set up here. Who are you thinking? Homeboys, SMG, which side are you leaning to now?
Oh, that's a tough question, honestly. I mean, at the beginning, my prediction was already on the Homeboys from the beginning, and that was certainly solidified after seeing game number 2. But Team SMG are certainly putting up their own fight. Neither one of these teams wants to give up their 100% win rate that they've held on to the past week.
Yeah, I mean, it really forced out an unorthodox draft coming out from the side of the Homeboys, which we weren't even ready for. But let's bring up that recap just in case you are joining here today. It looks like Smooth, he's taking off the mask. He's like, yeah, man, this is all business right here. Impact players, Irfan, and as well as Smooth. Smooth chasing down, being unkillable other than Anip, who's the only one who can actually dish out any damage to him. Irfan making the play of the game, taking out Stormy in that final fight.
Yeah, both these players are already known to be incredible playmakers for their respective teams, and they'd certainly dominate their own respective EXP lanes normally. Now that they've met one another, it's certainly becoming more difficult for Irfan to try and roam around creating space as much as usual, but when he's on that signature Paquito, he's still able to output so much impact to Team SMG.
He's such a dirty boy. That's all I can say. Irfan is just a dirty Paquito player. He knows what he has to do. He knows the limits of the hero, and he's just mechanically gifted when he is given a hero that has a high mechanical skill cap. At that point, let's keep in mind here, I think Team SMG needs to get this Paquito out of his hands and force Irfan to play something really boring just so that he can't make that play.
Now, for the opposite side, though, I think HOMEBOIS also needs a way to deal with this Esmeralda. Smooth actually had the highest personal damage output in that previous match. On top of that, he was basically unkillable. Smooth on this Esmeralda is really, really comfortable here. And it was only due to the combined powers of HOMEBOIS that they were finally able to break through this Team SMG frontline.
I'm very curious to see what the adaptations are from either side when it comes down to the draft. You can even see with Cypher, he's just like, this is game 3. This game 3 blows, man. We just spent like the past, I don't know, 20 minutes plus trying to get break free out of these guys. But HOMEBOIS, they are going to have to fight this uphill battle. Team SMG aren't giving this away without a fight.
Yep, and a fight is exactly what they're going to get. It is game 3. Both teams are going to start feeling physically and mentally tired, but they cannot drop below 100% performance because the other team is certainly not going to roll over and give away the victory. We now enter the final draft of the day. Team SMG drafting on the blue side, HOMEBOIS drafting on the red side.
Let's get this show on the road here. Fanny expected to be banned out for the side of HOMEBOIS, and it seems like whoever got the blue side generally just wins the game.
That is true. Does that indicate that Team SMG will be the favorites going into game 3? Guess we'll find out. The first ban's already coming out. SMG removing Lilia as well as the Phobius. So this time they're the ones who are going to be banning it, and HOMEBOIS getting rid of the Fanny.
Yeah, I'm expecting HOMEBOIS to also get rid of the Valentina as well. I don't think that should be too much of a surprise here as SMG. Now, Lancelot, yay or nay, or do they get rid of Paquito here?
That's a good question. I think the Paquito should be the ban here, because even if they do ban out the Lancelot, that still opens up the possibility of the Ling. And while in the early game Chibi wasn't having the best time, he really started to perform once he got his item. So that's also a hero they have to watch out for. In comparison, Irfan, the Paquito is just one ban.
That's true. That is fair. Let's see how this is going to play out, because I feel like out of all the impact that they have on him, his hero pool is a lot deeper than what people would have imagined. He can play Mia, he can play Sun, which is too many answers to really start pinching on to getting a decent gold lane matchup, and they just have to believe in Sasa. But Team SMG, they believe it. They're like, okay, let's get rid of Irfan's most notable hero. Paquito is now gone. HOMEBOIS now have to make the choice. Lancelot, yay or nay, or are they going to give away the Selena?
Oh, that is a rough situation to find themselves in. I feel like giving away the Selena is easier to deal with because Lexia on the Lancelot can be very scary. But that does mean HOMEBOIS has to draft specifically to deal with the Abyssal arrows. Another option, leave them both open.
I think they get rid. They ban out. Yep, they're taking your advice. They're like, you know what? Let's get rid of the Lancelot. I think it's going to be an easy pickup for the side of Team SMG. But are they going to fall for it? Do they want to actually go early on with the Selena? And it looks like no, they're not. They're going to deny. They're going to deny Vince the Sicilian this time. That means Selena is going to fall into his hands. Esmeralda, Hayabusa going to get picked up for the side of the HOMEBOIS. They're just taking each other's heroes.
Wow, okay. Lots of respect from both teams. I did forget that this Sicilian was a hero we've seen Stormy play very efficiently before, so it's understandable that Team SMG would grab it since they're no longer being contested in the first pick. HOMEBOIS going for, as you mentioned, Lexia as well as Smooth's hero from the last game, which does open up Selena for Zyme Senpai again if he decides to grab it.
Yep, it's going to be Cho and as well as Ling from the side of Team SMG. It looks like they're not going to do any hero denial anymore. Team SMG is kind of building their composition around strong CC and most importantly, taking the Ling away from the HOMEBOIS. Beatrix is going to be the pick for the side of the HOMEBOIS here. Now Team SMG must keep that in mind as they move in towards the second ban phase. HOMEBOIS looking to make sure that they shut down on potential EXP laners, or if they're looking to really clamp down on them some more, might as well get rid of the Selena. Oh, Popo and Koopa, kind of matchups for the gold lane. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I can understand that. Since they've already locked in the Beatrix for a nip, they want to be able to give him an ideal matchup here. Because, if Sasa is able to farm for free, the man is scary. So the homeboys are going to be respecting that. And Team SMG is going to be respecting them right back, banning out the Diggy. Which means that Saiful will have access to either Kufra or Jawhead this game.
All right, that's fair enough. I mean, Jawhead, at least they have some form of counterplay in the form of Lexa. He's able to dodge it pretty nicely. Unfortunately for Sicilian, that just might not necessarily be the case, but you know, might as well roll the dice. Homeboys, on the other hand, let's see what else they're banning.
What will they ban here? I'm assuming this is going to be a Zyme Senpai show.
Your team is
so
banned.
SMG are still looking for a gold laner as well as a EXP laner, and it looks like, yeah, homeboys are just gonna focus down on eliminating as many options from Sasa's pool as possible, banning out the Brody.
They want him to play Clint. And I'm interested to see how this is going to turn up for him, especially since Anam is going to have a lot more better team fight potential. He may not have a strong laning phase, especially when he's up against something as oppressive as Clint, but when he's in a team fight, he can do so much more with, you know, Bennett's Rage, Nibiru's Passion, so many types of ultimates to utilize in a fight.
Yep, I absolutely agree. The question is, what will Team SMG get rid of? Yeah, I expected as much. They're gonna ban out the Kufra because it's gonna be a lot more annoying to play around a Kufra as compared to a Jawhead when they already have the Cho and the Ling. So if the homeboys want to snatch them up, they certainly have that choice.
Well, let's see what else they're going to do this time. Homeboys instantly going to be locking in the Raphaelia. All right, fair enough. Let's see what Team SMG is going to do to finish off their team composition. Are they going to throw Cho into the EXP lane or as their support position? But more importantly, who is their gold laner going to be? I'm guessing Clint again.
Clint is an option, but we also know that Sasa can bring in some pretty weird heroes. We do remember that heroes that he's comfortable with include options like the Bruno and the Yisan Shin as well. Certainly not popular choices, but if they can provide a little more advantage going up against a Nip, I wouldn't be surprised if Team SMG would take it. They need everything they can get now.
Well, that is fair, but here we go. Last 7 seconds for the side of Team SMG. Stormy and Sasa, what are they going to be locking in here? And it seems like it's going to be Kimmy this time, as well as the Khalid.
Okay, I like this. Khalid, obviously a solid counter to the Esmeralda. And Kimmy is a hero we have seen Sasa play before in the playoffs for season 8. My bad. And he's very scary on this hero, especially in the early game. The amount of damage output he can do can be quite intimidating.
All right. Sasa on this Kimmy, that maximum impact is going to be doing plenty of damage here. However, a rather immobile hero, and more importantly so, the question is whether is Saiful going to be babysitting Beatrix in this lane, and if so, Zyme Senpai is going to have a little bit of a harder time to try and make that impact in the lane as he did with Matilda, because with Cho, you still have to get a little up close and personal in comparison to the consistent harass from the Holy Healing. From the Raphaelia. Kagura going to be the final pick for the side of the homeboys.
All right, this is a signature Vin's pickup. I was actually wondering if they would lock in the Kadita at this point, since there are multiple squishy heroes for Team SMG. But this is a hero that we know Vin's is very comfortable with, one of his main pickups. So Homeboy is going to be drafting a very comfortable composition. Team SMG as well, with Sasa reprising the Kimmy. It's been a while since we've seen that. Will Smooth be able to play this Khalid efficiently now that he's the one in the aggressor position instead?
All right, let's see. It's going to be a make it or break it for either one of these teams. Only one of them is going to be leaving as the undisputed champions of this game.
Yep, Team SMG versus the Homeboys. Starting with Team SMG. Solid early game, strong scaling into the late game, but overall a very squishy team composition that can get caught out by Burst. On the opposite side, Homeboys gonna have the Raphaela to allow them to make much more early ganks against their opponents. Will this aggression be enough to stop the farm of Team SMG and solidify their 100% win rate?
Let's find out here in this game of Team Team SMG on the blue side with HOMEBOIS on the red side. And immediately you're seeing the harass coming out from Zion Senpai to make sure that he's trading out early against Saiful.
Yeah, and it looks like Zion Senpai isn't going to go for too aggressive. Okay, hold on. Never mind. He is indeed going to invade straight away. Saiful is in position to make sure that he does not disrupt Chibi too much, but he is being quite a nuisance to the HOMEBOIS right now.
Yep, he's keeping an eye and making sure everybody's positions is locked in, knowing that Hayabusa is going to take a little bit more time, and knowing that Vins and Saiful aren't, leaning more to the direction of the Lethal Wanderer. That does mean that Lexia will be getting it for free. Keep in mind that Lexia is taking jungle emblems this time, so he's going to be significantly faster, well, slightly faster to be fair, against Chibi on his Hayabusa.
I'm not too certain since jungle emblem is pretty rare, but that should be the Demon Slayer emblem set. This is becoming a lot more popular even in overseas MPLs because of the fact that it will allow them to clear the jungle a lot quicker, which indicates that Lexia wants to go for really early aggression into the enemy side of the map.
Yep, I'm not entirely sure which stats that he eventually took, whether the battle spell cooldowns are increased, but my guess it's going to be the hybrid penetration on top of the fact that he dishes out a little bit more damage to jungle creeps as well, which would explain it. But let's see how they play this out. Lexia already level 4, Chibi already level 4. It's going to be a contestation here. Let's see how that plays out.
Chibi gonna walk into the brush with Zion Senpai. He's gonna take a lot of damage. Lexia immediately jumps onto him, but the quad shadow allows him to escape. HOMEBOIS should be fine for now, but Saiful taking a lot of damage from Smooth Raging Sandstorm. Unfortunately, not going to land, allowing Saiful to walk out safely.
Oh, forcing Saiful to actually use the flicker, unfortunately. And that's going to be a little sad here, as Anip is going to be left alone in lane. Won't be able to babysit here, as Sasa is doing a very good job. Irfan on the other side, though, he is getting some free farm.
Yeah, but that does also mean that Smooth has been successful, though, thus far in pushing out the lane against him. Oh, hold on. Nope. It does seem like Irfan is the one that was able to push it out. So Smooth is actually missing out a little bit in terms of XP. But now, Team SMG making their move towards the turtle.
Yep, it's going to be a 50-50. Irfan has priority, so he moves first. Stormy is going to get attacked with the Yoki Shadow Kill. Flickering forward. He should be dead, but no, he's still alive. Irfan's going to run him down, but Stormy manages to survive. 50-50 here. It's going to be Nibiru's Passion coming on through, and it's going to be double kills all across the board as they manage to find one kill for themselves. Stormy trades his life for one. It's not too bad, but at the end of the day, can they really do much?
It feels like every time these two teams fight, there's so many members that somehow manage to escape on the tiniest sliver of HP. That is going to be the first blood bounty again. 3 minutes into the game, both teams lots of respect for each other, not going for overly risky early game invades.
Yep, it's all about cool, calm, collected here. And Zion Senpai unfortunately wasn't able to kick in the right direction. It was middle of Beatrix's animation of the tactical roll, so he manages to get into safety. Had he gone towards the Riverside direction, ooh, that would have been a good kill.
It really would have been, but now the HOMEBOIS are rotating up. They have their eyes on Sasa. Zion Senpai in position to protect. The Holy Baptism lands on him as well as the Ogi Shadow Kill, but Zion Senpai just tanks all of it. Sasa is fine.
Yep, he literally just ate all of the damage. He really doesn't mind it, and at this point, he's made sure he has plenty of armor. Oh, Sasa! Almost getting one shot. He's forced the flicker on out of there. Anip finds the initial kill. Well done from the side of the HOMEBOIS.
I've been waiting for a Beatrix player to make good use of Wesker for ambushes, and that makes me happy right there. Anip really well played, sitting with the shotgun in the brush, just waiting for the Kimmy to walk in, just blam, blam, and the flicker to secure the kill.
Exactly. I mean, it's really important to keep in mind that, it's hard to land Renner, especially on moving targets and continuously moving targets. Kimmy doesn't even need to stop to get an auto attack off, so very good punish coming in from the HOMEBOIS. Now, Zion Senpai needs a little bit of help to clear up the rest of this wave. A good kick onto his Chibi side. The Holy Baptism doesn't even connect. Can he finish it off? And Sasa does it and cleans him off.
That's unfortunate. Now they have their eyes on Saiful. A nice claws locked him down for the Jeet Kune Do, and they're able to finish off the Rafaela.
So nicely done. Very nicely done. Smooth, he's going to be able to sustain through the damage that Vince is able to dish out on him. He's already used the Yin Yang overturn, so he's not that bothered. Anip now going to go undalve under the turret here, given over to Lexia. Homeboys getting farmed under the turret. 4-2 is the kill score.
Team SMG quickly getting the revenge onto that cheeky kill earlier onto Sasa. And now they have control over the gold lane for just a little bit. Really good rotations coming out of Team SMG.
Yep. Oh no. Oh no. Lexia finds a solo kill onto Vince's side. He didn't even have to use the ultimate. And instantly, Chibi, he trades the Oki shadow kill for the Blade of Tempest, and Lexia is totally fine with that.
Yep, he's gonna be able to walk out of that with a free kill. Team SMG now slightly ahead in terms of net worth, but not by too much. Down here, Irfan spots out Smooth, but I don't think he's gonna have enough damage to kill him. Just gonna zone the Khalid back to his base.
Yep, at this point, Smooth will not have enough damage to actually deal with this Esmeralda anymore, so he's really just sustaining him in lane rather than oppressing him in lane. And you have to keep that in mind as this game goes on. The less and less relevant Smooth is going to be when it comes down to his damage.
That is true. Homeboys now playing a bit more passively. They want to make sure that they can secure the buff and set up for when the turtle does inevitably come up. If they can get a pick off onto Team SMG, it will be nice. But the way the dragon finds Irfan instead, that is so much damage from Stormy already.
Yikes, that is, woo! Maximum Impact gets blocked by Becyful as well as Chibi. That would have been a really cool kill there, but it's going to be the Oki Shadow Kill being expanded out. Sasa ends up dying! RNG was not in his favor there, but Lexia finds another kill onto Anip down on the bottom side of the map. Zyme Senpai is looking for an opportunity here, but he can't. He's going to get hit by the initial hit. Oh my goodness, the trade kills is not going well. Vince gets the harass, and Chibi secures the kill.
Really well played. Both sides are just trading kills back and forth, finding every single pickoff they can. Chibi, really impressive play on Hayabusa. Those are some fast fingers going on, but the same can be said for Lexia. There is a reason these two junglers are so feared in the MPL stage.
Yep, Lexia, it's a 1v3 situation. The rest of his team should be coming up soon. We don't see the maximum impact. Oki Shadow Kill comes up. The Blade of Tempest, he's 50% of his HP. Bennett's Rage comes out quick. It's going to be Homeboys who secures the turtle this time.
Vince sacrifices his life so that the rest of his team is able to secure it. Maximum charge hits 3, but that's not a lot of damage right now. So Homeboys trades out 1 life for the objective. Not going to be ideal, but it still allows them to get that EXP advantage.
Yeah, but Irfan has been just split pushing this entire time. Homeboys playing the 4-1 really effectively, and Irfan, knowing that his team has got his back, he can continue to oppress Smooth in the lane. Look at it. Smooth can't really do too much. He's losing out on these trades, and even under the turret, there is a big question of can he hold his own?
Smooth is definitely getting a taste of his own medicine now. Lexia trying to steal the purple buff away, but Cypher and Vince are here to provide backup. Even Nibiru's passion being used on the tri-bush because he's expecting Lexia to walk past there. Unfortunately, he jumped over the wall instead. Otherwise, that could have potentially grabbed the kill.
Everybody is just taking their time here. Team SMG and even the Homeboys just looking for a breath of fresh air. And Vince, he's going to get kicked back into war. Team SMG, they are cracking down on the mid lane, looking for somebody else to punish. If they don't find one, they'll get the other. The Oki Shadow Kill comes out, but the Sandstone Guard is going to come out straight away, and he barely does any damage as the regeneration is more than enough for Smooth to stay healthy. Irfan now finding all 3 members here. Is he going to use his ult? Raging Sandstorm clips him right at the edge of it. That's so unlucky. Irfan still had the falling Star Moon.
Yeah, that was a really good rotation by Team SMG. They almost catch out GB as well, but luckily he had the quad shadow set up. Maximum charge finds him as well, but not enough damage on Sasa just yet. He definitely hasn't had as much clean farm as you would normally like to, but as long as his team can continue distracting the Homeboys, Sasa can become scary towards the late game.
Lexia pulling attention to himself as Nibiru's passion is going to clear up the wave. Zyme Senpai finds a kick on towards Anip, but it's really not going to mean too much. They can't deal with 3 of these members at once, and even Lexia calls off the initial attack.
Lord has now come up, but Team SMG, Zyme Senpoi has to back off. This might give Homeboys the time they need to start working on it. Zyme Senpoi decides not to go. He sees them there, but gets spotted out by Irfan in the bush. Zyme Senpoi, though, still trying to zone out. Gonna be able to knock out Irfan. Sanguine Claws onto Saiful as the Lord is secured by Chibi. Smooth is in the backline, but Holy Baptism stops him from continuing. As Vince somehow jukes out Lexia. He is fine, but they get the kill onto Zyme Senpoi. Vince will finally get taken out, but he was able to buy quite a lot of time before giving the mega kill over to Lexia. Irfan now the next one in a little bit of trouble, but this is Esmeralda after all. So Smooth is the one that instantly gets turned around on.
Oh no, Team SMG, I don't think they can handle Irfan at this point in time. They need to be able to take him out, and now Smooth is going to get dove under the turret. Samsung Guard comes out, and Irfan is just going to tank the turret for his boy to get on out of here, but this is not looking good at all, as the wave is going to be crashing. Tier 2 guaranteed to break.
Yep, Homeboys playing around the objectives very efficiently, not to mention the Lord has been pushing down bot lane this whole time. We did not even notice. They almost take out the tier 1 tower as well. I don't know if they're aware Irfan is hiding in their back line, but he finally reveals himself. They take the tier 1 mid. Team SMG is forced to rotate down to the bottom to protect their tier 2.
2k gold lead for the side of the Homeboys here. They know they have the lead, and is that going to be enough of an advantage as they hit the 3.2k? As now they're going to attack Chibi in the middle of the whole fight here as Irfan jumps in alongside with him. The Quad Shadows gets him out, but Irfan is absorbing so much damage. Blade Tempest doesn't get the knock-up. Irfan falls down. Vince goes in with the yin-yang over to the Holy Baptism. Almost connects, but Adam with the Nibiru's Passion will disengage the team in a huge swing for the side of Team SMG, all solo.
Their health is so low, and that has to be rough for the Homeboys. They almost managed to secure 2 or 3 kills at once, but ended up being the ones taken out thanks to all the damage coming in from Stormy in the back line. The Sicilian is starting to come online, and Homeboys have to be very careful of the angle they decide to engage on fights.
Oh boy, that's really unfortunate, but I think this is a Class A example of whether objectives or kills are more important. As you can see, both can net you just enough gold. It really is about economy.
Yep, Nibiru's Passion gonna be used to clear up the mid wave, so Homeboys don't have to deal with that just yet, but Lexia gonna be shoving down bot as well. Looks like he will be able to get this. Jumps away, no problem. That's gonna give them more control over the bottom side once the Lord comes up in 35 seconds.
Yep. Smooth can't really do too much about Irfan anymore. Irfan has been getting away with pretty much everything here. And even though Smooth is playing for the team, Irfan has been keeping the Homeboys afloat with the amount of gold he's been bringing in.
But in terms of kills, Team SMG are double that of Homeboys, which is really saying something, considering that Homeboys are still 1k up on their opponents. So they've been taking objectives and getting farm rather than going for too many pickoffs. The Lord is gonna return to the Land of Dawn once again on the bottom side of the map. Both teams hovering around the top.
Yep, I mean, that's what happens. It's five turrets. Wait, Irfan jumps right into Zyme Senpoi's side, but Zyme Senpoi, he realizes that they're so close together, it's going to be difficult to pick out the one that he wants as they sit on Lord. Irfan taking a more aggressive angle. Conceal is coming through. Maximum Impact is out, but Irfan needs to die here. He manages to purify out of the way to the Dragon. It's going to be Oki. Shadow kill on top of Smooth for now, which is perfect as the rest of the team Chibi can't get the kill. Stormy forced to go back. Nibiru's Passion is out. Irfan still alive. Lexia secures the kill and bails out on him, able to secure the kill himself, but the bad impact takes him out. Chibi runs into the back line. There's no more energy, no more mana from everybody else. Smooth is the only one left. He takes out Vince. 2 for 3 trade-off in favor of Team SMG.
That fight was just absolute chaos from both sides. I don't even know how to describe it. Getting pick-off after pick-off on either team. It just goes to show we are at a point now where the teams are pretty even, and again, being able to take solid engagements is very important. Irfan managed to distract Team SMG for so long, but he was basically left alone in a 1v4 situation. If the rest of the Homeboys were able to respond more quickly, they would have been able to turn that around. So kudos to Zyme Senpai for successfully zoning them out.
Yeah, and once again, SMG, that top wave is crashing in towards the inhibitor. Sasa is going to be absent for this particular particular fight as Chibi does get a Blade of Despair on his side, as well as the purple buff, which is extremely important. So the full 5v5, it's going to be a coin flip here. Are they going to let it? HOMEBOIS is not letting it reset just yet. It's still a 50-50. Vince is going to be dying, but Lord is going to be crashing into the HOMEBOIS' favor. Vince is dead, and Team SMG, Lexia, isn't able to get out. A double kill falling into the HOMEBOIS, and it's one decision after another. It's going to be Smooth who's going to fall down. He flickers on out of there. He doesn't have the ult, but is saved by the rest of his team. Gets into the middle of that fight. Bad decisions from Team SMG as HOMEBOIS finally trade 1 for 3 in their favor.
This is going to be massive for the HOMEBOIS. It's going to take another 10 seconds before Zion Senpai comes up, and double for Lexia as well as Smooth. The Luminous Lord is shoving up top lane, so they should be able to take quite a few towers with this. And if not careful, Team SMG could potentially lose the game right here.
All right, it's going to be... Wait, Stormy! He ends up dying! A killing spree coming out of Chibi as they break open the inhibitor here. They could look to muscle their way in, but I don't think it's very likely as Irfan runs into the middle of the squadron. It's going to be Zion Senpai. He gets locked down in the back with a Holy Baptism as well. Here comes Lexia to clear up that waves, and HOMEBOIS now on the run. Oh, maximum impact blocked perfectly by Cypher as well as Anim to protect their boy, but Chibi ends up killing off Zion Senpai. It's going to be 2 versus 5 right now, and they're looking to crack open the rest of these inhibitors while he's down.
That's an important pickoff. The fact that they eliminated Zion Senpai means they can still try to go in and take this fight. They jump in. Chibi's on top of Lexia with the Ogi Shadow Kill. Jumps over to Sasa. Pulled back to the base. He's able to survive just in time, but that allows HOMEBOIS to take down another inhibitor. They're now moving down into the bottom lane. Smooth taking some damage, but still frontlining. Irfan zoning out the back line. The minion wave should provide enough to allow them to take out the final one. Team SMG, their base is now fully exposed.
5k in favor of HOMEBOIS. They've dealt enough damage. They know they can't end it. All the members of Team SMG is up, and the punishment has been dealt. They back away. 16-13 is the kill score so far. HOMEBOIS very clearly stronger in these engagements.
Yep, thanks once again to Irfan doing such a good job of being in the front line and zoning them out, but Sanguine Claws dropping him real low. They get the kill onto the Esmeralda. Boy gets the kick. Gonna be able to push Chibi back, but he goes in. Ogi Shadow Kill gets the unstoppable streak onto Zion Senpai. Stormy dropping real low as well as Smooth tries to zone out the rest. He's jumping on top of Cypher. They're not quite able to dish the damage they need. Chibi jumps in, but the Quicksand Guard allows
the turn. He has the turn.
All of it. Raging Sandstorm gets him out.
Oh my goodness, he manages to get out just in time here. And the worst part is that Smooth, he wants to use his ult for that big turnaround, that big play, but see, the rest of his teammates are telling him, back off, we cannot defend you, we will not follow up if you do go in. Survive as long as you can, and he has to waste his most valuable resource in his battle spell. No flicker for Smooth.
Yep, but the Lord is coming back up. Chibi now looking for a pickoff onto the squishier backline units, not able to find the kill with the Ogi Shadow Kill, but that might have been enough. It's gonna zone out most of Team SMG and allow HOMEBOIS to rotate over to start taking this Lord.
Well, they can roll the dice here. Let's see how they're going to play it out. Zion Senpai walks out real far forward. He's on top of Cypher. They need to kill Irfan. They kick Irfan out of the way. Holy Baptism lands on 2. Smooth is still alive, but that's just going to mean that Zion Senpai dies out first. Chibi is still going, but the Raging Sandstorm gets Smooth out of there. And now HOMEBOIS, knowing that they have a lead, are going to look for a potential turnaround. Cypher jumps forward. Sasa dies to the Oki Shadow Kill. That's going to be Chibi taking them out. HOMEBOIS will net themselves a free Lord, but Team SMG refuses to back down.
HOMEBOIS might be deciding not to go for the Lord here. They know that they are 2-man up and want to just muscle it in. Chibi goes in, starts dealing some damage, gets chunked out. A Nip is now taking over.
Somebody stop him!
A Nip just going for the crystal. Ends it in HOMEBOIS' favor. They don't care about the Lord. They're not taking any chances in an incredible comeback victory of the series. HOMEBOIS wins 2-1.
It looks like this time the talented HOMEBOIS have shown that they are on par with Team SMG, and what sets them apart is chemistry this time round. Well played to the HOMEBOIS. Round of applause. Beautiful game, and even Team SMG, you can see the looks on their faces. They know they got outplayed. It really came down to 1 or 2 moments. Well done. GG, well played. Mic check for HOMEBOIS.
Aku sakit gigi doh. Ni bawah tu Ruby.
Santai.
Tu bawah je.
Kita gas lagi.
Dapat tahu bawah. Aman kita.
Tengok mid.
Sekarang kita main banyak mid Banyak kami tau.
Boleh. Kau camp.
Nampak Dia orang kat belakang tau. Tengok dia orang kat belakang. Stand by storm.
Ada saya.
Ambil depan.
Aku flank.
Hati-hati Kiki cari posisi. Nice.
Mana. Ni purify ni. Nice. Gas mid. Aku.
Bagi aku kill.
Biar.
Bagi aku kill.
Asyik bottom. Orang bottom kat orang tahu kan?
Santai, kita sesilon.
Ingat saya silin.
Buff. Ada lot jangan mati sayang. Teruslah. Don't noise me. Kita Mia. Boleh. Baik aku. Ambil je.
Masuk kanan ni.
Sabar. Aku balik. Sabar.
Aku dah set divine.
Sabar ni. Tak ada tu. Tak ada. Cok. Don't naik. Ngajak macam.
Lari.
Tengok belakang lu ni. Ipan. Tak dapat rugi tau. Okey. Aku kata dah belah. Waduh, Cibi. Jangan kena TikTok dah, Cibi. Jangan ada kali.
Ada kali tau.
Ada kali. Wamundo. Elak kali sayang. Elak DJ.
854 tau.
DJ ganteng go. Aku balik aku hidup.
Aku mati.
Nice pan.
Defend mid. Aku dah.
Nice pan. Lari. Bantai cu.
Aku ada ke depan.
Tai belakang. Boleh. Wamundo. Tak ada sesi.
Aku dah.
Mi woi. Aku
Itu dia perlawanan yang cukup mendebarkan di antara pasukan Homebois dan juga Team SMG. Tahniah buat pasukan Homebois 2 berbalas 1 dan sekarang ini Abeja bersama dengan Cibi.
Hello.
Cibi, apa khabar Cibi?
Kau baik.
Abeja nak tanya Cibi. Okey, pendapat Cibi lah. Apakah perasaan Cibi dengan prestasi pasukan Homebois setakat ni?
Okey, perasaan saya untuk prestasi Homebois, alhamdulillah lah. Dapat konsisten dan dapat beri yang terbaik lah untuk daddy, untuk family bosku, untuk family, untuk semua lah. Alhamdulillah.
Okey, berbalik kepada game tadi Cibi. Okey, untuk match yang pertama tadi sebenarnya kan pada pendapat Cibi nampak Abjad dah jadi rap. Pada pendapat Cibi tengok untuk match yang pertama tadi, apa sebenarnya yang dah berlaku sebenarnya? Apa yang menyebabkan pasukan Homebois tak boleh nak menang tadi?
Bagi saya mungkin sebab drafting lah.
So sebab drafting tu tapi dah dapat comeback balik kan. So Abjad nak tanya apabila sebab Abjad kat belakang tadi adalah bersama tentang combo raksasa. Cibi dengar tu apa ke? Macam mana guys? Ada seram tak bila dengar combo raksasa tu?
Bagi saya nervous juga lah sebab diorang bekas champion dan diorang pun kuat. So respect je lah. So diorang memang kuat.
Betul. Baik, sekarang ni Abang nak tanya Cibi. Okey, mungkin last but not least mungkin ada apa-apa ucapan untuk peminat-peminat Homebois. Silakan Cibi.
Okey, untuk peminat Homebois, teruskan support kita orang walaupun kita orang jatuh bangun, dan kepada Daddy Hood, kami rindu Daddy dan semoga Daddy sihat selalulah. Dan terima kasihlah untuk semua.
Baik Cibi, sama-sama, dan terima kasih kepada Cibi dan tahniah sekali lagi buat pasukan Homebois. Jadi untuk mengulas lebih lanjut tentang perlawanan tadi, jom kita bersama dengan Adin, Syamilo dan juga Gideon.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Abeja dan juga Cibi. Kombinasi pantai timur dekat atas pentas tadi begitu mantap sekali. Tahniah kepada pasukan Homebois berjaya merealisasikan comeback yang dinanti-nantikan oleh mereka. Anda bersama saya Adin, kita ada Gideon dan juga Syamilo sebagai analis kita untuk kita kupas game yang terakhir, game yang ketiga tadi. Syamilo, sedikit sebanyak pendapat anda tentang keseluruhan match kita pada hari ini.
Game yang pertama boleh katakan Team SMG bermain dengan sangat baik. Di game yang kedua, kedua-dua pasukan menunjukkan satu potensi yang mampu untuk memenangkan game. Team SMG ada momen untuk comeback. Team Homebois mereka mendominasi tapi ada beberapa kesilapan yang mereka lakukan dan kesilapan tersebut hampir menyebabkan mereka kalah. Tapi kesilapan yang sama juga dilakukan oleh pasukan SMG menyebabkan mereka dihukum dan game kedua milik Homebois. Dan di game yang ketiga nampak pasukan Homebois lebih kemas nak dibandingkan dengan pasukan SMG. Dan kalau kita lihatkan juga peranan dekat sini sebenarnya bukan combo raksasa tapi kepada Smooth. Dan untuk Homebois kita ada Irfan.
Benar sekali, saya setuju. Tetapi untuk kita lihat game yang ketiga tadi, saya nak rumuskan sedikit untuk Gideon. Adakah mental ataupun energi mereka ataupun tenaga mereka daripada pasukan SMG nampak kurang sedikit? Nampak mereka tak fokus sangat untuk game ketiga itu sebab mungkin game yang kedua dah lama, dah panjang. So adakah itu mungkin salah satu impact mereka kenapa mereka kalah?
I do think that there was a little bit of an energy issue, and it's also just the way that they came to the thought process just took too long. It feels like they get the right answer correct every single time, but the speed of which they get there and the idea doesn't come quickly to them. Compared to the Homeboys where they make a decision quick, they make it fast, and everybody's on the same page. Team SMG, as you saw from game number 1, like Shamilo said, clean gameplay. They make a choice, they execute it, it comes out clean. Game number 2, really stretched it out. Game number 3, that's where you see them waver a little bit.
Ya, dan sekarang ni apa kata kita lihat itemization di mana ada satu perkara yang saya ingin ketengahkan kalau kita lihat daripada sudut emblem ataupun spell. Lihat Lexia sekarang ni, dia menggunakan Tribulation. Kat sini kita tak nampak tapi dia tadi pakai Demon Slayer. Namun objektif tak dapat disecurekan oleh Lexia. Dah lah ada Retribution, tambah lagi dengan Demon Slayer, memang fokus untuk secure objektif tapi tak boleh dilaksanakan.
Apa yang penting kita lihat kat sini, bukan kita boleh salahkan pengguna jungler 100%. Dia menggunakan Demon Slayer, itu akan memberikan advantage untuk menggunakan Retribution dengan sangat pantas untuk mendapatkan turtle ataupun lord. Tetapi kalau jungler diberikan tekanan, agak sedikit sukar untuk dia mengambil masa yang sesuai menekan Retribution, dan itu akan dihukum oleh pasukan lawan seperti mana Chibi mampu untuk mencuri advantage tersebut. Dan bukan sahaja Demon Slayer untuk digunakan kepada turtle dan juga lord, tetapi dia juga akan memberi extra damage kepada turret, dan itu apa yang dilakukan oleh Lexia. Cumanya bagaimana tim Homeboys membalas kembali split pushing punya strategi pasukan TSMG, sebab tu mereka tidak menjadi.
Ya, Hayabusa daripada Chibi pun kita tak boleh nak nafikan 6-2-6 dengan itemization, fokus kepada damage beliau dan juga just mechanics yang ada pada Chibi ini yang menunjukkan penggunaan Hayabusa begitu baik. Pada hari ini saya nampak beberapa Hayabusa yang digunakan oleh jungler-jungler lain tak sehebat ataupun tak selincah Hayabusa yang ditunjukkan oleh Chibi. Tetapi Irfan, again, walaupun tak dapat pakai itu, tapi dengan Esmeralda beliau mampu berikan sedikit sebanyak sebagai frontliner untuk pasukan Homeboys securekan objektif-objektif yang diperlukan. Tapi sekarang ini kita akan beralih kepada post game stats kita. Di antara kedua-dua pasukan ini, kita lihat daripada total damage dealt, pasukan Homeboys lebih banyak. Lihat Chibi 114,000. Saya nampak Gideon giling kepala Pak Gideon. Thoughts on Chibi punya performance and damage beliau sekarang ni?
Honestly, Chibi's performance has been really stellar at this point. There are some moments where he did get really lucky with the Oki shadow kill. Like the RNG just happened to hit Sasa at the right place at the right time, or finish on top of him for some reason, even though like 4 of the hits hit Zaim Senpai for some reason. It's unlucky in certain areas, but also he just played a solid game all across the board. He wasn't scared to jump into the fight. He knew that his team could back him up. And most importantly, I think one of the more impactful players here is going to be Saiful. That holy baptism to save a lot of his teammates, and more importantly so, to shut down Zaim Senpai, allowed the space needed for Anip to just drop all of his ults.
Yeah.
Kita lihatkan dekat sini, Lexia, dia punya damage boleh dikatakan berkurangan, dan itu menunjukkan bahawa bagaimana peranan Lexia di dalam game kurang menjadi nak dibandingkan damage yang lebih besar dikeluarkan oleh Chibi. Dan walaupun kill dimiliki oleh pasukan SMG, tetapi turret dan juga objektif yang lebih baik untuk pasukan Homeboys. Dan kita tahu bagaimana objektif untuk pasukan Homeboys pada season-season yang lepas pun antara yang terbaik.
Ya, benar sekali. Dengan Rich Guy, The Carry semuanya jatuh kat tangan Chibi. Sandbag damage yang lebih banyak diambil oleh Irfan. The Forgotten One assist yang paling banyak akan diberikan kepada Stormy, yang nampak gayanya tak boleh nak berikan impact yang besar di dalam pertarungan yang ketiga sebentar tadi. Namun begitu, untuk kita nobatkan MVP kita di game yang ketiga, saya menjangkakan ada seorang jungler mungkin akan dapatkan. Itu dia. Chibi, Hayabusa beliau 6-2-6. Match kill participation 75%. Goal per minute bukanlah antara yang tertinggi, tapi cukup memadai untuk berikan impact yang besar. Itemization, kita ada Malefic Roar, Blade of Despair, kita ada War Axe, kita ada Endless Battle, kita ada Wind Talker untuk memberikan movement speed, critical hit dan juga attack yang begitu mantap sekali. Saya gemar apa yang Chibi tunjukkan. Dia tunjukkan satu perkara yang awak tak perlu farming banyak pun still boleh bagi impact yang besar. Lebih-lebih lagi bila pakai Hayabusa.
Ya, yang paling penting sekali adalah timing. Ketika menggunakan Hayabusa, kita tahu kalau kita gunakan ultimate, maknanya pasukan lawan akan berkumpul. Tapi apa yang dilakukan oleh Chibi, dia akan memberikan satu damage di mana untuk mengurangkan nyawa ataupun HP pasukan lawan dalam masa yang sama. Siapa finisher dia? Iaitu Anip.
betul tu. I think apa yang Gideon cakap tadi adalah bagaimana pasukan HOMEBOIS semuanya on the same page. Satu orang kata unit untuk dapatkan objektif yang sama. Bukan perkara yang sama dilakukan oleh pasukan SMG yang nampak a bit kata bertarabur sedikit. Siapa yang mereka nak fokus, siapa yang mereka nak jatuhkan, dan kita lihat Sasa pun tadi tak boleh nak bagi impact yang besar.
Yeah, I think Sasa really had it the worst, unfortunately, because again, Chibu's doing such a great job overall, and there's nothing much you can really say. Let's move over to the highlights here, and I think you'll understand very quickly why, Sasa was having a bad time.
Ya, kita lihat sekarang ni sorotan perlawanan di early game. Lexia nampak agresif sedikit, tapi again, Sasa having back time. Inilah sebabnya kenapa berkali-kali lagi diberikan aksakan daripada pasukan pihak lawan.
Ya, banyak kali kalau kita lihatkan di mana Anip akan ditemani oleh Saiful yang menggunakan hero-hero support seperti Rafaela, Digi untuk membantu ataupun memastikan Anip memenangkan laning daripada Sasa. Ini kerana mereka respect mekanik yang ada kepada Sasa, tapi dalam masa yang sama perkara tersebut untuk pasukan Team SMG tidak mencukupi kerana pasukan HOMEBOIS jungler je terjadi dan juga Irfan punya peranan di dalam game ni sangat-sangat mantap. Begitu juga dengan Smooth. Saya perlu highlightkan juga player ni.
Ya, kita lihat bagaimana Anip pun tak ada banyak perkara sangat yang harus dilakukan, tapi again and again Chibi lah boleh kita highlightkan the true MVP di mana how dia gerakkan tim dia untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. But boleh tak awak setuju dengan saya di sini? Pasukan HOMEBOIS game ketiga ni nampak sangat lagi kemas daripada decision making dan juga tenaga mereka untuk fokus sebentar tadi.
Ya, betul, saya setuju kerana itulah apa yang mereka lakukan. Satu demi satu akan mengeluarkan damage dan satu demi satu target yang mereka berikan fokus akan dipastikan terus terkorban.
Ya, kita lihat perfect gameplay lah boleh dikatakan untuk pasukan HOMEBOIS, dan kemenangan ke tangan pasukan HOMEBOIS ini akan mengubahkan sedikit kedudukan untuk kumpulan A. Kita akan lihat sekarang ini di mana MLBB Esports di tangga yang pertama dengan 5 mata, tapi perlawanan yang baru saja habis sebentar nanti. Pasukan HOMEBOIS walaupun masih lagi di tangga yang kelima dengan -1, tapi kita kena ingat mereka mulakan regular season ini dengan -8. Baru habis 3 game, kalau tidak silap saya dah -1 sekarang ni, Gideon.
Yeah, I mean, well done to the HOMEBOIS. They've come to this point where they are polished, they are clean, they are consistent. They've won all of their games and beautiful, well-earned 100% win rate.
100% win rate. Orange Esports Suhas di tangga yang keempat dan juga di tangga yang ketiga. Pada keesokan hari, kalau tidak silap saya, HOMEBOIS akan bertemu dengan Orange Esports, dan kalau mereka menang, mereka boleh terus lonjakkan diri mereka kemungkinan di tangga yang keempat ataupun di tangga yang ketiga nanti.
Ya, betul-betul. Itu boleh ditunjukkan oleh pasukan HOMEBOIS kerana kita tahu bagaimana prestasi pasukan Orange tidaklah terlalu baik buat masa kini, dan pasukan HOMEBOIS prestasi mereka sangat-sangat meyakinkan. Kalau kita lihatkan sebentar tadi, kita ada bincang sebelum bermula game. Kita kata ini adalah the real deal ataupun cabaran yang sebenar untuk pasukan SMG sebab mereka baru satu match. Mereka lawan dengan pasukan Orange. Dan kali ini menunjukkan bahawa sebenarnya di grup A, HOMEBOIS adalah satu pasukan yang paling solid.
Ya, paling solid. Cuma mereka diberikan sedikit sebanyak disadvantage sebab -8. Tetapi kalau kita lihat balik key to victory kita sebentar nanti, bagaimana pasukan HOMEBOIS boleh mendapatkan kemenangan walaupun permulaan yang agak shaky, tapi dah najib macam normal. Sebab kalau tak silap saya, HOMEBOIS lawan dengan MLBB pun sebelum ini, mereka tewas di game yang pertama dan comeback balik 2-3. So nampak gayanya pasukan HOMEBOIS, mereka they need that one game untuk study balik opponent, and then diorang baru balik comeback di game kedua dan juga ketiga.
I feel like they're very responsive here. Like, especially for game number 1, they play for their own draft. They're like, okay, yeah, this is a pretty good draft overall. But then as soon as things start to go wrong, that's when you see the counter picks start happening. In game number 3, I think it was extremely evident that it was like, oh, I'll take your heroes, you take my heroes. Both of us are just exchanging heroes at this point. I feel at this point, most teams need to start figuring out what is their own playstyle and how do they keep focusing on themselves rather than give so much respect to their opponents.
Saya setuju apa yang dikatakan oleh Gideon. Tapi di game yang kedua tadi nampak ada sedikit penaruhan daripada sudut drafting. Tapi kalau kita lihat daripada key to success, untuk pendapat awak Syamil, dalam 4 poin ni, apakah yang paling penting sekali dan telah dilaksanakan oleh HOMEBOIS untuk dapatkan kemenangan?
Yang paling banyak adalah di mana mereka kontes untuk hero Lexia. Mereka memastikan Lexia tak mampu untuk menggunakan hero tersebut dengan baik. Ya, mereka lepaskan Hayabusa pada game yang pertama dan itu menimbulkan persoalan. Tetapi di game yang kedua, mereka lepaskan lagi. Tapi mereka kali ini dah bersedia dan menyebabkan game itu dimenangi oleh pasukan HOMEBOIS. Manakala game yang ketiga, mereka menggunakan Hayabusa dengan lebih baik, mengurangkan apa yang boleh digunakan oleh Lexia ketika menggunakan Link. Dan respect Zaim Sempoi punya playmaking. Banyak kali setup yang ingin dilakukan oleh Zaim Sempoi kurang menjadi disebabkan bagaimana pasukan HOMEBOIS dapat mengawal di mana kedudukan Zaim Senpai.
Khususnya di game yang ketiga tadi, sementara tadi nampak Way of the Dragon daripada Zaim Senpai kurang memuaskan dan fokus on draft itu yang dikatakan oleh Gideon sebentar tadi. Cuma game kedua tu, was it betul-betul draft dorang bawa Mia, bawa Digi tu?
Yes, I do think to a certain degree it definitely was. And honestly, I wasn't too surprised the fact that they were bringing out some weirder drafts during the SEA Games as well. We did see a couple of interesting heroes come out from a lot of the different teams. So definitely Homeboys took some of that inspiration and really came up with a very interesting draft of their own. I will say that at the very least, game number 3 they locked down Sasa, right? They got that one down.
Itu memang tepat pada waktunya lockdown Sasa.
Kalau untuk saya daripada segi drafting, sebenarnya apa yang dilakukan oleh pasukan Homeboys seperti mana biasa mereka lakukan. Ingat tak pada season yang lepas, mereka menggunakan Digi untuk babysit marksman di kat bahagian side. So perkara sama yang dilakukan. Cuma kali ni bukan Beatrix yang digunakan. Digantikan dengan penggunaan Mia dan kita tahu bagaimana Mia dan juga Inspire mampu untuk mengeluarkan damage yang besar dan Mia tadi free farm.
Ya, I mean game kedua tu tadi macam Gideon cakap, it was 50-50 technically. Tapi pasukan Homeboys berjaya untuk fokuskan diri mereka untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Tapi itulah semua match yang kita ada pada hari ini. Apa kata kita lihat sedikit sebanyak jadual pada hari esok. Kita akan mulakan perlawanan di antara pasukan SMG menentang pasukan MLBB. Diteruskan lagi dengan Orange Esports bertemu dengan pasukan Homeboys yang baru saja berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan untuk akhirkan minggu kedua, kita ada Red Esports bertemu dengan RSG. Gideon, match mana yang you tak sabar untuk saksikan esok?
Honestly, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how Red Esports faces up against RSG personally. I think RSG right now is looking like the most polished in Group B. They're looking basically like Homeboys at this point in time. And honestly, if Red can hold up against their own, it really shows how much Red has grown.
Ya, Syamilo, match mana?
Sama, Red dan juga RSG. Saya nak tengok macam mana Kuza bermain dan kemungkinan besar esok akan ada Yin jungler.
Itu satu prediction yang agak berani daripada Syamilo. But ya, itu antara match yang kita akan saksikan pada esok hari. Jangan lupa untuk tengok match pada hari esok. Namun begitu, kita akan umumkan nama-nama pemenang untuk Lucky Draw. Kita tahniah diucapkan kepada 6 pemenang ini kerana berjaya untuk mendapatkan ganjaran lumayan. Akil Matno, Carlos Casillas, nama semua tak Acimaru pun ada. Comel nama. I like that guy yang Azwar tu. Dia macam mak saya tengok ni, so saya kena letak nama penuh. Saya kena letak nama penuh. Tak naklah letak nama pelik-pelik sebab mana tahu masuk TV. Dah masuk TV dah sekarang ni. So tahniah diucapkan kepada kesemua pemenang ni. Jangan lupa untuk PM untuk mendapatkan hadiah lumayan anda. So kepada anda semua yang sedang menonton, jangan lupa untuk like and share. Jangan lupa untuk tengok match pada hari esok. Banyak lagi kejutan, banyak lagi hadiah yang akan diberikan kepada anda semua. Itu saja yang kita boleh sampaikan pada hari ini. Tapi last words daripada Milo, silakan. Apa yang nak dicakap pada untuk esok?
Untuk esok boleh dikatakan perlawanan yang sangat menarik. Jangan lupa untuk menyokong MPL Malaysia dan berikan kata-kata semangat untuk pemain-pemain yang bertanding dan juga pasukan kegemaran anda.
Red RSG prediction.
RSG.
I will go for 2-1.
Question mark. Kita punya talent tak yakin. Red lawan RSG, Red 2-0. Confirm Zaid akan jadi MVP untuk hari esok. Itu prediction saya. But itu sahaja untuk hari ini. Berjumpa lagi kita pada hari esok. Dan jangan lupa untuk like and share. Jangan lupa untuk follow kami semua punya IG. Jadi jumpa pada hari esok.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.